Welcome. This is Dennis Hacker. Welcome to the 2014 InsideBowling.com Open at Tropicana Lanes here in St. Louis, Missouri. This tournament is brought to you by Budweiser and Storm. Also brought to you by the High Roller and by Kegel. And tonight, I've got with me in the booth Brian Burkhart, who is producing, and my buddy who's going to be talking to you all tonight, at least in the first four games. Jeff Carter is here with me.
Hi there, everybody. How are you doing tonight?
So I know we can't get any answers from you verbally, but for those of you who are logged in with us and watching, we've got the chat that is running next to us there. You can interact with us all night. We will watch what's going on over there and react to it as much as we possibly can. Thanks to everybody for joining us. We have tonight is A squad. The last I heard, we had 59 entries, but we'll get an update on the number of entries here pretty soon.
I know there were some people that were switching squads, going from instead of bowling tomorrow, changing to bowling tonight. So I have a feeling that the entry number for A squad's gone up quite a bit.
So we've got 8 games for you tonight. Starting tomorrow will be B squad at 9 o'clock in the morning, I believe. Yep, I'm reading here on the entry form. We've got the good information here in front of us. And then C squad comes on the lanes at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The top 32 from all the squads together come back on Sunday morning for an additional 4 games, full pins, and then cutting to the top 12 for a round-robin match play to determine our show.
So that means no 3 o'clock in the morning finish on Saturday night like it was last year, and making Brett Cunningham stay up all night long waiting to see if he make the cut. So I'm sure he'll be happy about that.
Well, if you are in contention to even worry about making the cut, you should be happy anyways, I would think, here on this one. They've been working all day. I know that Mike came into town late Wednesday night and yesterday working on the shot for the tournament. On the event page on Facebook, you'll be able to find a lot of the information that we're talking about tonight. But the graph for the shot, and even a demo of Mike throwing a ball on the shot was on Facebook.
Which is never pretty, by the way.
Watching Mike throw a ball?
Exactly.
Yeah, I know.
Just to kind of give you a little rundown on the pattern. The overall length of the pattern, and this pattern was designed by Mike Flanagan. The length of the pattern is 44 feet. We've got 33.84 mils of oil, so quite a bit of volume out there, so they're definitely going to play tight, at least to start with. And the ratio is 2.09 to 1 on the left, 1.92 to 1 on the right. So pretty flat, pretty long pattern, a lot of volume. The reason behind this pattern was to force everybody right as long as possible, so that way this doesn't turn into a loft fest after 4 or 5 games. They're trying to keep everybody paired as far right as they possibly can and see how long that part of the lane will hold up. So, but there's some other factors involved, in play here. We are dealing with a 2-sided bowling center. We've got 26 lanes on both sides, and typically a center like this will play different from side to side, so we'll see how that comes into play. And then also with a staggered cross system, you're going to be following different people each game, so that's going to have a lot to do with how each pair plays as well.
You commented a few minutes ago on watching Mike throw a shot on the Facebook page. He used an IQ Tour Pearl whenever I saw him throw the shot on there. What do you think people are going to be using tonight on this pattern?
Well, it really depends on where the friction zones are. I mean, just looking at the pattern and knowing that you're going to play farther right, it depends on if there's any hook off the gutter. If there's hook off the gutter, you may not have to use too strong of equipment to start with, but if you definitely have to get something into a roll earlier, you may see some guys using some mid-range equipment with a little bit of surface, maybe even some stronger stuff with with weaker drillings. It really depends on, once we start watching balls go down the lane in practice, on how the ball comes off the gutter. It's one thing to force people right, but if you see a lot of hang out on the gutter, how quickly are people going to start migrating left just out of fear of hang on the gutter?
Just to keep the ball in play, basically,
exactly.
like they would on a shark pattern or something like that.
Right, exactly.
I noticed there were some comments under where Mike threw his demo ball. A couple of them wanted to know how many shots it took before he actually got a strike to be able to put it up on Facebook, because we know that you don't put up videos on Facebook unless there's a strike involved. Right?
No, yeah, I think that's common practice now, to where no matter how many shots it takes, you only post a video of a strike now.
Right. And then the second question I saw from Matt Todd on there was, what happens if you get it aboard right of where you just threw it? Do you get 3? So there's already people thinking, like what you were saying a minute ago, about how good will the ball come off the gutter.
And we'll know that very quickly. I mean, as soon as balls start going down the lane, you can see where the friction spots are. And if there's not much oil on 1 and 2, then all of a sudden you can create a little bit of extra bounce room to the right, swing frees up a little bit, and allows you just to kind of stay out there and stay on top of it as long as possible.
You know, I know you folks who are watching us right now are fans of bowling, otherwise you wouldn't be here doing this. I'm not sure how many we've got in the room right now.
93 right now.
Cool. And it's not even started yet, so 90 people watching. You're all fans of bowling. You're jealous of me, I'm telling you right now, sitting here looking around in this bowling center, because it's going to even get worse or better and better as the weekend goes on, but it's a who's who here this weekend. This tournament has attracted talent from the entire United States, and even tonight's squad, it's not the biggest squad of the weekend, obviously, but Marshall Kent was walking around here a few minutes ago. I saw Tom Daugherty earlier.
Dino's here, Liz Johnson,
yep.
E.J. Tackett, D.J. Archer, Matt Gasson. There's a lot of
Jeremy Hunt and Johnny Brown.
Then the average talent of Jeremy Hunt, Eddie Bird.
Yep.
A lot of
Eddie
guys
Bird.
walking around, getting ready to bowl tonight. Some may be here watching to kind of get an idea what they're going to do tomorrow. But this entire field is one of the strongest fields of any tournament you're going to find anywhere. You know, this kind of harkens back to the days of the old Megabuck tournaments, where you get this strong of a field from top to bottom all the way across. So it's an impressive event that not only Mike and everybody associated with InsideBowling.com has put together, but it's really nice to see an event like this fully supported by bowlers from all over. You know, we've got guys coming in from Florida, Texas, New York, all over the place. So very nice to see.
Well, the $10,000 first place based on 250 entries doesn't hurt anything whenever it comes to that. And it isn't just the top prize. I know that Mike worked hard on his prize list, and a single entry here is $285, but you get your choice of Storm bowling ball with that, and then a re-entry is $190. The bottom pay spot is $500. So anybody who enters, you figure that you're already cashing with a bowling ball, a brand new bowling ball with the $285. So to get $500 back on top of that, as well as a new bowling ball for here, it's a pretty awesome deal.
Yeah, it's definitely a good value as far as your investment goes. And even from an experience standpoint, you know, if you're a younger player and you're trying to build your game and you're trying to get better, I would hope that you want to bowl against the best and on some challenging lane conditions that will really make you be sharp, and it doesn't get a whole lot better than this.
It's fun crossing with guys like that. I mean, you mentioned younger bowlers. There's a few of them from in St. Louis here that have been talking about this on Facebook for a couple of weeks already, you know, looking forward to this.
Well, for some of them, but, you know, I wouldn't want to cross with Dino. Dino's hopping all over the place and acting like an idiot, so he's sitting there looking at me. He was. So.
Was he?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is, you know, a fun event. You know, last year we had Fagan here and Billy O'Neill, and, you know, Dell and Carolyn are going to be here, and Shannon O'Keefe. So everywhere you turn around, you've got tremendous players and a lot of talent. So nice to see.
So back to what you're going to see tonight. If I remember how Mike did this last year, and I think it makes sense, you're going to have Jeff and I here with you for the first 4 games. And like Jeff said, this is a 2-sided bowling center, 26 lanes on each side. I would imagine the skip is going to be all on one side, and then everybody will change sides at the same time. I would to make the move
I think
less
that's
than what it has to be by switching in between.
Right. I think Mike's making announcements for everybody to go down for a player meeting. So,
right.
So while we're filling time and they're doing the meeting, if any of you guys out there have any questions in the chat, feel free to throw them up to the booth. Dennis and I will do our best to answer them. If not, I am more than happy to lie to you.
Right. Me too. You looking forward to this week? For those of you who don't know, and you probably don't know because I haven't told you anything yet, Jeff asked me to be in his group of 4 teams this year for the USBCs, and we're leaving on I'm leaving on Wednesday. I think you're leaving on Tuesday, right? Driving out?
Yeah, that's correct. We actually needed a handicap bowler for one of our teams, so you got the short straw. So
I think I'm the old guy on the squad.
You are the old guy on the squad.
I thought so. That's awesome. So
but, yeah, looking forward to it. We bowl next Friday and Saturday at the stadium, so we're looking forward to it. We've got a fun group. Go out there, do the best that we can. It's all you can really hope for. You know, the scores are fairly high this season, but hey, it is what it is. You go out there and do the best that you can and take our chances.
Yeah, it seems like the scores are definitely higher in the team event this year out there. Doubles and singles, it seems like it's hit or miss. The guys, I mean, some guys really figured it out early. I know some friends of mine. Well, you know Roy Adams.
Mm-hmm.
They went out this week.
Actually, I just worked with. I did some coaching for Roy right before he left to go out.
Well, he shot 746, I believe, in the team event and 3 240 games.
Good. That means he owes me at least 10%. I would think. So.
if he crashed the brackets.
Yeah. Exactly.
But then he turned around and shot a pair of 285s. A pair of 585s in doubles and singles. So I don't know what his games were there, but
I haven't been paying attention.
Okay.
But just to catch up on a few questions, Dino, I am not coming out to Tacoma this year. Somebody told me the other day who is coming, and I cannot remember who it was from our staff. They try and change us up each year as to who's coming out to do that event. But boy, that was a fun event. I really, really enjoyed that last year doing that event with Carolyn. So I hope to go back and do that again. Old bowler, how do I like coaching this year? I'm assuming you're talking about the collegiate program. I loved it. It was one of the funnest things that I've gotten to do so far. The collegiate bowling program and system is second to none in my opinion. It's a blast to get out there and work with the kids and see them compete at a high level. And if you haven't been to a collegiate event, just to be able to watch everything that goes on it's 10 times better than even watching a regular singles event, even a tour event. So it's a lot of fun. I love it. Boy, do I miss bowling events like this. Yes and no. I'm kind of to the point in my life now where bowling isn't a huge priority in my life other than the work side of it. My son's a baseball player, and right now I'm coaching him and having fun with 3 games a week and 2 more practices and running around chasing him, and then watching my daughter dance as much. So I do miss bowling, but I really don't miss bowling as much as you would assume. But it's fun to be a part of this event on this side of it. I get to sit back and watch everything that's going on and enjoy this side of it. So I do miss it, but not too much. And then, let's see, bowler fan, do I have a big stash of old Storm stuff? I do. I've got quite a few old bowling balls laying around in the basement collecting dust that may or may not ever get holes in them, but I've got a nice little stash down there. So I think that catches me up.
That does catch you up. So they're all downstairs. There was a question on where do you think they will start
Oh, yeah,
to
I did
break
miss
down
that
in
one.
practice, but
I would assume that most of the bowlers are going to start farther out, mainly because that's what everybody's heard, that's paid attention. When you look at a graph, you can generally have a basic idea based on the shape of the pattern, where you should go. Normally, common sense would tell you on a longer 44-foot pattern, you're going to play in, but there's literally no lane help in, so it's going to force you farther right. This is definitely a specialty custom pattern. This is something that Mike totally created on his own to make people play farther outside. So we'll see how. The main thing I want to see is how long it holds up. It may accomplish, what Mike was trying to do, at least in the beginning. But like I said, if there's a little hang on the gutter and guys start to jump in just right away to get away from that spot, it's literally a crapshoot to see what's going to happen.
well, I think too the number of bowlers on a pair is going to affect that a little bit. I don't know. I know he was going up to a maximum of 5 tonight, but I'm not sure if he's going to go up to 5 and force that across the house and only use a certain number of pairs, or if he's going to cut down on the number of bowlers on a pair and even it out all the way across the house. We'll see in a few minutes whenever the bowlers come upstairs. But that'll definitely change this squad versus tomorrow, especially the B squad tomorrow morning, because that'll be the biggest squad to start out with, anyways.
Right. Like I said earlier, there's several different variables that come into play, when you're dealing with moving across the bowling center, especially two-sided. So it's really, really important whenever you can to definitely keep an eye open for who you're following, where they're at, where they're playing, what types of equipment, so on and so forth. So,
for those of you who want to take a look at the pattern, who are watching us and listening to what we're saying right now, you can search on the InsideBowling.com open in the Facebook search bar. There's an event page for this, and he's posted the pattern in there so that you can take a look at exactly what we have in front of us here as we're sitting here watching tonight. It's about 4 minutes to 7. I would imagine we'll start seeing some bowlers come upstairs here in a few minutes. Everybody seemed to be here, and everything was on schedule today, so it's kind of nice, like you said, not having 3 squads on Saturday and being able to get out of here before 3 o'clock in the morning, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So while we're waiting for everybody, why don't y'all run to your Facebook pages or your Twitter pages or on your phones and make sure you share that this is going on tonight. Make a post, share the link, hashtag Inside Bowling. Spread the word. Help us get up to 500-600 people in the viewing tonight. That's the way that the sport's going to grow, is by everybody supporting it, everybody sharing it, and spreading the word. So if you would take a few minutes just to give everybody a shout out for InsideBowling.com. Let them know that the 2014 IB Open is going on starting tonight. All day tomorrow will be qualifying, and the finals on Sunday. So
I was going to do that on my Facebook right now, and within the last hour, my layout all changed, and I can't find anything on here anymore.
Oh, I think there was just a new Facebook update that just hit.
It looks like.
Yeah.
Okay, so here I found out when I'm going to do it, so I'm going to do that right now, saying join us. These will all be archived like they were last year. They'll probably archive each squad separately, and then I would imagine we'll probably split the Sunday for the extra 4 games and then the round robin, and then quite the production on Sunday night for the finals. The ideas that Mike has when it comes to putting that show together on Sunday night is just crazy, to try to make it as professional for these people as it can be, and that's probably what makes that as much fun as it is for those guys who bowl on Sunday night. Much, besides the fact that they actually made the finals in this tournament and going to get a pretty good payday on top of it. So I know it was fun for me last year. I was so tired after that Saturday night, and I had a family issue. I went on home and logged on when I got home to watch what was left. Very impressive. At
Yeah,
that point.
even Sunday night was a late night, so I know we stayed and went through the finals and did everything. So that was a lot of fun to do.
So you take this for a minute while I go ahead and make this Facebook post, because I can't concentrate and talk at the same time for some reason tonight. I don't know what's going on with me, but.
So again, the bowlers are downstairs in a pre-squad meeting with Mike, kind of going through the format, the rules, so on and so forth. This is a big event, 10,000 to win, so you've got bowlers from all over the place coming into town for this event. We also have the Blues are at home, the Cardinals are at home this weekend, so some of those bowlers that are bowling tonight that don't have much to do tomorrow, if they're hanging around, will have some options. So that's nice to see, and especially being where we're from, it's always especially with the Blues playing the Blackhawks, that's always a fun rivalry. So I'm a Dallas sports fan, so I'm more interested in what the Stars are doing tonight. So I'll have ESPN.com open on my laptop so I can keep track of what the Stars and the Rangers are both doing tonight.
So I'm just putting on Facebook to join us as we bring you a squad of this tournament. If you guys would do the same, share this like Jeff asked on your Facebook statuses and let people know this is actually happening now. We can grab quite a few extra viewers, and that'll help us out, especially for the sponsors. I mean, it's pretty cool. Storm is involved in this last year, and Budweiser was too, but Mike added High Roller and Kegel both this year to the sponsor list of the tournament. Kegel actually sent, and I don't know the name of the gentleman who came up from Florida, but he actually came up here and worked with Mike yesterday, and I'll find out his name so we can give him credit for that, but came up and worked with Mike yesterday on developing this pattern, and this is they worked on this for quite a while to try to get it and tested it to make sure it was going to do what he wanted to do. So thanks, Dave Roberts, for posting this on the Best Bowling Pro Shops page out there. I appreciate that.
Are you sure that's Dave Roberts? I don't know if there's too many other Dave Juniors that throw track that you're assuming that's Dave Roberts.
I'm assuming. You're right.
And, we might as well just tell everybody now that just be prepared, because, Dennis and I are good friends, and we have an unusual sense of humor / banter that we kind of get going on when we do things like this, and we both have warped sense of humor, and
absolutely.
So just be prepared.
Warped sense of humor enough that's gotten me banned from 3 pages on Facebook that
But that's your own fault.
That is my own fault. You're right.
Which, speaking of that, we should give a shout out to the new comedy group on Facebook. The what is it?
Bowling Arguments.
Bowling Arguments.
Bowling Arguments page on Facebook.
The Bowling Arguments page is some of the best reading and comedy that there is. So.
Gate Dog's asking about where would you be able to see a roster of bowlers tonight. Not sure about the tournament roster. We'll work on seeing if we can get. Now it's an evolving thing because, like Jeff said, some people were making decisions to move from tomorrow to tonight, and we should probably talk about that. The C squad's considered the re-entry squad, but there's no restriction if there are spots available on B squad tomorrow that people could get them as a re-entry too if they wanted to.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to post one on the IBTV page whenever they get it ready. So I'm sure Kim's back there in the back room working feverishly to get the everything set up for tonight. Like I said, with guys coming in and changing their squads, she's back there working hard to make sure that she gets everything ready for tonight's squad first and foremost. And then they'll get not only that roster, but game-by-game standings out as quickly as possible. But, keep in mind, everybody, that this is a huge undertaking. So you're not going to see scores within 30 seconds of games getting done. So just keep in mind that they'll get everything out and posted as quickly as they possibly can. So just be patient. And we got a lot of people back there in the squad room working very, very hard to make sure that gets taken care of.
And I'm going to just put the InsideBowling.com website here on my Facebook post, so that's where they'll find the live stream. I know my mom even logs on and listens to me talk on here once in a while whenever I do these kind of things.
As if she didn't hear you talk enough.
As if she didn't hear me talk enough.
I have to listen to you too often. Sometimes I just want to turn my headset down so that I don't have to listen to you.
Okay. Hey, I got tagged in somebody else's post. Let's see here. Oh, it's us. Joey Slawinski put up here listening to us on here. Thanks, Joey, for listening to us, and I'm glad you're all watching.
You tagged me, dude.
I did. Just now.
Yep.
So, and I didn't have to tag me because I'm already there, you know. True.
Good point.
True.
Well put. Well said.
Saw earlier about, I think it was 4 or 5 hours ago, Chris Hester's not making it this year. He's had some health issues, and I think he posted that he had a scan of some kind this morning.
Minor
and he's gonna
surgery.
have minor surgery tonight.
So, I know he'll be watching, listening if
Guaranteed.
he's not already. So get well soon, little guy. So Chris and I have bowled together in some team stuff. So Chris is good people. So
he was a member of the first Mary Tubner Team Challenge team, right? The champions.
Yes. Yeah. He was part of that team.
Like a foot and a half shorter than everybody else on the team, I believe.
Yep.
So, and standing in the
middle
of
a lot less
guys,
hair, even less hair than Mike Wolf, which is hard to do.
That is hard to do. Well, we got.
Speaking of Mike Wolf, I thought I saw he was coming this weekend. Some of the
yeah.
guys from Louisville or Louisville.
Louisville.
Yeah, Louisville.
Folks, this is not the easiest thing in the world to fill up all this time, and all they're going to do is come upstairs and start throwing practice balls, and so we'll have a little bit of talk about it at that point, looking to see how the balls react when they first throw them down the lane, but still it's another 20 minutes or so until we have probably action that counts out here in front of us.
Also, I think we need to mention that we have a roaming sideline reporter with us this weekend, and we have the world-famous Jackie Bowling here. I guess we have Jackie sing for us, while we're waiting.
I am not going to sing.
You're not going to sing?
No, I don't think that's a good idea.
I tried.
Welcome, Jackie. Thanks for coming down.
Hey, thanks for having me. I am very excited to be here. It was a beautiful drive, very smooth. The only downfall was that I worked like 8 hours prior to my drive. So up until I got here, I was up for 24 hours. So my 3-hour nap before I got here really helped out. So hopefully I'm with it.
Driving alone that whole time?
Yes.
Wow.
But you know what? For the first time in like 3 years, I figured out how to work my Bluetooth.
Oh, nice.
So I was rocking the whole way here.
Well, that's cool.
We were good.
If 5 Hour Energy was a sponsor, I'd go get you one.
Okay.
But they're not, so I won't.
They're not.
All right. Then I'm glad you didn't.
I'd have to get you a Budweiser.
That sounds good.
Okay.
I think that seeing everybody that's on Facebook right now that I know has been waiting for this posting about it tonight is pretty cool. I mean, all we had to do was ask the people that were watching, and a lot of them have already gone ahead and done that.
And we're up to 148 viewers, so
you've done your job.
That's always a bonus.
And then, like I said, 148 viewers and nothing going on yet except for us talking so far.
Well, remember last year at 3 o'clock in the morning where we were basically punch drunk trying to fill time getting scores out, and we still had 300 or 400 people watching, so that had to be one of the oddest exchanges of conversation we've had in a while. So
I think we were hoping that, although there were, like you said, 300 or 400 watching us, I think we took the liberties because we were only on the internet and not on the airwaves.
Yes, I think the FCC would have frowned upon part of our conversation last year.
Frowned upon that.
Yeah. So just a forewarning, if we offend anybody whatsoever tonight, you were warned in advance. So
I'm not sure that warning actually does it justice, but you were warned in advance. So let's
real quick, I just
Yeah.
got a message from my little buddy Kenny Seymour. I don't know if Kenny's watching or listening, but he's going in for surgery tonight. So for those of you that have followed the PBA very closely at all, some of you may know Kenny. Kenny's probably Pete Weber's biggest fan in the world. Kenny was always around, especially when we were in the Ohio area. So we kind of adopted Kenny as a unofficial mascot there for a while. So Kenny's a good kid, and he just sent me a Facebook message saying he's going in for surgery. So wish him the best of luck.
I saw him post on something yesterday saying that he wished Pete was bowling this tournament.
Yep.
So I'm assuming that the poster in the chat from the Proprietors Cup is Billy Isolt. So Billy, hi, thanks for logging in early and watching nothing right now except for us, but at least you're watching, so we appreciate it. I'm sure he's working hard on his event,
which I will not get to go to this year.
You won't get to go
to? No, I got to bowl the team event, the Ace Mitchell team challenge, the first 2 years, and had a lot of fun. But I won't get to bowl it this year. I will be in Buffalo at Junior Gold that entire time.
Gotcha.
Doing we do the Turbo Collegiate Expo Camp in Rochester first, and then on to Junior Gold for the next seems like 2 weeks, I think.
Junior Gold's a long event with. And did I see on Junior Gold? You may know this, you may not. I believe that they're having the boys and the girls bowl in different houses, and each time they bowl in 4 different houses too, right? So that means 8 bowling centers up there in the Buffalo area.
In Detroit last year, they did the same thing. I think it was in 6 centers, but this year, some of the centers in Buffalo are a little bit smaller than the ones that were in Detroit, so I think they've spread it out a little bit.
Gotcha. I wonder if all the places up there, probably they have some older wood houses still. I know that their biggest places have gone to synthetics up there, but I'm wondering how the patterns will play on some of the older wood lanes.
I think I've been in 3 of them up there, and they were all synthetic. So it'll be interesting to see how things play up there and what patterns that they use. So I'll be going up there to recruit and also do a little coaching. So I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be a busy month of July. I'll be working the Queens in Reno at the end of June. Home to run a couple of our Lane Lincoln Tournaments events that we have 4th of July weekend. Then straight up to Rochester and Buffalo for the Turbo Camp and Junior Gold. Then down to Dallas for the Collegiate Combine down there. So July is going to be a busy month.
Sounds like it.
And then trying to get ready for our big weekend, Labor Day weekend in Springfield, Illinois, where we've got we'll kick off our Labor Day weekend on Friday night with the Mary Tubner Memorial Team Challenge Pro-Am. And new for this year, on Saturday, we're going to do 2 PBA regionals on Saturday. We're splitting the bowling center in half. One's going to be a non-champions regional, the other one will be the tournament of champions for the Midwest region. And then on Sunday and Monday, we're actually going to be doing the Mary Tubner Memorial Team Challenge for our 3rd year. Hoping for a full field of 36 teams this year. We're adjusting the format just a little bit and trying to make it a little bit more exciting and intriguing for the bowlers. All 36 teams, or all the teams that we do get, are going to be coming back on Sunday for Baker match play. So we'll do more cuts on Sunday. But we wanted to try and get it to where all the bowlers get to bowl both days. So I think that that might be something that interests a lot more bowlers, gives more people a chance to cash. And so we'll have stuff going on for all 4 days on Labor Day weekend. So for those of you that are out there, write those dates down on your calendar, and we hope to see you there. Hold on, I got to go give Shannon O'Keefe a big hug.
Okay.
You can't blame me, can you?
No, I can't blame you. Is there anybody out there who wouldn't want to give Shannon O'Keefe a big hug? Probably not. The bowlers are starting to come upstairs now. So, and going out and testing out the approaches, it looks like this place is HPL's for anybody who wanted to know what the lane surface was.
What if they didn't want to know, dude?
Then
You just told them information they didn't
I
need.
gave them unneeded information.
Okay.
Then, so Billy says, great job with your added events this year. So.
Oh, thank you, Billy. We've actually done a lot of new things this year, and so far everything's working. We've had tremendous turnout for our tournaments, the scratch ones and the handicap ones. So we're doing a couple of youth events this year and a lot of different things going on. So we're really happy with things with Land Lincoln tournaments.
You know, the feedback that I enjoyed the most in the last couple of years has been what we've heard about the Sack-Up Challenge. The tournament, the format of the tournament could be very hectic over a day, trying to run the equivalent of a double elimination Masters format with only single games. But those guys seem like they really enjoy seeing how long they can last in a tournament like that, even not on a sport condition. It's on the regular house shot for Kingpin, but to see how long they can stay alive. And
well, we've been pretty lucky with a lot of the things that we've done, just trying to change it up, give more bowlers an opportunity to bowl, and we've been filling the majority of the events that we've done. So I feel very fortunate in that fact. So we got guys up here already starting to throw some practice balls. So we're going to let you guys watch the action that's on the screen. You got a great look at Marshall Kent on, looks like 47 and 48.
And
so,
I didn't realize Matt McNeil was in this squad.
Yeah.
We didn't say his name earlier. So
well, he's left-handed, and
gotcha.
I tend to not give the left-handers the credit that they may be due. So, and that's a character flaw. You guys can hammer on me about that.
The lefties in the chat can have their way with Jeff, or at least let him know what you think.
Exactly. But we've got E.J. Tackett right here in front of us, DJ Archer right in front of the booth, Ronnie Sparks down there, Craig Nidifer, Shannon O'Keefe, a lot of great players right within view of where we're sitting. So we'll be able to see really quickly, Tom Doherty, we'll be able to see really quickly on how this pattern is going to play. So
Mike Miniman's over there, Rich Orff, John Brockland out here in front of us.
So we'll give everybody an opportunity to throw a few shots just to get loose, and then we'll actually start to see how the pattern's going to play. But looks to me like the majority of the bowlers are already starting to play out. Lefties and righties. Speaking of lefties, Lee Bedore sitting here right next to me taking in the action. So, hi Lee, how are you?
Hey Lee. Looks like the back ends are snappy enough.
Well, the pattern's 40 feet buff to 44. So it really depends on. Mike said that the stripper was working really well on everything that they were doing. So they are getting the lanes pretty clean, and I'm sure they're going to double strip between squads to get as much of the previous squad's pattern off as they can. So this pattern should play as true as possible. So I have a feeling that some of the straighter players with softer speed are going to have an easier time on this because they're going to be able to stay farther right the entire round, where your higher rev rates, the two-handers or the guys that hook it a lot are going to have to start to move left after a few games. Now they may not get to the point where they're lofting it or playing fourth or fifth arrow, but I think they're definitely going to have to get left maybe quicker than what was originally planned. But
so you don't think that Marshall's going to be throwing any shots similar to what the famous one that we saw on Facebook?
I was actually standing behind him when he threw that shot, and for those of you that know the shot that Dennis is talking about, he caught a lot of flack for that particular shot, people saying, well, can't you just move farther right and throw urethane or things like that? Folks, that's just not an option. You know, whenever you're trying to create a specific angle point down lane, the key is to get it there any way that you can, and you're not going to be able to get a urethane ball or even weaker equipment to come off the spot hard enough to be able to strike from in there. So trust me, if any of the collegiate players out there know how to play a pattern, Marshall's, you know, definitely at the top of that list. So, but no, to answer your question, I do not think that they're going to get that far left. I was wrong that one time, so it could happen again. But I just don't see that happening.
I'm not even sure which time that was.
Well, as long as I don't tell anybody what time that was, then nobody will ever really know.
Big Wheel 90 wants to know if there's any Jet staffers here, and it's possible. I saw the list online, and they've got a fairly large list of staffers, so it's possible that there are Jet staffers here tonight.
I'm probably not going to touch that one.
I was saying, you know.
I know.
So as you guys can see from the people that are out there bowling, one of the nice things about the Inside Bowling.com Open is that Mike has a fairly relaxed dress code here. It is in the time of the year where things can get a little warm in St. Louis, and it was in the high 70s, low 80s today. So shorts are allowed. He offered people, you know, the option of wearing whatever they wanted to. The only thing he asked was that if he had an objection to somebody's shirt, then he might ask him to change their shirt. But other than that, they can wear what they want.
I have to give a shout out to Brett Shepard, who's relaxing while Mike Wolf drives. So see you guys soon. I know how Mike drives, so it may be sooner than you think, Brett. See Billy O'Neill walking around back here. So he's in the building, defending champion from the 2013 IB Open.
I can't. He's just watching right now, right? I can't tell if those
he's
are
just watching.
Bowling shoes on or not.
Yeah, I don't think Nikes are product registered.
Well, I don't.
No,
think
actually, are those?
They look like they're bowling shoes.
Yeah, I think he may have bowling shoes on.
So I don't know.
He may be bowling this squad.
Maybe he's got the Phantom report.
He may.
I don't think there was one, folks. Mike guards this pattern with his life almost. He had a couple of people.
It's easier to know who won the Heisman in advance.
Basically, yeah. I think you were right about the soft speed.
Yeah, that's with the pattern being 44 feet, and the way it's designed, there's an extra shim at about 25, 26 feet where the pattern gets wider at that point. So with a lot of ball speed, and if you're going left to right or right to left for the lefties, the ball hits that spot and actually accelerates down lane. So if you're going to be out, you're going to either have to be out with stronger balls, it looks like, or you're going to have to be going up the lane, and that's why I said that about the straighter players with softer ball speed being able to almost use that spot as hold down lane. So,
you know what's really cool about that is that, I mean, especially there's a bunch of folks. Now, the folks who traveled in from away from here probably have experience bowling on patterns like this, I would think. Most of them anyways. But there's a bunch of people from the St. Louis area that don't get a chance to bowl on things like this very often. And if you haven't ever seen your ball do what you just described in the middle part of the lane, the look on their faces is almost priceless to see them turn around and watch their ball slide when it's never slid before down the lane. It's like that. So,
I'd be willing to take a guess that the scores in general are going to be much lower this year than last year. But of course, there's going to be somebody or a handful of guys that are just going to still crush it. So the scores on top, don't be surprised if they're not, still fairly high. But I think from top to bottom, you're going to see much lower scores this year than last year. And I think that's kind of what Mike had envisioned when he created this pattern, was more of a grind, make spare shooting an integral part of what you're doing, and keeping the ball in play. and it not just turn into a strike fest.
Well, I thought I saw an estimate online, or at least what his goal was, and I think he was saying 210 to 215 average for cash, and he didn't want anybody to average over 230, is what he said. Now, I don't know how
Well, I can
that
almost
will be-
guarantee it just by default, somebody will average over 230 because just in today's day and age, somebody's going to match up with the right ball in the right part of the lane and just strike enough to be able to make that happen. But I can definitely see from just what I'm seeing right now. Now, our opinion may change after a couple games in when things start to settle down or open up. But right now, I can definitely see that type of scoring pace for the cash number, which to me is the perfect cash number range. You know, when I was bowling and competing, I always liked to see the cash number be somewhere between even and taking about a 210 to 212 average. You know, anything above that, the luck factor kind of comes into play too much. The carry percentage factor comes into play, especially now when the majority of the players out here all have rev rates over 500 everywhere you look.
What about me, dude?
It would take you 3 shots to get 500 rev rate.
It would take me.
Or as you like to call it, your revs per toss.
That's 13. I figured it out.
Yeah.
So that's my new stat for
Hey,
anybody who wants to know. It's revs per toss, not revs per minute.
We just drilled you a new hypercell. You want to know what the serial number is? Because I can generally read it when your ball's going down the lane.
Thank you. I love that hypercell, let me tell you.
Yep. So looking forward to going to the USBC's bowl next weekend and having a good time and seeing what we can get done.
And you know what else worked really good with that? Following it along after the ball started reacting a little bit too much was the anarchy right afterwards. That ball was a perfect complement to the hypercell. Playing on, we were bowling on a Mexico City pattern on Wednesday night that we in West Park Lanes in Cape Girardeau. Jeremy Hunt was trying to come up with something to.
Missouri's a long way away from Mexico, dude.
Yeah, I know, but Jeremy was trying to come up with something that would get his arm swing in line for a long pattern like this, and so he talked him into putting out Mexico City down there, and that was 45 feet.
What I asked you the other night, I said, you told me you were bowling on Mexico City. I said, did that pattern come with a free taco?
Yeah, with a free taco. Actually, West Park's been really good about this.
We've serving tacos?
Serving tacos and putting out, for the last 3 weeks, they put out the USBC pattern, and they gave us a team event on one pair and doubles and singles on another pair, so we had both options to practice on. And the only reason we didn't bowl on it this past week is because Jeremy was being selfish and wanted to bowl on something that was long.
Jeremy's like that.
Yeah.
But we actually put the USBC team pattern out Tuesday night, and we had, I think, eight or nine of the guys in our group that are, from Springfield.
I wasn't invited.
You were invited. You just chose not to make the 3-hour drive.
Yes.
But I think after we practiced on it for a few hours, I think our sentiment was much along the same as what Jeff Riggles posted in his blog, I think, today. And that is, you really don't need to have a strategy when you bowl the team event. It's a matter of just getting lined up and trying to strike from game one instead of in years past, trying to break a pattern down and manipulate it a little bit. But doubles and singles is definitely going to be a different case. I think we're going to have to try and come up with some sort of a strategy based on what we see when we get out there. I try not to do that too much in advance because I don't want to have a preconceived notion of what I think I'm going to see when I get out there. I'd rather kind of get out there and see it for myself a little bit. But I think we're definitely going to have to create something for the doubles and singles pattern because it definitely looks like it's playing much tougher.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I like to get out there at least a day and a half early before we bowl, or even preferably 2 days before we bowl, only because, busy lives, everybody's busy lives, and especially for folks who don't have employment in the bowling industry, it takes a little bit to let go of everything else and go out there and do what you got to do if you're going to be serious about that out there. And so to be able to go out and forget about everything else and put your mind in the bowling frame.
Well, since I'm driving, I got plenty of time to let go of everything, dude.
But see, you're kind of in this industry still, even though you're not the the sample that I was talking about. I'm the sample that I was
Okay.
talking about. So
Always talking about yourself.
always
Steve.
talking about myself. But Mike, the last time he was in Reno, started doing this, or maybe worked with Jazz Now on the Mike Jazz Now show that you've seen a few episodes of on Facebook now, at least.
I have not. I'm actually in the minority. I try and avoid all information about the USBC as possible. I don't watch the shows. I don't read the blogs.
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't read any of that. I want to make my own determinations and not try and base it off of what everybody else sees or thinks, because that could cloud my judgment. I would much rather either bowl on it myself in practice or use my own eyes to make some sort of a determination. But again, that's just me. I mean, there's a lot of people that like to process all that information, but I'm not one of them.
Well, it just so happens the reason I even brought it up was that Mike's show, I don't know if it was the first or the second one, probably the second one that I watched. He specifically mentioned what you brought up that Riggles talked about how sometimes, I mean, and especially this year, it looks like playing them from different angles in the team event is a smarter choice than doing what probably happened to Riggles and his team last year, that cliff that they
What
that
what
they
I
built.
see, and even it will hold true with what you're going to see tonight. Whenever you see patterns, and especially like the one out there where the USBC team pattern ratio is a little bit higher than in years past, when you try and gang up in one part of the lane and just strictly break that down, in some cases you're gonna cliff them. You're gonna make them very, very wet dry. Whereas if you just let guys break apart a little bit sooner, even in practice, just to kind of practice in a bigger area, you create a wider footprint. So that way, whenever you do have to move left, you're moving into some friction. So your ball's still going to read the lane, instead of if you just say, okay, all 10 of us are going to camp out around 8, 9, 10, and we're going to break that spot down. Where if nobody touches 12 to 15, when you move in there, now all of a sudden your ball just flies right through it. And we've seen that tonight where, like EJ Tackett right here in front of us is already starting to migrate left. DJ Archer is already starting to migrate left. Craig Nidifer is already around the track. So a lot of players are already starting to move to the track, especially the higher rev rate players with a little bit more ball speed, because their ball won't come off the gutter like some of the straighter players with a softer speed. Now, if these guys are already starting to migrate left, you've got guys like John Brocklin, you got guys like Mike Miniman that are soft that can probably stay out there and not have to move much all night long, because the majority of the field has already moved away from that spot.
Moved away from that spot, yeah. Now the big question is, when they do have to move, though, a guy who plays really straight has to have a game where he can almost jump.
Not necessarily. If
No?
not that many people are out there, they may be able to stay in that same spot and just simply shell down all night long.
Shell down, okay.
Yeah, because of that secondary hold spot down lane. You know, if all of a sudden they have that added shim around 25, 26 feet, that's not going to go away as much as the heads. So they can go to a weaker ball, clean through the fronts, and still use that as hold in the mid lane.
Okay. Well, as you can see, they stopped the practice, and they're getting ready to put in the letters here. We'll find out how many people are going to be on each pair as we're going, and we're just getting ready to get started. The thing dangling in front of the camera is going to drive someone crazy. Not sure who. Oh, I see what it is. The string from the fan? Okay. The string from the fan is hanging right in front of the camera sometimes, and so it's driving some folks crazy.
Hey, Jack, since you're walking around, why don't you go find us an interview? Go pick somebody out.
Because these folks online want to hear from somebody. Let's see if we can find somebody here for Miss Jackie. Oh, I see what's going on. They're actually drawing for lanes right now.
Oh, that's right. He does have that set up to where.
Yeah.
Mike tries to get as creative with his formats and things as he possibly can, but also trying to make it as fair as possible. So he lets everybody go practice, kind of stay on one side, and then draw for lanes afterwards. So that way you don't have guys that, for instance, right here in front of us on 41 and 42, you don't have people just camping out trying to burn a spot in, so you can crush the first game, and then hopefully you can move away and have something similar for the next game. So
I was in the office when they were doing the check-ins, and what they told everybody is for practice you would either be on the north side of the bowling center or the south side of the bowling center, and you stay on that side. And then I'm sure you're going back there right now and drawing for a pair to start on that same side tonight. So people really can't argue with that.
No, not at all.
You trying to get Jackie's attention?
Yeah.
Remember, she's got a monitor in her ear. So.
I know, but I didn't want to make it like blatantly obvious.
Oh, okay. Well, I just did for you, dude. So we're kind of waiting here. I'm interested, very interested to find out how many people are going to be on a pair. The number of people that were over here and the way they spread themselves out practicing, it almost looks like 3 to 4 on a pair. So I don't know for sure. Go ahead, Jackie.
Oh, well, I didn't. You guys didn't even throw it to me, man.
We're throwing it to you now. Sorry.
And Jackie has a special guest with us right now.
Yes.
She's got Jason's PBA champion.
He does
Turner.
need an intro.
He does.
I mean, it is Jason's Turner. Jason, we were just talking actually before this little chat here. You decided to drive in this morning. How was the drive?
It was pretty terrible. I saw quite a few things. I saw a manhunt break out. That was pretty interesting. That held up traffic for a couple hours. And then there was a couple wrecks, which was also bad. But we got here. No harm done. So.
Well, you're just clearly you're not bowling tonight's block. You're going to bowl tomorrow. What did you see just now with what the guys are about to do?
I didn't see much hook. They look really slick. So I think getting the ball into a roll and controlling the pocket is going to be pretty good for this week. But who knows how the lanes can transition over the next few days. So.
Jason, are you going to try and start out like some of the other guys did, or are you?
Yeah, I mean that seems to be the best look. I haven't bowled in this house before, but it seems like the ball's going through the pins the right way from out. If you can get the right angles. So we'll see how these guys do the first couple of games to kind of determine that.
Yeah, that's the good thing about being able to come in and scout in advance and kind of get an idea on how they break down for when you bowl. So
sure.
Good luck, bowl well.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Jason.
So, looks like they're getting the letters in the scoring monitors. Everybody's getting ready to get going. So just kind of looking around. Looks like we've got Rich Orff down here, Kenny McNeely, Marshall.
You can see Marshall will be in front of one of the cameras, I believe.
Yes,
down
I
there.
believe Marshall will be on one of the camera pairs. Craig Nidifer, who finished second in this event last year, is down here on 45 and 6. He'll be just off one of the cameras. Trying to see who else. EJ Tackett's down here. Shannon O'Keefe is moving. Ronnie Sparks is down here. Just trying to see who else is. Tom Doherty, who's on our side of the building. Mike Miniman.
So I love it when we get new people joining us. I'm not sure how many it says over here, 184 right now. There's Scott in the chat wants to know what pattern are they bowling on and are they dry?
No, they are not dry. They're actually, this is a very, very wet pattern. The pattern is posted on InsideBowling.com. You can you can see it. Is that live yet? Okay. There it is. There's the pattern. Ask and ye shall receive. But the pattern is 44 feet. 33.5 mils of oil, and it's a fairly flat ratio. This should force players farther right. At least that's what the idea behind the pattern is. But we'll see how it plays out throughout the evening.
And for those of you who weren't with us at the beginning when I introduced the folks,
shame on you
here,
if you weren't with us when we started.
This pattern that was on the screen just now was brought to you by producer right now, Brian Burkhart, who is the guy behind the scenes for most of InsideBowling.com for all the things that you've seen up on the website, for the registration online, for the production of all of this right now.
You know, I think I've known Brian for about 10 years now, and he said 4 words total in 10 years. Yeah, and I think it was just one sentence.
So
and that was
only
it.
at one time?
Yeah.
Huh. Did he repeat it ever, or was it
I
just
didn't
the one
even know
time?
he had a voice until then.
Gotcha. Well, I think that's the first ball that counts, and that was EJ.
And it struck, of course.
And it struck. So you can see that, and the thing that's hanging in front of the camera is wiggling around there as it goes. So kind of bear with us on that one, and we'll try to do something about that later on this weekend if we can.
There's Jacob Kent down there on 37 and 8.
His father was inducted into the USBC Hall of Fame last night.
Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Him and John Gaines and my old buddy Dale Traber going in the Hall of Fame last night. I wonder if they gave Dale a big bottle of ketchup for going in the Hall of Fame. And Dale's infatuation with ketchup. But congratulations to the entire Hall of Fame class. That was very nice to see. From everything I heard, the speeches were wonderful. I got to know Doug fairly well while I was out on tour, and very, very classy gentleman and a Hall of Fame bowler. So very nice to see. And even as grumpy as Dale is, love Dale to death. He's an awesome guy.
You know what's cool about what you said there a minute ago with Doug? I got to know Doug fairly well just through the fact that he's married to Leslie's sister.
Mm-hmm.
Chrissy.
Doing Parker's website and everything?
Doing Parker's website and getting a chance to just go down and hang out a couple of times when their family was hanging around and doing some different things. And, you know, Doug, to me, just he was one of the masters of releases from what I could see out on the tour when he was out there trying to do different things and get his ball to do different things. And then he went and just stopped doing that full time and went home and now has 2 bowling centers and is doing what he loves to do. And probably could still come out in the majors like he did last, was it the Masters where he made a pretty good run last year? And still to be able to do that when he wants to come out and bowl. So
Doug was another one in a long list of players that had my number. I don't know if I ever beat Doug. Seemed like I would always face him in the round of 16 or whatever, and I was probably 0 for about 20 against Doug Kent. So I was happy to see him retire, but then I followed suit right after he did, so it didn't really do me a whole lot of good.
Didn't do anything for you that. So you can see Marshall Kent having left a 7-pin there on the last hit and up right now. Going very straight at it, obviously, and bringing the pin about a third of the way back down the lane in the gutter. So folks, we are aware of that wire that's hanging down. It's actually the string on a fan that's hanging down in front of the camera here on one of the pairs. So it's going to be with us.
And you get a little glimpse there on 4950 of Shannon O'Keefe. Shannon's always a lot of fun to bowl, or watch bowl. There's Ralph Solon, our Southeastern Storm rep. I remember bowling against Ralph in juniors in this area when we come down and bowl junior archways in the St. Louis area. So known Ralph for a lot of years.
We are watching everyone on the north side of the building right now. We will watch the same group of bowlers for the first 4 games. That's how long Jeff and I will be with you here. And then after the first 4 games, we will turn the booth over to Mike Flanagan and Randy Pedersen.
Hall of Famer Randy Pedersen.
Hall of Famer Randy Pedersen, who will bring you the last 4 games of tonight's A Squad.
I think it's actually, you're actually required to call him Hall of Fame.
Gotcha.
Hall of Famer Randy Pedersen.
Hall of Famer Randy Pedersen.
I think if you don't say that, you have to give him $1.
Okay. So, hasn't been on camera specifically, but I've been watching right here in front of us 2 of the straighter players that we were talking about, Father John Brockland and Mike Miniman both, and both are almost pointing from the corner.
I was watching Ronnie Sparks, former Wichita State bowler. He was practicing right here in front of us. And Ronnie's got a lot of forward roll and a very soft hand, and looked like he was going up the lane with something. It looked to me like it was fairly weak, almost like a urethane type reaction, but very, very clean off his hand and just kind of rolling it to let it pick up and not change direction too abruptly. So looked like a very, very good sound strategy to me.
You know, you were talking earlier about how the 210 to 215 was an ideal place to aim as far as a cash spot is concerned. And you know what's cool about that, if you think about it, it's you're asking somebody to basically get 2 doubles a game and limit their opens to maybe 1 every 2 games, and that's probably going to give you that kind of an average.
Well, that's why I always like the U.S. Open, is because if you could go and just simply make spares and stay out of trouble, stay clean, then when you do find a pair that plays halfway decent to your liking, then you attack it for your 230, 240, 250 game, and then you move right on to the next pair and you're immediately thinking 190 to 210 again. So as long as you're thinking with using the right mindset as far as trying to, to have the expectation of a scoring pace. Thanks for bailing me out there.
Sure.
I didn't know what I wanted to say.
No problem.
My phonics isn't refreshing on my laptop. But it kind of gives you a better understanding going from pair to pair of what your expectations are. You're not trying to bowl 240, 250 every game. You're thinking 190 to 210, and then after that, then I'm going to go, find a good pair that I can hit, or be patient enough to wait till they break down, and if all of a sudden they start to come to you or play more to your liking, then you're going to be going into attack mode pretty soon. So.
You know, what's interesting about all of that, though, is today's mindset, because I'm a firm believer in this. For folks who bowl on easy stuff all the time, you get nervous now when you don't have 5 in a row in a tournament, and it used to be 30 years ago that you'd start getting nervous when you did have 5 in a row. And if you're not paying attention to the scoring pace in something like this, you could get out there and not be looking around to see that your 190 or 200 is actually not a bad game and will keep you right in everything. You're going to be pressing for that 5 in a row and end up in a worse position than you were if you didn't do that at all. So
and that was something that I always tried to do is kind of have a basic understanding of what the pattern's going to allow, and I try and teach that now, whether it be the collegiate program or kids in general. But to try and get them to understand, when you look at a pattern like something like this, you're looking at the ratio of the pattern to base what your scoring, pace expectation is. And when you look and see that it's 2.0 or slightly above, you know that the scoring pace is going to be a little bit on the lower side. So you want to make sure that you're going into it with the right mindset.
Absolutely. And that's why I'm wondering, too, you get some guys out here without as much experience as some of the other ones. It's very easy then to get blinders on and not look around and see that the stars that you might be nervous to bowl next to or around are having the same kind of a game as you're having. Start getting worried about giving too many pins away and end up shooting something horrible in the first game and digging a bigger hole than you'll ever be able to dig out of. So
I wonder about that nowadays, on if that star factor still really even exists. With the PBA struggling over the last several years the way it has, and a lot of these guys bowling in more and more open events, has that taken away some of the star factor? Does it take some of the luster off the fact that Billy O'Neill is here bowling in the same event as a lot of other people, where 10, 15 years ago you probably wouldn't have seen that. So I wonder if some of the guys being starstruck has kind of worn off a little bit.
I think there's 2 tiers of people. So I think there is a section of people that might be that way as well, like you said. But I'm also thinking that there is still a group of people, and I know some of them are going to be bowling from here this weekend, that are still, actually, and I guess have the respect that they should have for some of these players. And if they don't, they're going to learn fairly quick.
Sure.
Because they'll learn whose grind to respect out here, I guess, is a good way to put it.
Well, thanks to the wonderful world of social media, we're able to read comments daily about the sport and good or bad, what it's become. And when I read comments about, well, the only reason why so-and-so bowled well is because he has access to unlimited amount of bowling balls, he could drill whatever he wants, so on and so forth. Trust me, folks, I've bowled against these guys for 12 years out on tour, and these guys are simply that good. Yeah, they may have the opportunity to drill balls between squads, but based on experience, if you drill 4 or 5 balls in a week, you're lucky if one of them goes down the lane for any substantial amount of time, because when these guys are drilling bowling balls out there, they're drilling them to fill gaps in. They're drilling them as just in case. I would be willing to bet if I were to bring Billy O'Neill up here and ask him right now, some of the bowling balls he uses week in and week out, or when they're bowling actually, are balls that he's had with him for a while. So it's not always the case that it's just simply that, well, they bowl on these patterns all the time and they have unlimited amount of bowling balls. Trust me, these guys are just that good.
It's funny how much Jacob looks like Doug getting to the line.
Yeah, exactly.
That is crazy. I just noticed that. I mean, I haven't actually watched him closely for a while, and I just sworn that was almost. That's cool to see that.
Well, whenever you have a Hall of Famer as your dad, I think that's somebody that's pretty good to emulate. I always thought the same thing about Corey Houston. When I first saw Corey come out on tour, Corey probably wasn't much more than 18 or 19 the first time I saw him. And he was like 2 pair away from me, and I saw him throw a shot, and I thought, my God, he throws it just like his dad, and he still does. And great kid too. I mean, just like his dad, just tremendous person. But it's just amazing to see second, third generation bowlers that look very, very similar to their parents. It's very, very cool to see.
So we missed this a few minutes ago. I didn't get a chance to say hi back to Billy Ray, but he's in the chat and talking to us right now here, and he wants to know if Jacob has Doug's hairstyle as well.
He does not yet at least,
not
but
yet.
It may be coming.
I wouldn't doubt it.
So Woody chimes in saying that the Hawks are up 1-0 on the Blues. Excuse me, I need to check and see some scores.
As Jeff said earlier, this is a very busy weekend. I noticed people were talking on Facebook this week about how difficult it was to find hotel rooms in St. Louis this weekend for this event, because St. Louis is a big sports town, with the Blues playing, with the Cardinals coming home for the first time in probably a week and a half now.
Cardinals are playing the Pirates at home this weekend.
Yeah. And so all of that going on. Plus there was something else, and I can't remember what the event was, but somebody else said that there was another event that was taking up a lot of hotel rooms as well. So people were staying, 20 to 30 minutes away from the bowl in some cases.
So getting back to the live action, it looks like the majority of the players are still playing to the right of the track. I haven't seen too many people jump in. Looks like Crick Nidifer is throwing an asylum. Can't really see his score, but every time I looked up, he's actually hit the pocket. So
Matt McNeil's got the front 4 and going for the 5th one right now down on the
and he's
48.
playing out.
And he is playing out.
And he's another one of those lefties that if you give him anything right of, say, 6-7 or left of 6-7, he's gonna burn you. I mean, he's really, really good in that part of the lane. So keep an eye on him.
Look at Rich Orff. Look at Rich Orff's score down there. It looks to me like at least the front 7, if not.
And he was another one in that list of the players that I thought that soft enough ball speed to, or if he could stay farther out longer, he's going to have an advantage. I don't think that's going to break down for the Strider players.
And he's the epitome of the speed that you were talking about, being able to go out there and do what he's going to do like that.
Looks like he's throwing a marvelous.
Yep. And that's got to be 8 now, at least, I would think.
And Rich is a tremendous player from the St. Louis area. I've bowled. Excuse me.
Just going to sneeze now. If we had one of those dump buttons or whatever, we'd have. Welcome, Matt Turek.
Yeah.
I forgot to say hi to Matt. We had a switch out of our producer over here, and And Brian has gone on to do whatever Brian does at one of these events, and we've got Matt Turek.
Besides talk.
Besides talk, yeah.
How you doing, guys?
Good.
I think Brian went to go get a squad list to see if we can have an actual list. I found one on Facebook here.
I'm sorry that we didn't say anything about you sitting over here whenever.
Yeah, no, it's all right.
We were just jabbering away here.
No, I like listening to you guys. That's what I'm here for.
Well, there's one of us three that likes listening to us.
So, fill me in. What's going on up here? I heard you guys talking about some good scores.
Well, as we can see McNeil getting up down here on lane 47, and he's got the front 5, it looks like. So
I think it's because he has pink in his shirt.
It could be because he has pink, and you just saw him
I
throw
think
the
it's the
ball
white
there.
pants.
So smash there through it.
It's actually like a pink and a raspberry blend.
Is there fuchsia in that shirt?
There might be fuchsia.
Now that's a color.
And even leaving a hint of mauve.
A mauve. We were also talking about.
Guys, if you're having problems with your feed, just try and refresh your browser, see if that helps.
And also, if there's a way, I'm not sure if there's a way to change the quality setting.
There is,
on the
I believe,
bottom.
down on the lower left. There's quality
it may
button.
may try to put you up to too high of a quality for your internet connection. You can lower that down. It's not going to change it all that bad, and you'll still be able to see and hear us at that point. So. Rob Gottschall is bowling this weekend. I saw him. He shook hands with you a few minutes ago, didn't
he
he?
was just standing right behind me.
George Gohagen, is he going to be out?
I don't know. I haven't. I would imagine so.
I think he will, but I'm not 100%.
It's probably easier to mention the events that George doesn't bowl than the ones he does.
Basically. Rich Orff just left a 10-pin, it looks like, down there. That would have been in the 9th frame of his game. So there's probably the biggest game that I've seen going on besides young Matt McNeil.
Like I mentioned earlier, there are going to be people that are going to hit him hard. Where there's a prime example right there of where the oil's at down lane. Craig Nideford just left a 3.6910, and the spare shot was in the gutter at about 40 feet. So it obviously hit that secondary shim down lane and just accelerated to the right.
That's tremendous to think about it like that, because on sport shots specifically, if you are in the same part of the lane as everybody else, and that's the part that you wear out, when you move to make a spare shot that you might normally make across the part of the lane, you're expecting a reaction like that, and that lane hasn't been touched. That's basically the same thing as throwing a practice ball on a fresh lane at that point.
That's why in some cases you may have to change your strategy on certain spares based on how flat or where the oil is on the pattern, because I guarantee if he leaves that again, which on a pattern like this, it's a pretty good chance, he'll probably shoot that differently than what he just did.
Somebody who's got the experience that he's got, I would have thought, with 15 minutes of practice, might have tried a spare shot that you're going to have to hook at.
Well, in most cases, even with 15 minutes of practice, you got to use every one of them to get lined up.
That's possible too. Yeah.
When the scoring pace is a little bit lower, you're looking for that magic reaction. So.
Yeah. Blair Blue. That's hard to say. I'm not going to say it any more than just the one time so far. And the chat wants to know if scores are being posted anywhere. This is the first game of this A squad here for the Storm InsideBowling.com Open. We will, if we do things the way we normally do, there are going to be tabs down below the video that will be there for you to be able to see scores. And when we have an update after game one, I'll be able to direct you better.
It'll probably be down. If you're looking now, there's a picture of the graph there currently. I imagine the scores will be posted there. There's a little drop-down box.
Yeah, that's what they normally use.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to choose what you want to look at down below and then select the score sheet for this squad. Probably they'll leave that up there for all the squads. So
take a look. Matt McNeil still got him.
Yep. So Matt, coming off of his first of two, if I understand it correctly, Wichita State seasons.
Yes.
He's there for a Masters, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
So that'll be a 2-year thing, and he will be 1 more year of eligibility there.
It was kind of weird this year walking through the center and seeing Matt down there bowling in a Wichita State jersey.
Right.
It was kind of weird.
And I know that, you know, based on his last few years anyways, and bowling a lot on his own, I know that one of the things that he really talked about the most was going out there and having a chance to experience team bowling as part of the college sport. You know what was funny? They were bowling for a shot at the television show in the last game prior to who was going to actually make it in the ITCs, and Matt sat out that game.
Right.
Because they didn't like the look that he had on the side of the lane for him, and they put 5 right-handers in there that could work together. And so a guy like Matt McNeil, who's got the front 7 on a pattern like this, sat out of his team game and was standing back rooting his Wichita State guys on, trying to make the TV show.
I actually saw that several times throughout the season where I would walk down there and Matt was sitting out. And it always kind of struck me as funny with somebody with his experience and overall skill set that would ever sit out on a collegiate team. But that just goes to show that if your look isn't there and maybe he was struggling or not throwing it great, they were better off having, you know, righties in a certain part of the lane. So you never know what could happen.
You know, I almost bet that, you know, because we respect his game, and I'm sure that Gordon Vatican and Mark Lewis both do as well. And I'll bet you that they would rely on him to tell them, do I have it? Do I not have it on my side of the lane to where I'm going to hurt or help the team? It's not just staying there because of my name. It's
well, I would want all my players to be that honest, to be able to sit and say, hey, I'm either not throwing it well, or I'm struggling, or I'm not matched up right, or whatever, and, you know, do whatever's best for the team. That's critical. And the best thing about team bowling is if you can get 5 to 8 players, 8 being your max in college, that have 0 ego, that have no problem with saying, hey, I just don't have it. You know, hey, my USBC team and my team challenge team, I bowl 3rd on it, and I have absolutely no problem bowling in the middle of the lineup of the team that I've got. We rely on Jason Queen to be our anchor, and I gladly defer to him because
who wouldn't rely on Jason Queen?
Yeah,
to be
I mean,
their
Jason's
anchor?
really good at throwing it when he needs it. So
it looks like Matt's got 9 now, or is that?
That's 10,
that's
I
the
believe.
10th. So what I'm seeing now. I was 1 frame off. Rich probably had the front 9 then, and
Yeah, Rich Orff, fellas, shot 278.
278.
Yep,
okay.
on 49.50.
Marshall Kent up there throwing pins all over the place, but not into the 10 pin just now on lane.
How about
48.
that pairing?
Yeah, I know.
So
what kind of a draw was that?
So obviously Mr. Flanagan did a really, really poor job in creating this pattern, because we've been talking about how low the score should be, and now we got the front 9, front 10, 278. It's just, they're China, obviously.
Yeah, they're China.
China. Oh, he
He
didn't
missed
like
in,
that
He
one.
missed in and crushed a
Oh.
10 pin, but he knew he missed because you could tell from his body language coming back off the lane there. That's a fairly comfortable start
Yes,
for
I
both
would
him
definitely
and
take that.
and Mr. Rich Orff.
And again, that kind of goes back to what I said about the scoring pace. Now, if I were them, I'm moving to the next pair not expecting that. I'm moving to expect for that 2-0 pace again, and then if I do see that, then I just simply attack it again.
Good
so
point. Very
it's
good
a
point.
matter of just staying within yourself, take your highs, move on, but don't get too overconfident whenever you do bowl a big game and think that, oh, I found it, I know what I'm doing. You know, you want to make sure that you still continue to play to the scoring pace.
Jacob Kent up here with a 233 game down here, and watching him again. He had 5 strikes in a row to the second ball of the 10th to bring that game to 230. I'm sitting here dumbfounded. I'm watch him throw the ball, and that right at the bottom of the swing, he looks so much like his dad. That's where it really happens. I mean, his stance is the same way too. His stance is kind of like getting to the line. It doesn't look the same, but the delivery right at the last minute looks just like Doug. Hope Doug's listening.
Doug is listening?
I'm hoping he is. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
I guess I can't say anything bad about him.
Any more than you already did, you mean?
No, I complimented him.
Yeah,
other
you
than the
did.
fact that he used to beat up on me all the time.
Yeah, you did. So I'm seeing a 230 over there, like I said, out of Jacob. In front of us here, I see a 150 and a 160. There's a 200 game over there. Other than that, not a whole lot. I mean, it looks like Mike Miniman's going to shoot 190. Father John needed to carry that one for 180. Now that's a 160 game as long as he makes his spare. So
watch 2 shots of his. Both have been 10s just like that.
Right. And I would imagine it's going to turn into something better for him because there's a lot of people that are playing that part of the lane, playing that far out on the lane. So it's going to turn into something a little bit better for him as the night goes on, hopefully.
And for those in the chat that are commenting about how easy this is, trust us. Just by watching, couldn't be farther from the truth. I mean, we're watching some awfully good players that are struggling to bowl 160, 170 on this. So if you got the right ball in your hand and you're in the right part of the lane with the right tempo, you are going to be able to make it look easy. But you're talking about a few select players instead of the entire field.
Instead of the entire field. Now, MTC in the chat here, if you have a straight down shot and have 3 to 7, it is easy. But like we said, you got Matt on one side, you had
Rich Orff is softball speed and spins it, and he's throwing the ball with a lot of surface. So his game may match up to what it is right now, but that may not stay the same.
Right.
So, and then you've got guys that are, EJ Tackett that, 2-4-8 10s in the 10th when he gets just a hair quicker with one.
That was first ball of the second game, I believe, for them. They've already moved. So.
Somebody asked if I was wearing a candy necklace.
Yeah, I saw that.
But funny story about that. No, this is actually one of the fighting necklaces, but I did actually used to wear candy necklaces all the time. But the problem was I would always eat them while I had them on, and it would turn my neck purple and blue. So I quit wearing them.
Billy Ray wants to know when I qualify, but when do I qualify for what, Billy Ray?
Because it's all about matching up and following the transitions, according to Billy Ray.
Okay. It is about matching up and following the transition. So. Interesting to see the move here. It looked like EJ and those guys moved like 2 or 3 pair.
It should be 1 pair to the right first game, 2 pairs second game,
gotcha.
and
I think
3
it's
pairs
actually.
third
I think
game.
it's actually more than that, Matt.
Oh,
I'm seeing guys move.
Is it?
John Brocklin went from 39-40. Looked like
They're 43
one,
and 4.
but
They skipping 1 in the first game.
yeah, they may be skipping 1 pair.
and then they switch sides and do the same thing, I think.
Do they?
Yeah. Like if they started on 27, they would go down to 3. Or they're not using 27, 29.
Billy Ray wants to know why I'm not bowling. So Jeff wouldn't let me. Actually, I asked, and he said no. I asked if I could have a quantum. He said no. No, that was Billy Ray that said no. See, you're not the first one that's prohibited me from having certain bowling balls. Billy Ray was the first one to do that.
Yeah, of course. It's all about Billy Ray.
It is all about. He's the ball driller to the stars, by the way. Did you know that?
Yeah, he tells us.
Yes.
All the time. World famous name dropper.
Actually, they don't have a senior division in this, Billy, so that's why I'm not bowling. I reserve myself now. So we're going to get a bird's eye view on Jacob Kett here in front of us this time. Ronnie Inman says that I should text Tyler about the shot and tell him it's easy even though it's not. We were joking last night. Tyler was upset. He's bowling tomorrow. He's one of the young guys around here that I was telling you about earlier that's going to have it. He's excited to bowl this tournament. Probably hasn't bowled anything like this big ever in his life. He said he was upset because he had to bowl league tonight and he wasn't going to be able to be over here and watch what the shot was like. And I told him that I would text him later and tell him that everybody's playing straight because that's what they would be doing is playing straight.
I would have gotten a sub and come over and watched it anyway. But actually, I get a sub at home all the time anyway, so
Yes,
it wouldn't
you
be
do.
much different.
How many games did you get in on Friday night
I
this year?
squeezed 30 games of league in this year. I was really, really pleased with that. I actually had to bowl the last 2 weeks of the season to get to 30 games.
Get to 30 games?
So.
I was pretty pleased this year. I had 0 league games last year because of the arthritis issue, and this year I ended up with almost 70. even with my travel. So that actually worked out pretty good.
Well, my Friday night team's a lot of fun, so I enjoy bowling with them whenever I do get the opportunity. So,
how many of them are in our USBC group?
2.5.
2.5.
One of our subs is on your team.
Okay. Gotcha.
Hi, Mike Flanagan.
Mike Flanagan's waving at us and wanting us to turn up his microphone.
He wants time. He can't wait till Game 5 when he gets to come in here.
Right.
He thinks he gets to interrupt our time.
Our conversations.
This is our time, Michael.
Mr. Hand.
I got to work on the board up there, Matt. I haven't updated the levers
I
yet.
Couldn't tell, so I just guessed.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Anyway, guys, I don't know where Jabs is at right now, but I was over on the other side, and I don't know if this has been reported yet or not. I'm going to assume not.
If it's on the other side, it hasn't been.
Kyle Troop bowled 290 the first game.
Okay.
Liz Johnson bowled 190.
Okay.
I believe you guys know that Marshall Kent bowled a 258 game.
Yes.
Okay. Those are kind of some of the things that I've seen.
Matt McNeil with 280.
280 something.
280 something.
280,
and
probably 289.
Rich Orff 270. So
278.
We're talking about how easy this pattern is and that you failed miserably in your attempt to keep the scoring pace down.
Yep.
Mike, you just beat me over here. You left and I came over here. I'm just found you're just far ahead of me.
Well, Jax, you're much better looking
life,
than Mike.
But in this bowling center, so I will stay over here and stay up on the scores and get back to you guys.
Yeah, that mic over there, sometimes you got to be kind of careful with the alleyways. Last year I was cutting in and out a lot, so just be careful over there. But yeah, hey, I did want to come on for a minute and just say, hey, I know I'm going to be on a little bit later, but just want to say thanks for everybody watching. We're having a great turnout here. Little light tonight, 67 bowlers, but we're anticipating 2 sold-out squads tomorrow of 144, so that'll put us up over 350 entries, hopefully, in this doodad, or
that's
340 awesome. Or something. So.
And hey, while we've got you on, I just want to say thanks to you for allowing Dennis and I to bring the Bowl Strong T-shirts, sweatshirts, and bottle koozies down to sell through this event, and all the proceeds of everything that we sell is going to the Bowl Strong Cancer Research Charity. If anybody out there is interested in buying some merchandise and supporting a great cause, you can go to www.bowlstrongstore.com. We do have all the T-shirts, sweatshirts, and other items on the store for sale. If there's anything in particular you need, please feel free to let me know. We can do some custom jerseys, jackets, towels, you name it. We can do it for you with the Bowl Strong logo. So thanks, Mike, for letting us bring the merchandise down, and we'll be selling some 50-50 raffle tickets here later on as well. So
yeah, well,
thanks for letting us do that.
It's one of the charities that you actually know is the money's going to the charity. You lost a great friend in Mary Tubner years ago, and I've been watching what you've been doing, buddy, and just keep doing what you're doing. And anytime we're running an event, you're more than welcome to help raise money for this terrible disease that everybody's family has gone through in some way, shape, or form. So keep it up, man.
I appreciate that.
Mike, we got 212 viewers right now. We had 140 some while ago with nothing going on, actually, so it was pretty cool.
Yeah, this tournament's exploded, and we got a lot of support. A lot of people like watching it, and tell you what, man, you guys, everybody in this whole event just makes it, and we love it. So I'm going to press on, keep walking around. It's the first squad, so tournament office duties call. Thanks so much for what you guys do.
Thanks for dropping in.
Mike will be back in Game 5 when him and Randy bring you
Hall of Fame Randy
Pedersen bring you the last 4 games of the block. So look forward to that. We are in about frame 3 or 4 right now, depending on where we are across the house of Game 2 right now. Glad to see all y'all in the chat talking to us, sending us your questions. Anything that you want us to address, we'll try to get to it, but also still bring you what we see out here in front.
Yeah.
And
don't forget to tweet also, #InsideBowling. Get your tweet up on the screen. It's a great way to interact. If you guys at home are watching us on the big screen, like many of you do, take a picture and post it to Facebook. We'd like to see that as well.
Jeff C's looking for the total amount of entries. Jeff, that's kind of difficult right now. Mike just said 67 tonight, and we know that number went up a little bit because we noticed that some people were moving from tomorrow back to tonight, I think with the intention of possibly re-entering if they don't do so well tonight. We won't know what the total entries are until
C-Squad gets underway
tomorrow, because the C-Squad is basically what being called a re-entry squad. But Mike is pretty optimistic right now. He's thinking that we'll probably fill B-Squad, and then let's see what happens on C. I mean, with the prize fund that starts out at $10,000 on top and has a last cash spot of $500 on a $285 entry fee and a bowling ball with that to boot, I wouldn't doubt that there's going to be quite a few people who make the trip here and probably re-enter for that second chance at this.
Yeah, why not? If you're here for the weekend. You know, like you said, with last cash being $500, you're going to re-enter and not take the bowling ball, so it's going to be a cheaper re-entry fee.
So $190 for re-entry.
Yeah, so you know, why not take another stab at it? Everybody that's here, hopefully, is here to try and make some money. So if they're going to give you 2 chances at it, you might as well take it.
Well, I can't tell you the number of times that I've bowled on something tough. Let's just choose the USBC Open, for instance. Okay, you get out there and you bowl your 9 games. How many times, you know, especially for new people who have not done that before, are saying in games 7 through 9, man, I wish I had one more chance at this. You know, I'd like to come out here now that I know what mistakes not to make. I could turn the squad in something big. So, is that Jody?
That is Jody.
I thought it was. Jody Wessner?
You know, and you never know whenever you bowl that next squad, they may play totally different based on another strip and array oil and the other variables that we talked about earlier, and you may match up better on that squad than you did on the previous one, just in general. So you really never know what could happen. I've seen it happen that way, where you've got some great players that bowl one squad, not bowl very well, to come back. Last year we had several players re-enter on C squad and then just whack them the last few games to make match play. So,
right. This year it's a little different. They're going to bring back the top 32 on Sunday morning for 4 more games of regular qualifying, and then after that we'll cut to 12 for a round-robin match play, leading into what will be quite the production on Sunday night. I believe it's 7 o'clock for
that's the playing time.
Very
7.
nice finals.
Yeah, and if you guys don't have anything to do Sunday night, since it's not football season, come on up to Tropicana Lanes and have yourself a beer and sit in the stands and watch some of the greatest amateur bowlers battle it out for that top prize.
Entry to the center on Sunday night is free.
Yep.
So you can't get any better than that.
Exactly.
Come out here and like Matt said, support our beer sponsor, Budweiser, while watching that very nice production. So Jacob Kent had the front 3 on 41 and 2, and ran away Brooklyn on the 4th one and carried.
Here we go with a 3, 6, 9, 10 again. Let's see how he attempts this, because like we mentioned earlier with Craig Nideford bowling at this spare, you know, the ball was in the gutter quickly because it hit that spot down lane that just there is no friction.
Now, it looks to me like he's trying not to go away with the ball at all. It looks to me like he's trying to keep it on line from the start.
Yes,
and he just
stay forward. Yeah,
he just yanked it a little bit on that one, I would think.
What tends to happen in a situation like that where you're trying to keep it on line is you get the ball into the swing a little bit too quick, so the ball actually gets in front of your feet at the release point. So your hips and your shoulders have already closed up at that point, and now the ball's in front of you and it has no choice but to go left off of your hand.
Right.
So it's a matter of when you do square up and you're trying to go up the lane, the most crucial part of that is still trying to maintain your early timing. You know, whether you're 4 steps or 5 steps, your push away timing is even more crucial there, because you just don't want to rush the ball into the swing too quickly.
And I wouldn't doubt that there's a lot of people who aren't used to playing this far out on the lane, let's say, where they definitely tighten up. And you can't really do that either on a shot like this. You've got to be loose and let the ball do the work.
lighten it up. He's got front.
Cutting in and out there, Jackie. Somebody's got the front something.
Somebody's got
I
the
heard.
front something. Yep. So for those folks in the chat who are observing right now, you are right. They are definitely not cranking on the outside right now. That is for sure. Hashtag cranking anyway.
All right, guys. I think you can hear me a little bit
There
better
you
now.
are.
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. I just said that on pair 11 and 12, Steven Jarvis is just lighting up the house. He's got the front 7. He's up right now. We'll stay tuned on that. But a lot of strikes actually on 1 and 2. I'll find out who's down there and get back to you.
Any
Okay,
idea
thanks,
what
Jack.
Steven had the first game?
Jackie, feel free to walk down in the pits and get the information you need if you need to.
So it looks like we've got a report in the chat that George is not bowling. George Gohagen III is not bowling this event this year.
Every once in a while, something comes up and you can't make it or whatever, but I know George finished second in this event, I believe, the first year.
That's the year Jake Peters won?
Yes, well, one of the two that Jake Peters won. Jake won the first 2 years.
No, Danny Spink won the second year.
Didn't Jake Peters win 2 years?
Nope.
Just one?
That's
I gave
why
him
they
credit
call
for
him
an
1
extra
and a
title.
half. Because he won 1 and he should have won the second.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
There is no such thing as shoulda.
Shoulda.
Either you
Shoulda,
do or
woulda, coulda.
You either do or you don't. Uh-oh.
We have a guest of Mike here coming up.
Hey, you guys talk about Jake Peters, okay? And I want to tease everybody. If you watch Friday night, you're going to hear something twice, okay? Because on the telecast, as part of the opener when we talk, we're actually going to hint about Jake Peters not being here. Jake Peters has dominated this event. He finished first the first year, beat Gohagen, as you mentioned. The second year, he lost to Danny Spink in the final, but he was the #1 guy. Then last year, after 3 squads of qualifying, 271 entries, and another bowling center with a tweaked pattern, guess who was leading all of qualifying last year?
Well, I don't have to guess. I wrote the story.
Yeah, Jake Peters.
It was Jake Peters.
And then he bowled awesome on Sunday, but stronger field, bowled great. I think he finished 7th. So first, second, 7th.
So why is Jake not with us this year?
Yeah, great question. His father's getting remarried, and the wedding is this weekend, so he couldn't join us. And he and his wife, Melissa, have moved to Vegas, and they're doing very, very well. They're very, very happy, and Jake's really torn up. He couldn't be here. He'll be back next year, but
Cool.
That's why he's not here, so everybody else got a chance.
Everybody else. We just had a shot on lane 38, and he did not have a 9-pin in
That's
the rack.
at least the second time that I've seen that. So you may want to mention something to somebody at the counter about the fact that 38 has repeatedly not set the 9-pin down. So we actually ran into a situation last year with a gentleman that missed a spare, and it was caught on live stream. And much like the Tiger Woods televised penalty a few years ago, he got called out. I believe it was Dan Higgins, and as it turns out, Dan didn't even notice that on the score he hadn't looked up to see that it had given him credit for a spare when he had actually missed it.
I think I
So,
remember that. Yeah, he turned around.
It was
and wasn't
literally
looking.
right in
Yeah.
front of us. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but again, it looks like the Blues just tied it up, 1-1.
There we go.
So, but it looks like the straighter players somewhat have a little bit of an advantage, even though some of the scores are coming from some higher rev rate guys. Marshall had 250 plus the first game,
Right.
but even if you're a higher rev rate player, if you can keep the ball on line in front of you and not allow it to change direction very much or very abruptly, you're going to have a definite good time on this pattern. It's a matter of trying not to get your angles open to where you're going left to right off your hand, looking for friction for it to hook off of. You're going to search for the hold more than you're looking for the hook.
Jacob Kent up on lane 41. He went through the nose and left that 3-6-10 that we watched him miss a few minutes ago. Struck on the right lane, got back up and made an adjustment on 41 and came up light and left the 2-8 and only got one of those this time. So he's kind of lost right now on the left lane of this pair.
And that's easy to do on a pattern like this. You know, you're moving from pair to pair, depending on who bowled on that pair in front of you. You're totally at the mercy of how that's going to break down, and that game goes by quick. You know, you need to make sure that you trust your instincts, make good shots, and then move accordingly.
Looks like somebody else noticed the same thing that we noticed, that that the 9-pin was missing it, and he got a do-over and struck on that. So we've got someone in the chat. This is Bnov06 saying he's furious he's
Brandon
not here.
Novak.
Oh, that's Brandon? Okay. Saying he's furious he's not here because of the shot.
Oh, there, Kent
Yes.
just rolled that 10 out.
Certain players can just kind of look at a pattern and how it plays and have a good understanding on how their game would match up to it. And I can understand the frustration of either not being able to bowl on it or you know, something else comes up to where you're not able to make the trip, but that's definitely understandable.
We are towards the end of game 2 right now here. Bear with us on the scores. As we said early on, it takes a little bit of time to get these things into the computer and get things rolling. It'll be a little bit easier toward the end of the block as they go here, but this squad here, with only 2 bowlers on a pair, in some places 3 on the others, it moves fairly quickly, so it's kind of difficult to get the scores out here. Mike Miniman now up on lane 43, and he's still playing way out on the gutter with a hypercell, and that ball rolled through the nose.
We used to call Mike the pillow saw.
Yeah.
Mike's always been a lot of fun to bowl with, bowled with him for years in the Midwest PBA region. Great player, bowled for a couple years on tour, won the 1 title in, I believe it was West Virginia. Made it out of the TQR and then beat, I want to say it was Machuga for that title.
Right.
So
that was fun to watch.
Super nice guy.
It's awesome to see folks that you know like that, you know, go out there and do that kind of stuff. We were kind of rooting for you, dude, whenever you were on TV. A couple of times, anyways. Mark Beery, a friend of mine from down in around Steelville, Chester, Illinois, wanted to know if we knew how many strikes Amos Gordon has thrown tonight.
If I had to guess, a lot.
A lot?
After going 900 and 875 in back-to-back weeks after never having 800 before in his life, that's I really don't even know what to say about that.
And
I
then,
really don't.
if I saw correctly, last night his first game in leagues was another 300, so that was 6 300s in 2 weeks time for him.
I don't even know how to comment on that.
Using an anarchy. I know your buddy Chris Slimmer has been kind of pimping that on.
Well, he's been using Asylum.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was an Asylum. You're right.
Yep, using an Asylum. So.
All right, guys, we only have a couple high games that are notable here. J.R. Raymond, 258, and Antonio
Medina.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Sorry,
funky called Medina.
No, I wasn't even struggling on his name because I was chatting to him for a second,
okay.
But he shot 278. So
278,
I'm pretty sure, Jackie, he was chatting with you more so than you were
Yes.
chatting
No,
with him.
I was chatting with him. I actually got his attention.
Okay.
We're old pals.
Okay.
What did he have the first game with that 278?
I didn't see.
Okay.
You know what? I need some sort of help here with that because you guys you keep asking me that question and
It's
I
not a
keep
big
falling
deal.
short here.
It's not a big deal. There's no protocol here.
So, well, I'll work on that for 3 and 4. How about that?
That's good.
I'm going to get you a clipboard so you can just walk around looking all official and write scores down.
I like the sound of that, Mr. Carter.
That was Jackie Bowling joining us here for the first time for the InsideBowling.com Open here in St. Louis, and we appreciate her making the trip, the long trip down here. Got some tweets showing up on the screen now.
I can't read them on my laptop, dude. They're fuzzy.
Let's see here. Going to bed, got to be up at 5 a.m. to be on the road for St. Louis. So somebody is still home and coming in here. Who
Looks
is
like
that?
it's Jerry Mars,
Oh,
if I had to guess.
Okay. 5 a.m. to be here for a 9 o'clock squad, I would imagine, huh?
Coming from Chicago, yeah, that would probably be about right.
Okay.
Mr. Kurt Pelon here in the building, walking around.
Got AP Lane, a buddy of mine from Kansas City, saying hi. I appreciate you listening to us tonight, AP. Hope the stream's working good for you over there.
Why did AP not say hello to me? I'm kind of offended now.
You should be.
I am.
You know, he always tells me to tell you hi whenever I post that up at your house.
And here he has a chance, and he doesn't say it himself.
He didn't say it himself.
I'm disappointed.
Now, he might have said something to you because this one here says hello to Dennis from Kansas City, but I'm wondering if up the chat maybe he said something to you and you just ignored him.
But you're not from Kansas City, dude.
No. But he is.
Okay.
Or at least now he is. Anyways.
Folks, we warned you about our
yes.
off sense of humor, so.
So Jacob Kent decided to strike on the left lane in the ninth frame, and he has continued doing that on this pair, so he's going to have a couple of opens and end up with a 230 game after shooting a 230 game, so that's a fairly solid start.
I would definitely be happy with that at any game.
A pair of 230s to start out with?
And the two spares that he missed weren't easy at all on this pattern.
No.
So I wouldn't want to shoot a 3.6910 or a 2.8 on this pattern
No.
right now. So
he's definitely got a pretty special role playing straight up the outside like that, though.
yeah, but he's using a bite, just kind of rolling it up
Yep.
7.8.
Yep.
So.
Oh. So we're looking for a place for Matt to plug his phone in, I think. So if any of you guys out there have a place for Matt to plug his phone in, you can let us know.
Actually, guys, it's not mine. It's Randy Pedersen's phone.
Oh, no, wait. No, whose phone do you
That's
mean?
top priority
You
for
mean
me
Hall
right
of
now.
Famer Randy
Hall of
Pedersen.
Famer Randy Pedersen. Right
You
there.
owe $1.
Yep.
Thank you, AP. I appreciate that.
So Jacob Kent,
I don't feel left out now.
Yep, 233, 232 to start out for his first two games here.
His dad would be proud. Hall of Famer Doug
Should
Kent.
be. That was quite the 260 game over there. Taking advantage of not having the 9-pin in that rack and having a redo and striking in the 8th frame and then continuing on for 260 in that game. So good for him. You know, that's pretty nice right there, what I just saw, that speed on lane 37. I'm not sure who that was.
Yeah, I think it's, like I said, a combination of forward roll, more of a controlled arcing motion, and then a little bit softer speed is definitely in play this weekend. It's not the only option, of course, but it just seems to me like that just kind of gives you a little secondary hold down lane to play with.
Well, you know, we haven't gone into this, but very much tonight we talked more about the straighter players and people who could control their speed. What do you think the two-handers are going to do here this weekend?
I was thinking about that earlier. It's tough to tell because on one hand you would think they may be at a disadvantage because of having to go left to right off of your hand. But Kyle Troop bowled 290 the first game.
Oh, good point.
So that kind of throws that out of the way. Kyle actually is very, very good at playing out. Bowling the southern PBA region, anytime they bowl on cheetah and things like that, he's really good at using urethane or something that's very controllable, standing on top of the gutter and just piping it up there. So if he can keep the ball on line, even with a higher ball speed and a higher rev rate, that will serve him well.
Okay.
And if they do start to open up a little bit as the round goes on, then of course being two-handed, he can move left, create more angle through the fronts, and open the lane up himself. But not all high rev rate / two-handed players have that in their arsenal. So that may be something that gives him an advantage this weekend over a lot of other players. We'll just have to see how that plays out.
Looks like we're going to get a look at Tom Doherty this game right here in front of us, so that'll be nice to see how he's. I noticed in in practice, he was one of them that was starting to move in and at least test out the lane on the inside, as you were saying earlier.
Yeah, him and DJ both kind of jumped in during practice just to kind of get a look at what was there. And it's a smart thing to do in practice. It kind of plays into what we were talking about earlier with breaking down the team event pattern at the USBCs. Is it's not a bad idea to throw some shots around, all over the lane, just to kind of create a little bit of friction here and there instead of just jumping in and seeing total fresh. So it depends on how many people did that across the bowling center, though.
Right, it's true. We've got. I'm curious to know, because I don't know everybody's their tag name in here in the chat. Cat in the Hat 300 knows me well enough to question whether I have an off sense of humor since when. So that person knows that I do have that. But just asked no dress code for this event. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but here's what Mike asked the players to do, and he did this on one of the many releases that he had this past week as far as information about this tournament. For the InsideBowling.com Open, Mike specifically allows shorts, encourages it almost for the people who want to be comfortable when they bowl. It is the end of April here in St. Louis. It can very easily, can easily be a very uncomfortable weekend if it wants to be, and there's no reason for us to force something that's not necessary. He asked the players if they would consider it to wear a shirt with their name on the back to help us more than anything, especially for the players that we don't necessarily know.
It's like this gentleman on lane 43. His name is Team Brunswick.
Yes, it is.
I didn't recognize him, but that is Team Brunswick.
I wasn't sure what his first name was. I knew his last name was Brunswick, but I didn't know it was Team. So good.
There's a lot of guys that are named Team Brunswick. They must all be in the same family.
Wow.
It could be. What family is that, Jackie?
Team Brunswick.
The Brunswick family.
The Brunswick family.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see a lot of the, same, like 3 to 5 families. Storm. Roto Grip.
Hi, Hall of Famer Randy Pedersen.
Motive.
DV8. There's a whole bunch of same last name. It's crazy.
Any bowlers from the Jet family out here right now?
I haven't seen any yet, but I'll let you know when I do.
Okay. So anyways, his only requirement this week as far as shirts were concerned was that he would, if he saw something that he wasn't real happy with, he might ask you to change his shirt just if it was offensive for any reason.
And preferably not bowl naked. I think that was one of the requirements.
Yeah, that was probably one of the things as well. So.
Hey, who had the last name of Brunswick?
Right down here. His first name is Team.
Yeah, do we know who he is? Do you guys know who he is?
I do not know who he is.
His name is Nick Heilman.
Oh, that is Nick. Okay.
He was part of the winning USBC team title 2 years ago from Wisconsin, and he is on Brunswick staff. So a lot of people on staff like to support their deal, and Nick actually was not going to bowl this squad. I convinced him to bowl this squad. He was going to bowl B and then C about C.
And then C about C?
C about C.
C about C. Well, I think
so
the
if he bowls
better.
bad, it's on you then.
It's badly, dude. It's an adverb in that sense.
Liz Johnson also, both of them. I convinced both of them to bowl this squad. I was trying to increase entries, guys. Come on.
We appreciate it.
Easy, I'm getting a grammar lesson now. It's hard enough for me having to do third grade math now. Now I'm getting a grammar lesson.
Now I know who Cat in the Hat is. Of course, that would be Jeff DeMunk. He's the guy that I bowled USBC Open with the last 2 years before you stole me and Canada away.
I didn't steal you. I inherited you.
You inherited us. Thanks for. I guess you must have got it to work, Jeff. I got your message on my phone a few minutes ago, so hopefully you got this to work. You're able to chat with us at least. So.
And if there's anybody that's within a short driving distance, come on out tomorrow. We've got spots on, especially on A squad, I believe.
B squad.
B squad.
Yeah.
A squad almost full already.
A squad is this squad.
Or I'm sorry, B squad and C squad.
Yeah.
I'm used to last year having the 37 squads that we had, I think, or however it went. But if you're within driving distance and you want to come bowl, I believe there are some spots still available, so feel free to join us and shoe up and take your crack at this 44-foot InsideBowling.com pattern.
If you do come down, that $285 entry fee does include a Storm bowling ball, and I know Mike had extras shipped in for this event. Depending on the popularity of one particular ball, you might not be able to have exactly the one that you want, but you would leave with a bowling ball for sure. So there's quite the pile of them back there in the check-in room. I saw that whenever I came in here earlier. You guys were getting them out and staging them for people to pick up.
And thanks to Steve Todd and Brett Cooper, our Central and Southwest sales reps for Storm, or actually Brett is kind of, can't really describe where his territory is. He's kind of got Iowa, the Dakotas, I think Colorado. They're back there in the room handing out bowling balls, so they made the trip on behalf of Storm, our sponsor, to help provide that service. So we do have standings after game 1. How we doing, Dennis?
Well, Kyle Troop is the leader at plus 90. He had a 290 his first game. We watched Matt McNeil with his 289, so he's one pin behind him in second place. On our side, also Richie Orff with the 278, so in third place. Those two scores actually came from the extreme high end. They were up there in the high 40s, low 50s. So we heard Mike talk about Marshall Kent. Marshall's in sixth right now at plus 58.
Marshall was up there as well.
Yep. Jason Schaefer at 77 over, so that was another very good game, and I think that one came from the other side.
And we've got Dallas Baldridge in eighth. He's right in front of us.
Right. Ronnie Fajita with 50 over for his first game, so that's good.
Kurt Pilon's bowling this squad. I saw him walking around earlier. I thought maybe he'd be bowling tomorrow.
Ronnie Sparks in 11th right now at plus 48, and Danielle McEwen right behind the high. That's the high lady on the squad right now.
We watched Ronnie Sparks practice right in front of us, and he had a really solid look. So he's one to keep an eye on.
Dino Castillo in 13th right now at plus 37. And let's just kind of go down here a little bit.
Looks like Matt Gasson's in 16th. I know Billy's probably at home watching, so he'd be interested to know Matt had 237 the first game.
I didn't see Sean here. Sean Swanson's here bowling tonight. He's plus 36 in 17th place.
Swanee, a good buddy of ours. I've bowled with Sean for several years now in the Greater Ozarks and a few other events. And Sean's been battling cancer off and on for the last few years, so it's always nice to see him out and healthy and competing.
I think he's had some pretty good news in the last little while
he
here
has.
as far as
reports. Good to hear.
So. Yeah. Jeremy Hunt in 18th place at plus 33. The couple of balls that he punched up, and I watched him actually get them all ready on Wednesday night before coming up here, so they must be doing what he wanted them to do. We told you about Jacob Kent out here in front of us at plus 33 his first game. He added another 32 to that in game 2, so he'll do himself just fine. 20th, Steve Jarvis at plus 24. Aaron Hawkins plus 22. Jackie Carbonetto in 22nd at 18 over.
A couple of the Robert Morris ladies with Danielle and Jackie both making the trip and bowling well.
Right. Zeke Bate plus 17. Brad Miller plus 16 in 23rd and 24th place there. Jackie told us about Antonio Medina throwing 278 his second game. He had plus 14 in 26th place after his first game. So that'll set him up very well for the rest of this squad looking like.
And to just on the flip side, I just talked to Kyle Troop. He had a not so good second game, and he basically made the comment that he's assuming that he's going to go 2-0 the next couple games until he gets to the other side. So he doesn't have much confidence on this side of the house,
Gotcha.
according to him. And to update on the collegiate bowler Ronnie Fajita,
yes,
he was on that pair on 1 and 2 with J.R. Riemann, where I said it was all a whole bunch of strikes.
Right.
So he had a decent game. I didn't see what he finished with, so I know he had a nice start. So.
And that was in game 2, you're saying?
Yes,
right? Okay.
And he's to the left of me, and yeah. Well, he's clean. So
Jackie, I don't know if you knew this or not, but Ronnie Fajita is a member of the national champion Lindenwood Lions team that won the ITCs this past week in Reno.
I heard that Lindenwood won. I knew that, and I only heard this because I bowl with Juan Gomez back at home, and he informed me. But I was actually really mad that I found out because I just wanted to watch it on TV.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So thank you again for reminding me. But yes, I actually watched him last year when CBS posted all the men's stuff, and I was very impressed.
Okay.
So I'm glad I get to see him live today.
Yep. Looks like, let's see here. It's the top 34 are plus in a squad of 67. The lowest score on the board right now is minus 82 after game one, that is. That's a surprise. Jeff just, as we're looking through here, Jeff just pointed out Eddie Bird in 67th place after the first game with a 155 start, minus 45.
We'll see if Eddie can't turn that around.
Well,
as they start to open up, Eddie may be able to get in and play his A game and turn that around quickly. So
there's a few more surprises on this second page than we thought about. Liz Johnson minus 8, Craig Nidifer minus 14. I mean, you wouldn't expect to see those things. E.J. Tackett minus 18, Tom Doherty minus 20. We've got Tom down here in front of us. Looks to me like he's got 76 in the fourth with a strike up.
The good thing about the lower scoring pace in general is all it takes is one good game. You know, Jackie mentioned Kyle Troop struggling a little bit on, the second and third pairs and not really having a lot of confidence after that 290 start. Well, that 290 may carry him through the first four on that side so he can get over here and see a different motion or a different shape or whatever. And that's the good thing about just bowling one really good game. That could carry you for an entire block. And if the scoring pace doesn't get much more than 70 to 80 over, to make the cut, the first cut, it may take one good game and a bunch of decent games just to get in.
For those of you who are watching, if you haven't figured it out already, the standings are available underneath the live stream window. There's a drop down, and it will show you A Squad Game 1 for standings right now, and that's where they'll be updated for the rest of the evening. Thanks to Jeff DeMunk to let me know the Cardinals are leading 1-0 in the bottom of the fourth, because I haven't had a chance to check any of that yet. But as we said earlier, Jeff and I are only here in the booth tonight for the first four games. After that, Mike Flanagan and Hall of Famer Randy Pedersen will be taking over these two chairs and bringing you the close of the A Squad tonight. You know what's kind of cool to see is looking down the concourse here, there are a couple of sets of bleachers in here for people to sit on and watch, especially on the ends of the house here where they had room for them. But there's quite a few people in the concourse right now just watching what's going on out there. So who is that young man there in the orange shirt?
I do not know him.
Rolls it very nice. Had the front five and went up and came in light and left a 410.
And, I know that's a bad break, but the key is the fact that you did have the front five. Let's go get one of them here, move on, and still continue on at your 220-plus pace. And it's very easy to get frustrated on patterns like this, and one bad shot could ruin an entire game if you let it. The quicker you can let one go, the better off you are. So get the majority of the count on your split or make your spare, and then move on and try and start striking again. So we are starting to see some guys start to move left. We've got DJ Archer in front of us, and he's actually starting to migrate closer to third arrow already. I just don't know if it's ever going to truly develop in like it has in years past, based on where the oil's at on the lane, especially down lane near the back part of the pattern. Like I said earlier, that pattern's wider as it gets to about 25, 26 feet. So that area right there just kind of makes the ball hydroplane, because that part of the lane's not going to break down nearly as much as the fronts. Once the fronts go and it forces you left, if you miss right in the mid lane, you may be hoping for three. So it's going to be really touchy as they move in, unless this big hole blows open in the pattern, and I just don't see it. As a matter of fact, Tom Doherty is still right of the track, and if he's right of the track, pretty much everybody should, because there's not too many people that like to get in and hook it more than Tom Doherty. So
that's for sure.
And he does have more than 100 this game
yes,
already.
Yes, he does.
So he's safe.
Just as an example of what kind of games typically play well here, how long was Dell in the lead, even during match play in last year's tournament? Wasn't it like the...
Yeah, the majority of the day on Sunday, Dell was near the top. Of course, that was a much different pattern, but in some cases, bowling centers, their characteristics kind of come into play as well. So there are certain players that will match up no matter what the pattern is in certain bowling centers, just because of maybe where the friction zones are on the lane, so on and so forth. That's why whenever we do the PBA does the World Series of Bowling, say at South Point, you see the same guys on the show all the time because their ball just matches up in that building really well, and they're able to take advantage of that. Whereas if you're going to different bowling centers all the time, you don't see that nearly as often. So
the lanes there at the South Point, at least the ones that are permanently installed there, they hook quite a bit in the track, don't they?
Yes.
From what I've heard.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
See the legend Gail Myers is in the chat. So hi to Gail. I know Steve Rector's having a big event up in Sheboygan this weekend. He did some storm lessons up there, and they've got a big charity event this weekend benefiting the Rainbow House, which is I was part of that the last few years. Very, very cool event to be a part of. So have fun with that, Gail. Last year, I think me and Sand went 1-2, so you'll have to try and top us.
All right. Interesting turn for Mr.
You're cutting out, Jack.
Oh, I know. I can hear myself.
Okay, good.
Okay, here we go. I just have to get up and move. All right. So, interesting. He made the comment about struggling over here, but he gets over to 11 and 12 and shoots 250 with a hypercell right out of the box.
Interesting.
Yikes. So I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen game 4 now. So he might be going back on his word over here. We'll have to. I'll keep my eyeballs on him.
Well, they'll be flipping sides for when Mike and Hall of Famer Randy Pedersen join us here in the booth here in a little bit. So we'll see Kyle over here for the last 4 games of this block.
And another interesting thing is he's crossing with Liz Johnson. There's only 2 on their pair, so I don't know.
Yeah, and they throw it just alike.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, he's a 2-hander. And
well, Liz has 2 hands.
Yes, he does.
Last time I checked.
Well, yes,
Okay.
but yeah, no, completely different styles. It is kind of interesting. So we'll have to keep an eye on them.
But Jackie, the question is, are they playing the same part of the lane though?
No,
they're not.
I don't think so. I honestly, we'll look.
Okay.
I'll get a better look at them. I'll go sit directly behind them. How about that?
Because I'm guessing that Kyle is still trying to play out. That's become one of his strong points. So I would imagine he's going to stay out there as long as he can.
To be honest, I really wasn't watching. They're like exactly where they were playing. I was looking at scores and I was distracted by Dino and his shenanigans because I was sitting right behind him. And
Dino's
he's very distracting.
Yeah,
Come on.
Did you notice where DJ just threw that ball?
Yes, I did.
That was crazy.
DJ's one of the few that's been able to move in, but DJ's also soft with a lot of forward roll. So his ball actually reads probably just slightly past that flatter part in the mid lane to where the ball actually picks up and rolls because of his softer speed.
Right.
You get somebody with a little bit higher ball speed, and the ball's just going to accelerate through that spot. Like Tom Doherty with higher ball speed than DJ, he's still farther right. So as we have scores handed to us for game 2.
And they're already on the bottom of the website for any of you guys who want to take a look, but we will talk about a couple of these. Andrew Handler, he was in 5th after game 1. He had 259. He's now at 145 over, so in the 270s that game. Game 2. Jason Schaefer, who was in 4th place at 77 overs and 143, so that's 2 270 games for him to start out with. Pretty cool. Marshall Kent added about a 270 onto his 250 is his first game for third place, worth 112 over right now. And Kyle Troop, she said not so good that game, but it was still 213. So I mean, like you said earlier, that's if your bad games are in the two teams, you're doing your job here. And
to answer your question, Jeff, or to just pat you on the back, yes, he is still playing out. They are playing the same line. He has a little more surface on his ball.
Gotcha.
And we'll keep an eye on him. Game 4.
Thanks, Jackie. You're the best.
Jackie just patted you on the back.
She did.
From all the way on the other side of the center.
I know. That just means I was right.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I got some late breaking news here. I'm standing here with EJ Tackett, up and comer on the Professional Bowlers Tour. You may have seen him bowl a few times. And EJ wants to let everybody at home know about something that he did in this tournament that there was actually a prop bet for online. And it was a pretty nice payday, so we're going to let EJ tell everybody right now.
All right, whoever the lucky winner is, I did just make the 710. So you're welcome.
Awesome.
EJ Tackett makes the 710. Now, EJ, what do you think of these lane conditions a little bit out here?
They're not easy. My ball's not really matching up right now. Obviously, there's something there because I'm watching Marshall strike and watching Ronnie Sparks and Craig Nidifer and those guys strike. So I got to figure something out. I know it's me. It's, the lanes are fair. There's something there. I just got to find it.
Hey, EJ, do you think the ball speed is probably the most critical aspect right now?
Do you think ball speed's most critical?
Yeah, and getting your ball to pick up in the mid lane. That's the problem I'm having right now. So I'm leaving a lot of 9 counts just because my ball's not going through the pins the right way.
One more question for you, EJ, then we'll let you go. If somebody in the chat room says they are dead easy, what is going on out there? What would you have to say to them?
Why don't you lace them up and come bowl?
Thanks, EJ. Good luck, man.
Thanks, EJ. Thanks, Michael.
Jeff, this is one that you'll probably want to take. We talked about this a little bit earlier. Shimwrecker in the chat wants to know, or it says it does not understand the wider loads down the lane.
Well, this is something that it's if you want to make patterns harder, the easiest way to do it is to allow the pattern to have shape in the first 24 feet and then make them totally flat from there on. And what that does is it allows your ball to kind of read the lane early, and then if you're going left to right, it hits that secondary area, and then it'll actually just accelerate through it. Basically, this was done to control the scores and keep that scoring pace down. So what Mike's thought process was when he designed this pattern is holding true to form. Like I said before we started tonight, there's going to be guys that are going to hit it. Their scores up top are going to be high. People are going to look at that and say, well, the leader right now is averaging almost 250. They must be easy. Well, when you get down lower to where you're in the top 20s, the scoring pace is around 215 to 220 right now, but they're not going to get easier as the night goes on because I just don't see the end breaking down to where they're easy. So that's the reason for that secondary shim down lane is to basically keep people farther right longer, but to make them flatter without it being a total U.S. Open type pattern.
Woody Demis says flat oil solves all problems.
And Woody's not wrong. I think with today's era of high scores, that's why I'm a huge advocate of a tiered membership program to where you're certified in the skill level that you're in, and being able to bowl on harder patterns more often, and also with the way that the collegiate program is going, you've got a lot of kids that are in that 18 to 22 range that are, if they have to bowl on a house pattern, they don't want to bowl anymore. They're asking for harder lane conditions. They're wanting to see this all the time. And, is it too late for our generation to fix some of the problems in the sport? Yeah, maybe. But at least we can start the turnaround process for the next generation and maybe hopefully save the sport of bowling and get it to turn around back to where it needs to be.
Hey, guys, real quick. Kent down there is just told that that's Doug Kent's son.
Yeah.
And he was just inducted into the Hall of Fame.
What Doug was last night.
Yeah, he's got them all down there. He's up on your screen, full screen right now.
If you'd been here earlier, Matt, we had a whole long discussion
really?
all about that.
That's okay. Matt.
But when Brian was sitting here, Brian never talked.
Yeah, Brian never talked. And you just put the kiss of death on him,
Yes,
by the way.
exactly.
So thank you.
We'll go over here.
So when you're talking about this tiered membership that you were speaking of a few minutes ago, you're not talking about crying when the scores are too high.
The wrong kind of tier, dude.
Gotcha. Okay. Because a lot of my photo comments on people's posts on Facebook right now have been a box of Kleenex. So, and that's fairly effective sometimes. So.
And some of those aren't very popular.
My comments?
Yeah.
My photo comments. No, you're right. I haven't gotten banned from a group on Facebook from a photo comment, though. It's always been because of something I said.
Because you're mooing to the people.
Yes.
Which group was that?
I got banned from the current USBC Open group that Keith Dunphy runs.
Wow.
Because Keith is a big fan of Southwest Airlines.
Yeah.
And I'm probably a travel snob by now because of all the traveling that I do.
Yeah.
But I'm not a big fan of their boarding process. I look at that as it's a cattle call where you got to stand up there in line. And so
all you need is a wheelchair.
So anytime somebody puts up there something about Southwest Airlines, I tend to moo on their post. And so I mooed a couple of times.
I figured you would be banned from bowling arguments before that.
Oh, no. I didn't know. They love me.
He's popular.
Yeah, I know they do.
He's popular in there.
Or at least, just they don't love me necessarily.
We know what you're talking about.
Yes, you know what I'm talking about. But, yeah, don't moo on the USBC page if you go on there because you get banned.
If there's any Yankee fans out there in the chat, you guys aren't doing me any favors against the Angels tonight.
Blues tied it 2-2 from Ron Inman. Thank you very much.
That's a pretty incredible series right there. That has been back and forth.
Just because of what we were talking about, I'm being threatened in the chat saying I can ban you from bowling arguments.
Yeah, I believe Shimwrecker in the chat there is the admin.
Yep.
For bowling arguments, the group on Facebook.
Yep.
That's a pretty private group now after they closed it.
It's a secret group now.
Yeah. That sure was fun when it was open, though.
It was fun when it was open.
Getting back to the action, DJ right in front of us was going at a 260 game into the 10th and looked like he grabbed it just a little bit at the bottom in 3-6-9-10.
Yeah,
so we've already seen this
difficult spare that
near unmakeable split, the 3-6-9-10.
So this is going to finish out Game 3 here in front of us with DJ throwing this shot. There's a couple of other games that are still right at the end of Game 3, and I see some folks on the end here starting Game 4 here. We are in the A squad of the 2014 Storm InsideBowling.com Open, brought to you by Budweiser, by High Roller, and by Kegel. And we appreciate all those sponsors for the work that they do and for the contributions that they have for this tournament.
We haven't mentioned in a while, but we are up to 217, 18, 19 viewers now. So for all of you out there, if you would, take a moment, go to your Facebook page or your Twitter page and share the link to this live stream for us. That'll be the best way to get more people online watching. Helps out with the sponsors, helps grow the tournament, helps with the sport of bowling in general. So just take a moment to share this event on your Facebook or Twitter pages and see if we can't get this up into 300 and 400 viewers by the time the night's over, especially before Hall of Famer Randy Pedersen comes in.
Well, you would expect that viewers are going to go up when the Hall of Famer Randy Pedersen comes into this group or into this booth, don't you?
I would think so. I would be definitely tuned in. Of course, when we step away, I'm going somewhere else.
You're going somewhere else?
Nah.
You'd figure that they'll just know. I mean, the internet will just know.
There will be a buzz.
When Randy and Mike take these chairs from us. Well, someone in the chat's calling you Mr. Carter. So.
Oh, can't have that.
Oh, you have to see.
Do I have a side bet with Peters or Raines when we go to Reno? No, we don't have any side bets because since we're on the same team, we just split everything up. So that's one thing about our team is we do everything equally. We don't compete against each other in any way whatsoever. It's all strictly for Team Turbo, and that's it. So now when we get to minors, you know, Raines and Peters against Chris Johnson, myself, yeah, we might think about doing something like that, maybe.
So you and CJ are partners
Me and
this year?
CJ again this year,
Awesome.
partners. So unfortunately, we lost probably the best bowler in our entire group with Stephanie A. should being pregnant this year. So
And whose fault was that? That was CJ's fault.
We lost Queen last year for his
Right.
wife being pregnant, and we lost Stephanie this year for Stephanie being pregnant. So I've already told everybody in all of our groups that basically nobody's allowed to get anybody pregnant for the next 4 months, so that we can have a full USBC group
That's
next year.
right. Their timing left something to be desired, huh?
Absolutely.
So we got a pretty nice little show here in front of us for this last game here, Jeff. We've got Matt McNeil right in front of us here, bowling on 41 and 2.
My question is still, is that pink or raspberry or fuchsia? I think it's more of a raspberry.
Now I know Jackie's still on the other side, but I think that
Jackie,
question
we need some
needs
fashion
to
help.
be asked.
Fashion.
We do need some
It's a fashion
help.
alert here at the booth.
So I'm sure we'll get that help. We got Rich Orff down here, Jeremy Hunt,
Shannon O'Keefe right here
Shannon
in front
bowling
of
in front of
us.
us. There was Marshall Kent too here in front of us.
Yep,
as well.
Marshall's down here. So awful lot of talent in this field.
In just Friday night squad, dude. That's the
Exactly.
thing. I cannot believe what this weekend
Yeah.
is going to be like.
This isn't even the loaded squad, is it?
You know, I remembered last year when I walked in, I think I walked in midday on Saturday last year, and very first person I saw was Kenny McNeely. And if you're a fan of the PPA and you watch it religiously, you know, back in the 80s and early 90s like I did, you'll never mistake Kenny McNeely for any other bowler on the planet. Left-hander that almost jumps at the foul line. As soon as I walked in last year, that was the first time I saw him, and I hadn't seen him in years. So it's always kind of cool to see people you haven't seen in a long time when you come to an event like this.
Marshall didn't like something.
He didn't
Stepped
like
off.
something?
Well, he was getting ready and then stepped off.
Okay. AP Lane wants to know when you're going to Reno.
Well, tell him, because that's when you're going.
Well,
He said hi to
actually,
you first, dude.
Yes, he did. He said hi to me before
He
said
likes
hi
you
to
better.
He does like me better. AP, we're actually we'll be bowling next Friday and Saturday. Jeff is leaving Tuesday morning. I'm leaving Wednesday evening by airplane and probably getting there about the same time. So I don't know.
Got a Chicago fan on Twitter. As you guys are dead silent.
Oh, I'm looking to see. Yes, as we're.
Yes,
Yeah.
let's go Blackhawks.
Yeah, you just get silent.
Marshall finally throws a shot here and let that ball look pretty nice.
Now,
Yeah.
Marshall's definitely more left to right than almost anybody else that we've seen other than DJ. But Marshall is so good with speed control and with a lot of forward roll. His ball actually picks up in that heavier volume of oil. So he may actually be able to use some of that as hold down lane if it's developed for him.
What did Danielle have that second game? She was bowling pretty. Oh, she's at plus 49 after 2 games and in 21st place right now. Got Jeremy Hunt on lane 43 and 4 over there, getting ready to throw a shot, but he doesn't want to jump Marshall over here.
Gentlemen,
Yes,
I have an update.
yes.
I'm keeping my eye on, I'm calling it the power trio. J.R. Raymond, Ronnie Fajita, and Mr. Jason Schaefer, who, if you haven't noticed, is second
Yes.
Yes.
currently. He, who I'm reporting on right now, has strike 8-bagger in this game right now. And the last game, game 3, he shot 244. So that boy is on fire.
That's Jason Schaefer.
He could be our new tournament leader after this game.
Did you say strike 8-bagger?
Yes.
Would that be 9 in a row?
That would be a double ham bone.
Well, you know, however you put it. I mean, I don't want to get any traditionalists upset, but yeah, that could be
You mean spare 8-bagger?
What did I say?
You said strike 8-bagger.
Oh my God! You know what? I'm walking by the kitchen, and I'm like smelling all the. I'm sorry. Did I mention I went 24 hours without sleep?
Can I make a blonde comment?
Well, I did just. Yes, I am blonde.
God love you.
Yeah, God bless. Yeah, you know what? I'm just trying. I'm trying, guys. It's been a year and a half. I'm a little rusty. Give me a break. All right, so what is this fashion disaster we're talking about?
We need help on 41 and 2 with what color Matt McNeil's shirt is.
Yeah, we want to know what color that is.
I'm going with raspberry, but
Well, there's a fuchsia out there
and he
too.
he just had a Greek church, so we probably don't want to ask him right now.
Oh, we're not going to ask him.
Oh no, we want to ask him. Don't we want to ask him?
I wish we could ask him, you know, what he said to me before practice, but I don't know if we can say that
this is the
live.
Yeah, it is.
Because it was probably the best comment. It was probably a compliment too, but it's probably the best comment I've heard all week.
It's too bad that it's not later.
Exactly.
3 o'clock in the
maybe we'll bring it up
later on?
late tomorrow.
Okay.
Marshall just about left a blower 410. That was an unbelievable.
Yeah, he rolled that
near bad break.
A blower
But yeah, I apologize about that strike 8-bagger. What the
610.
heck was that all about?
Jackie's standing next to me, rubbing off on. I'm gonna go dye my hair blonde now.
Yeah,
Did you mean 6'7"?
Only
6'7". Yeah,
you know,
exactly. Understand what I mean?
It's all about the Jackie Bowling-isms coming out on these casts that, you know, the weirdo terms start coming out.
The weirdo terms.
Why don't we go with mulberry?
Mulberry.
There you go.
I
That's
like
awesome.
it.
You know, Matt, after 2 games was plus 90, so he's.
Well, he has gone strike double, or wait, that's Marshall. Strike double spare.
Yeah, strike double spare for
Yeah.
Marshall. Yep. I don't think Jackie knew that we were talking about him.
You guys are jerks. But I totally deserve it. I mean,
There we
who
go.
says that? Really?
I've been called worse, I think,
Very
today.
nice. Okay, now he's struck. You can go talk to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a vitamin water color,
Vitamin water.
which
Yeah.
would be like a mulberry or like a
Yeah, exactly.
acai berry or however you say
That's
that.
not purple enough for fuchsia, is it?
Let's just agree that it is some sort of a berry.
I mean, I could seriously go sit down next to him and ask him. I really am not scared. You think I'm scared?
I think I don't think you're scared. I think you should do it. I think we need to bring
I've
the
been-
important information to the viewers of our
Oh, I mean,
our webcast.
Remember what I used to do? I used to have to sit there at like 7 a.m. at practice in Las Vegas and have very, very mean. Oh, now EJ is just staring at me like with that grin. But no, I used to have like guys like Pete like yell at me, be like, "Get out of my face! It's too early." You know. I bet you Matt McNeil would not say that.
He probably wouldn't.
Nope. Well, let's find out.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Marshall just got one to peel back from farther right than I thought he was going to be able to get it back from. So that tells me that at least for certain guys, it's starting to open up a little bit as they move left.
And this is game 4, middle of game 4 here. So this could be interesting toward the end of the night.
Yeah, it could. So again, with an 8-game round, it's going to be really, really interesting to see what happens in these back 4, especially when they flip sides. You know, that's could be a great equalizer. They make that big jump, and then if both sides are not playing the same, it may be play catch up for a full game until you find it, and then see what happens from there.
And at least that's what Kyle thought, at least from what we understood earlier.
Yep.
That it's tougher over there. Remember too that tomorrow, with 144 bowlers, we're talking 5 to a pair at least,
Yeah.
right?
So,
Fellas,
yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt.
No, it's
but
No, feel free.
I am talking to Mr. McNeil right now, and we were just complimenting your shirt color, but we did want to ask you to confirm the exact color of it. What is it?
This is like black and pink.
So you're going with pink.
Pink.
I'm very comfortable with my manhood and sexuality, and especially standing in the presence of such a gorgeous woman.
Oh my goodness. I think my cheeks are turning that color right now. My
Pink?
goodness. Well, thank you. See?
Or mulberry.
Ask him later.
Mulberry.
Yeah, I said mulberry. Yeah. Boys, ask him later what he said to me before
Okay.
practice.
Will do.
Thank you, Jack.
That does not look pink to me.
Well,
Guys, Marshall Kent
But I
is
guess it
dead
is.
lined up right now. He is throwing it unbelievable. So he's playing a part of the lane and doing some things right now that nobody else that I can see is doing. So if that continues for him, he may be able to run those top guys down depending on where he's already at. So
we'll be able to look closely at him as he throws on 41 the next time based on where the camera is pointed. What stupid rule are people? We got some stuff going on here.
yeah, I think they're discussing
are we talking about?
Kyle sanding the ball at the USBCs
Gotcha.
after leaving the squad room. So
My buddy Jeff DeMunk keeping on giving us updates on the two sports games here in town, the hockey game and the baseball game. So appreciate that. Tell you what, I don't know how many times the Cardinals have been involved in 1-0 and 2-0 games this season, but it's way too often, and they haven't been on the right side of it often enough for me.
actually, at some point or another, every game is at least 1-0 at one point, dude.
Not necessarily.
It is.
Not necessarily.
You can't score the second run before you score the first.
Yeah, maybe.
No, you can't.
I
It's
saw
not humanly
Marshall
possible.
I'm ignoring you now, dude. I'm
I know.
reading in the chat.
Marshall with a solid 9. So his only two misses this game were the blower 7 where the 6 fell, and then solid 9. So
We are in the middle of Game 4. We're only here for another half a game or so, Jeff and I, and then past that, we're going to turn this booth over to Hall of Famer Randy Pedersen
and Mike Flanagan.
To bring you the last 4 games of this squad.
And I think you and I are going to go sell T-shirts and 50-50 tickets.
Okay.
Speaking of T-shirts, Jeff, I would like to buy a couple of your T-shirts tonight.
You got it.
Like to get in there at some point and support the cause. I know I bought one at Holiday Doubles, but I need to get my girlfriend one. She's a little upset I didn't get her a pink
awesome.
one.
Nice.
Glad to hear it.
So I'll definitely support that cause again.
Hey, Chris Hester's in the chat.
Finally in the chat.
We were talking about you
Hey.
earlier. Hope everything went well tonight. Miss you. Did you ask him to stretch you out a couple of inches in height while you were getting taken care of, so you'd be maybe 5'6", 5'5", 5'6" now? Sore. Well,
Sore he
get
is.
better, buddy. We miss you.
Matt McNeil now has double up there.
Yep. So once again, we're bringing you the action of A Squad from the 2014 InsideBowling.com Open at Tropicana Lanes in St. Louis, Missouri. Brought to you by Budweiser, Storm, High Roller, and Kegel. So we've got 2 squads tomorrow of qualifying, 8 games each round. B Squad starts at 9 a.m., which is kind of early. We need to talk to Mike about maybe giving us a noon starting time.
A noon starting
next year.
time instead?
And then C Squad, which will have some of the re-entries from the people that don't think they're going to make it off of A and B, will be allowed to re-enter. And C Squad will get started at 3 o'clock p.m. tomorrow afternoon.
Marshall's down there shaking his hand a little bit, and he got off the approach a few minutes ago because something wasn't right. I wonder if there's something physically wrong there.
Well, I know that they had a long week last week out in Reno for the collegiate championships, so maybe he's dealing with a little bit of hand soreness from all the bowling that they've been doing all season long.
I don't remember if he was in the singles too. He might have been in the singles.
He was not. Well, he bowled the singles event, but he didn't make the show for the singles. So. But still, that's an awful lot of games.
Sure it is. Yeah.
You know, even though you're bowling in the Baker format in that event, in some cases that's even more draining, especially emotionally.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of work out there for those collegiate
players. Do they bowl Baker in the singles too?
No. No, it's well, technically they do. You do. You bowl. You alternate with yourself each Baker frame.
Hashtag discuss.
Yeah, discus.
Discus.
Hashtag discus.
Yeah, yeah.
That one kind of hung over Matt's head over here for just a second, and then it finally hit.
I was distracted, and then I heard, and it registered, and I had to put my mic up.
That's kind of like asking who you're bowling singles with.
Single pin splits, right?
Yes, exactly.
Or like saying strike 8 bagger.
Yes.
Or
exactly.
that, yeah, exactly.
Dynamite drop in, Jackie.
Boom shakalaka.
So Gail wants us to make a bold prediction on what the cut's going to be. And I think we're supposed to do that anyways. So
I don't know if I do anything bold, dude.
Bold?
Except for when you hit the button like on the computer and you
control. Yeah. You don't do that. You go to the.
He calls the help desk to get him to bold his text.
Exactly. Matt McNeil must have a little bit of room because every shot he's thrown, he's kind of thrown his hands up in disgust.
I know.
And he's struck on the majority of them.
Well,
so.
I mean, he's not giving it away. That's definitely. I mean, he's pointing just a little bit, or he's missing enough so that it looks like he's pointing just a little bit, but not, huge.
This would normally be where I make a snide comment about left-handers, but I'm trying to.
There's two of them on that pair.
I'm trying to be much nicer.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth. So I'll reframe.
Jeremy Hunt's not holding back on the speed at all right now, but I think he's a little upset with himself. It looks like a couple of spare misses in the middle of that game over there that maybe weren't forced, not splits.
And see, if it would have been the old me, this is when I would have been saying he should have drilled a new spare ball the other night instead of everything else.
You reminded me of a story that I was going to tell earlier because you were talking about the U.S. Open.
But I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that Jeremy should have drilled a new spare ball.
And there was a guy supposedly at the U.S. Open that after the first day of qualifying was like minus 170 or so. So that's, those are 6-game blocks, right?
Yes.
So 30 pins a game, about, right? So he averaged just over 170 for his block. And went into the pro shop and asked, or was going to drill a ball. And the guys asked him what he shot that round. And when he told them minus 170, they reached for a plastic ball on the wall and said, "You need to make more spares."
All right, I've got a U.S. Open one for you.
Once upon a time.
This is a carolier. It was probably around 07 or so. And one of the guys I was crossing with, we're starting the last game of qualifying, so this is game 18. And this guy on my pair, which he was probably 2,000 under by this point, Dino walking around with a Texas Ranger looking jersey. Gotta love that. So this guy's about 2,000 under for his first 17 games. And he was one of those guys that had the superstition of never putting your spare ball on the rack before he needs it. Well, every game he would leave something in the first frame and he'd have to go looking for a spare ball. And finally he got to the last pair. I said, dude, I'd put your spare ball up on the rack first because you're probably going to need it. So he just looked at me like I had 3 heads.
Not playing into his superstition.
Right.
Folks, you can find Game 3 standings underneath the video. It's available now on the drop-down tab.
Freestyle, back then, the U.S. Open was only 6-game blocks. That 8-game round just started either last year or this year. This was several years ago.
Oh, and update on Jason Schaefer's last game, shot 279.
Wow.
Puts him at...
He's crushing him.
That was Game 4, so he was at 187 over after the first 3 and a 279 tacked onto that. So Marshall Kent in second place at plus 139.
And just bowled 257. he made a ball change. Looked like he went from a looked like he was throwing either a disturb. I think he was throwing a disturb the majority of the game. He went to a zero gravity on the fill ball just to look at something with a little bit different shape. So if they're opening up for him, we'll see if they start to open up for other people.
So Kyle Troop complaining a little bit, saying he wasn't bowling as well as he did the first game at 90 over. He's still done enough to get 135 over and be tied for third place with two other bowlers, Dallas Baldridge and Andrew Handler, all at 135 over.
Would Kyle qualify for the more crank throw?
More crank throw.
Yeah. Hashtag more crank throw.
I was going to say, he didn't understand until you put hashtag in front
exactly.
of it.
Then we did, yeah. Jacob Kent in 6th place, plus 134, and J.R. Raymond at 129 over in 7th. Dino, plus 122. Dylan Polanski, plus 120. Gary Faulkner and Matt Gasson, Sean Swanson, all at least 110 over. Kurt Pilon's at 109, and Christian Azcona in 14th place at plus 104. Those are the folks that are 100 over. There's a couple in the 90s, Danielle McEwen and Antonio Medina. Ronnie Fujita in 17th at plus 87. AJ Rice, one of the 3 very talented AJs in this field, if I understand from this weekend, plus 86. Jeremy Hunt at plus 79, so now I can understand a little bit about his reaction to the game that he's throwing out there right now. He is still at the end of game 4, so plus 79. Ronnie Sparks at plus 77. Zeke Bate, Nicholas Heilman, plus 68, tied for 22nd. It looks like it takes, in 41 of the 67 players are even. The worst score in the house right now is minus 197 after 3, so 403 for his first 3 games. And again, the scores are available down below the video. On a drop-down tab, you can always find this squad will still be there tomorrow, so you'll be able to look back and see how this squad looks compared to the rest. And I believe that they'll have a detail of this squad as well, so you'll be able to see game by game what people shot to or get to the number that they are at right now.
Looks like Craig Niderford's starting to jump in a little bit closer to where Marshall finished. So this transition is starting to set in, maybe a little bit later than I thought it would. But you still have guys like Ronnie Sparks that's playing. He's still playing out, and he's going a little bit more direct, kind of like what he was in practice. So it does look like there's still multiple attack angles out there to be had. It's just a matter of getting your ball to read the lane for you in the right spot and then still get it to go through the pins, because there are guys that are striking quite a bit. It's just a matter of, can you get your ball to go through the pins the right way?
What's going to happen, do you think, with all of the larger number of people on the pairs tomorrow, based on what we're seeing right now?
Based on what I'm seeing, you're just going to have this transition hit quicker. So instead of it coming, in game 3, game 4, you may start to see it in game 2, and it literally could go either direction. You may see guys go out farther right to stay on top of it, or you may see more people jump in and circle a little bit more. It really depends on how your ball reads that spot down lane at that 26-foot mark where the pattern gets wider all of a sudden. So that's the big variable, because we're still seeing an awful lot of guys that are trying to go left to right. Their ball never reads the lane. So kind of like me in high school, just doesn't read much.
So we have Drew 300 in the chat asking if Jackie is bowling in the tournament at all, and I do not believe that she's bowling, but we could be surprised there.
We can make her shoe up.
I don't know if that would be a good idea. I was planning on it actually before I had this opportunity to answer everyone's questions.
Well, Jackie, you got closer than I did.
Really?
Yep.
Come on.
Nah.
No, I really did. I was going to bowl it.
That's cool.
But for everyone's information, I do have my shoes and 3 balls here, but that would probably not be enough.
Did you bring the Abralon, Jackie?
I did. Did.
I told Mike Flanagan he should sell Abralon here.
I don't go anywhere without Abralon, dude.
I think
I
next
could
year,
sell it like on the black, like in the parking lot, like
parking lot.
like black market prices.
They should come with the entry fee.
Hey man, you need some 500 grit?
In the shadows with a hoodie.
Hey, you come here for a minute.
Yeah.
That would be me. See me, Black Escape, 3rd row, by the parking structure. 5 minutes.
All right, walk away. Walk away.
Walking away.
There's not a 3rd row out there. That's fictitious.
That's a big word, dude.
I know. Not frictitious.
Not frictitious, and that's my word.
Yes, it is.
If anybody uses the word frictitious, they owe me money.
Yes. That would be royalties.
Yes, I do get royalties for my own language.
Well, folks, if we don't get a chance to say it before we leave, it's been fun.
Yeah, both of you. It's nice seeing you again. It's nice sitting in the booth with both of you again.
Yeah, I think
always
it's time
enjoyable.
to turn it over to the Hall of Famer, Randy Pedersen. And not sure where Mr. Flanagan's at. I'm sure he's lurking.
Just plain Mike Flanagan. I know he was here just a moment ago. He was making the announcement that told everybody to switch sides, like we said.
Should we sing the Mickey Mouse closing song or anything like that? Or
Sing it.
No, I can't sing. I wouldn't subject your loyal followers to that.
My loyal followers.
Yep. We figure that, Randy, when we figure that you get in the booth, the viewership will triple at least.
Probably not.
It'll be like the guys on Saturday Night Live doing ESPN. I do not know this sport.
Well, they are finishing up Game 4. We've got a couple pair on this side that are, there's Mike Flanagan. We have a couple pair down here finishing up Game 4. DJ still having a hard time getting his ball to face up in the right spot and go through the pins. He's down there on 47 and 8. Looks like J.R. Raymond down there as well. And looks like they're in the 10th frame finishing up Game 4. Dennis and I will be stepping away. We've got a few other little duties to take care of this evening. We'll be turning it over to...
You said duty.
Duty, not duty, duties.
Okay.
But, and the Hawks and Blues are still tied up at 2-2. You guys will be able to watch the Crank Fro, Kyle Troop, coming over on this side. He's been... Hashtag Crank Fro. He's been bowling really well so far tonight, as well as Jason Schaefer coming over to this side, as well as a few others that are up in the top 10. So as they're finishing up, I think it's time for Dennis and I to step away, and we'll be turning things over to Mike Flanagan and Hall of Famer Randy Pedersen. So thanks, everybody. Stay tuned in. We'll have more action coming your way shortly.
Okay, I am getting ready to sit in here. Randall Pedersen, how are you, buddy?
Mike. It's
Yes,
Randy.
sir. Hi, buddy. Haven't been in the booth yet tonight. Jeez, I don't even know what to do.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been in a booth.
Yeah,
and they don't make phone booths anymore either. So.
Yeah.
When was the last show I did? Wow. Was it the Masters?
Wasn't there some college that you did in there?
Yes, I did some NCAA Women's Collegiate show. I believe it was the MEAC Championships. But my last PBA show was the Masters.
Jason Belmonte running the stepladder.
Is that what happened?
Yep.
They all start running together after a while.
Hey, everybody. Mike and Randy, thanks to Dennis and Jeff for calling games 1 through 4. We were a little late coming on because we had a 19 and 20 breakdown, and I had to make sure I could direct traffic. And what we did for those at home that were interested, instead of having everyone shift and making it all very confusing, if you were supposed to go to lanes 19 and 20 over on the other side, you would just go to 1 and 2, and everybody else went to the opposite side that coincided with where they started. So if you started from the third pair to the right over on the other side, you would start on 47 and 48 on this side. So, Randy, here is your keyboard.
Thank you. You know how I love to type.
Here is your mouse.
He likes the chat.
And you are now, I don't know what we're posting as over there. Not sure what that is exactly. But Randy will post in a moment. And welcome, everybody, to games 5 through 8 as we see the bowlers from the other side of the bowling center. And we've been walking around watching them, Randy. They come over here now. We're getting a look at Jackie Carbonetto, otherwise known as Matt Gasson's better half, on the right lane. Full screen now.
Seen a lot of unique styles, some great styles, a lot of power in this event. Players are playing all over the lane. The lefties are staying pretty close to the outside part of the lane, but the right-handers, they're playing anywhere from 20 to 5. And I think that's what's great about this oil pattern. If you can find the line that looks best for you and what suits your eye and your ball reaction and find a pretty good line to the pocket,
You know, one of my favorite things about this year's tournament is the way we position the cameras. We no longer have the fan chains in the way. Last year, the chains that hang from the fans were in all of the archived broadcasts. And those at home that annoyed extremely so much that all the people that wrote in, we've actually switched. You don't see any chains to the fans.
Well, like every good professional, Mike, nice adjustment.
Yes. It was a 2-and-1 left. And 2 pairs to the left, 1 camera, and hey, it goes for the same as bowling as it does up here in the booth. I guess the big thing that we need to talk about is the scoring pace, Randy, and I know they've been talking about it already, but out of the gate, a lot of 700s after 3 games.
Yeah, a lot of striking going on, and I think because of the talent level, in a very scoreable oil pattern, that's what should be expected in this event.
Last year, Del Ballard Jr., when we cut to the top 16, this year we're going to 32. When you cut to the top 16, it was I believe it was 211 last year. Delmas was to make the top 16 for 8 games. So this year we cut to 32 and then bowl 4 more games or Sunday morning, excuse me. So 32 will make it. A lot of people said, hey, Mike, that's a brutal cut. 271 entries, we go to 16. So that's why we made the format change.
I like it.
Gives you a little chance to step on the gas in the morning and see if you can get there.
Yeah, and I think the better players like it as well because the more games that are involved, the better the chance of the cream rising to the top.
And I cannot believe you just said that, Randy Pedersen, because I have been known to use that phrase. At the Fusion Realtors Open this year, I got slap happy in the booth, and I was by myself, and someone made a comment in the chat critiquing Jeff Goodger who is a good friend of mine, and I like Jeff Goodyer a lot, and he's got a very witty personality, and I like him. Some don't. I like him.
It's a very dry wit.
It is. And he's a huge hockey fan. Speaking of which, I'd like an update on the Blues game, folks. But here's the thing.
Last time I saw it was 2-2.
Okay.
I think it is still tied with less than a minute the last I saw.
Yeah, and if any of the Hawks, Woody Demas of the world, and all of you are in the chat, let's go Blues. Come on now. But so at the Fusion Realtors, what happened was I basically said Jeff Goodyer does the best Macho Man Randy Savage impersonation I've ever heard in my life.
Yep, I've heard it.
And,
not bad.
And when we kind of roomed together and whatnot, when we were working for Extra Frame together, he did this impersonation. I couldn't believe it. But the better part of it is he actually knew the quotes the Macho Man would say. The Tower of Power. Things like that. The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be, Mike Flanagan. That's right. So anyway, I went on this long tangent at the Fusion Realtors, and our favorite clip that Randy Macho Man Savage, good name, actually did was he had these little creamers, and he did this interview with Mean Gene Okerlund, where he said the cream always rises to the top, and he hold the little cream in his hand, and he'd set it on Mean Gene's head through the whole interview. It's hilarious. And I posted it as a clip, and you just said the cream rises to the top. So even you, quoting Macho Man Randy Savage.
Well, I'm going to try to stay away from the all-cliche team, but that was the best I could come up with on such short notice.
Fellas, can you hear me?
Oh, there's Jackie Bowling.
We can hear
Where
you.
does she come from?
Oh, I'm just coming from the other side of the bowling center.
Okay. What's going on?
And I'm staring dreamily at Mr. E.J. Tackett because he is just dazzling my eyes on 17 and 18. This boy is going into the 10th frame. Front four, spare, and another ham bone, courtesy of Rob Stone. We're going to see what he does.
So the 9 spare is the creamy filling jabs, and the ham bones is the black part of the Oreo.
And Jackie, that is no boy. That is a full-grown man.
And a wonderful golfer as well.
Yes,
might
he
I
is.
add.
Very good golfer.
Don't get me started.
Great athlete, and just a great. He's one of my favorites. It was Tommy Jones forever, and I think T.J. Hackett.
I agree.
I think T.J. Hackett maybe took his place because every time I run into him, he's got a smile on his face. Is
that a hybrid T.J. Hackett, or is it E.J. Tackett,
I'm sorry,
Tommy
E.J.
Jones?
Tackett.
If you put those two together, I bet you would call him
T.J. Hackett.
Yes.
Then there's T.J. Tommy Jones. Then there's E.J. Tackett.
And then there was a show on TV called T.J. Hooker, but we're not going to go there.
Starring William Shatner.
True.
Beam me up.
How can you go from Captain Kirk to T.J. Hooker?
He doubled in the 10th. We'll see what he gets this last shot, and we'll get a comment from him because he always loves talking to me.
Where is EJ at right now?
Who doubled in the 10th?
No, I mean I got to look at his scores.
I don't actually. I don't have the information.
I got it. I got it right here.
Brian Valenta just walked up with his Blackhawks shirt on.
Oh, boo.
Oh, dear goodness.
On
he was ripping
lane
on my
39,
Tigers
there was
gear.
no 8-pin in the rack, by the way.
Oh, my goodness.
Lane 39.
He just rung a 5-pin, if that's even possible. Okay. EJ.
Good call, Randy.
Thank you. That's why you have me here, so that I can say E.J. Tackett and no 8-pin in the rack.
Maybe you and Mark Sabatine could switch roles. He could sit in the booth, and you could sit at the foul line.
Got a little updated scoreboard here for you, sir.
Well, gentlemen, I have EJ sitting next to me.
Okay.
EJ, tell us about Game 5 here. You gave me this look after what, 5 frames, and then you continued to do what you just did, and then tell me about that last shot in the 10th after that. Go on, tell everyone.
The 4th game I finally found it and got my ball to do the right thing and shot 230. That game, with going to the other side of the house, my ball looked really good on this side, so that's why I kind of gave you that little smirk, because it's for me on this side it's a lot easier. And just so everybody knows, I did leave a stone 5-pin on the last shot for a 277.
Hey, Jackie, tell EJ that I have a man crush on him.
Randy Pedersen has a man crush on you. What do you think about that?
That's okay with me.
He's okay with it, Randy.
Yep, that's why I love him. He's my new favorite.
Well,
Get out of the way, Tommy Jones. Move
said-
over for E.J. Tackett.
he said move over to TJ. EJ is his new man, so that's got to be a good feeling.
Yeah, I've got to know Randy pretty good, and we're pretty good friends now, I would say. And
That's
you know,
not
he's
what
fun
Randy
to hang out
told me.
with. Really looking forward to the golf trip in a couple weeks, so we can play some golf and
Oh, so man bonding.
Yeah, no, we're
for sure.
We're more than just
in
good
California,
friends.
nonetheless.
Hey, Jackie, we're more than just good friends. He's my brochacho.
Bro Chacho, he calls you.
That is
Bro
that is
Chacho,
right.
okay.
Yep.
Coming to
Okay,
a Taco Bell
sounds,
near
sounds
you.
like fun.
So man crushes all around, vice buddies, golf buddies for life, and we have a new man crush. I love it. All right, back to you guys.
Hey, Jabs, if you could do me a favor, could you go to the tournament office and get us a Sharpie marker, please? Thank you so much.
I absolutely could.
So you see your scores going across the screen there. Jason Schaefer continues to lead this tournament. He's a local bowler. I grew up bowling the Junior Gateway Club with, and he's got a busy weekend this weekend. He's bowling tonight, and then he's heading to the state tournament all day tomorrow to bowl his singles, doubles, and team. And if he makes the cut and leading the tournament right now, he is certainly going to be bowling on Sunday as he sits at plus 266 after his first 4 games. He's a left-hander, and he is throwing a 0 gravity at about 1,000 grit. And right now he has a 70-pin lead over some guy named Marshall. You know much about him, Randy?
Well, I do know Marshall Kent. Jason Schaefer is averaging just over 266 for the first 4. That's pretty strong.
That's pretty incredible. And he's got a kind of higher ball speed, and he's a smooth lefty.
Yeah, Marshall Kent averaging just under 250 for 4. Obviously, Marshall Kent, anyone that's followed the PBA Tour telecast have seen Marshall Kent. He had a nice run at the U.S. Open. Marshall Kent is the real deal. In third, Sean Swanson, ex-tour player. And right behind him, PBA champion Kurt Pelon.
In 5th position through 4 games, and that was before they made the turn. You're watching game number 5 now. Dallas Baldridge from the Kansas City area, Andrew Handler, Gary Faulkner, Christian Azcona, Jacob Kent, and J.R. Raymond rounds out your top 10. If you want to see the rest of those scores, go down below on your screen. There's a little blue tab down there, and you can see the updated standings after game number 4 here on this A squad. 67 bowlers, Randy.
Jacob Kent, son of Doug Kent, Hall of Famer, PBA and USBC Hall of Famer Doug Kent. If you've never seen Jacob throw it, well, you need to, because he is one skillful young man. He throws it absolutely phenomenal.
I was actually embarrassed in the squad room this morning or this evening, I should say, as we were taking roll call, making sure everyone knew where they were going. I did not recognize him in the back of the room, and I said, "Name, please." He says, "Jacob Kent." I said, "Oh, geez, sorry."
Nice.
Yeah. Whoops. He was in the back of the room.
Oh.
It's my favorite thing to do at this event, Randy, is stand in front of the players when there's no Twitter, no Facebook, no live streaming, no fans, no people in the bleachers. It's just me and them, and it's an opportunity to explain how things are going to go and why the tournament is here, and thank you for bowling, and thank all our great sponsors that have also helped out.
Speaking of Kurt Pelon, he just threw a 3-bagger and then hopped on top of the ball return and acted like he was riding a horse. Too bad we didn't get that on the live stream.
Did he save a cowboy?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure what that means.
Hey, Randy, it's good to have you here, man.
It's good to have you, too, but you're making me a little nervous. There's a steak knife sitting next to you. I'm not sure what that's for.
Well, let's bring it into the booth, if you could, Matt. I want to show everybody what this is for, okay? It's a new item that we've added to the booth this year, and the purpose of this is we have back channels. Could you hand me one of the back channels, please? We have 5 of these.
Making Randy work.
And right, yeah, make it rain too. But here's what he does. So this thing here is going to run out of batteries, okay? And this is an Audio Technica, and Audio Technica makes good stuff, okay? So you pull this down right here, and to get these batteries out is very, very difficult. Very, very difficult to get the batteries out of there. So I'm going to show everyone at home how it works. You just do a little scoop like that, and you pop the battery out. So that is what this is here for. And we have been known to have threats made up here in the booth, and it also doubles as a weapon.
And you have your own personal battery catcher, me.
Yeah,
so.
thanks, man. So
awesome.
That's what it's here for. Everything has a purpose here in the booth.
Great. And if you feel that the telecast isn't going well, a little Harry Carey in your future. Awesome.
Jose Vizcaino. Right?
That was like a used vacuum cleaner salesman commercial.
Speaking
there.
of baseball, Dennis Hacker just showed us a photo of someone at the Cardinal game watching the broadcast.
That was Scott Husnick. That was Miller Park.
Oh, it was at Miller Park.
Yeah.
Oh, even better.
Scott Husnick, a big fan of what we do.
So, Randy, we've got some sponsors involved in this event this year, and we've got a couple of new ones, and we really need to touch on all of the folks that help make this thing possible. Storm back again this year, just an incredible sponsor. We both work for Storm, but Storm was on board with this event before I worked for the company, and I've always been committed to this event. And then also Budweiser has helped us out with the signage. The local Gray Eagle distributor here has been good to us for all 4 years.
For all you do, this Bud's for you. Hey, check out the kid in the third row wearing the sombrero. Hey, Mike, if the moon were made of green cheese, would you take a bite? I know I would.
Hey, Harry, you told me a joke earlier. I was wondering if you could tell the joke here.
Probably can't replay that one. Yeah, no, probably not.
2 new sponsors this year, Randy. We've got the Kegel Training Facility and Kegel Corporation, the official lane maintenance supplier of our tournaments, InsideBowling.com, and Chris Chartrand and the Davises and everyone. Mark Davis actually here with his son here this weekend, watching the bowling now. Did a tremendous job getting these lanes and these lane machines whipped into shape so that we could have a nice competitive scoring environment here this weekend. Very fair playing field.
Nice. Good to have them on board.
For sure. It was an absolute godsend for them to want to be part of this. So thank you to Kegel. And if you haven't gone down and checked out that facility, they offer lessons. They invite everyone to go down there, and your game will get better just by visiting the Kegel Training Facility down in Florida. And then, of course, this year we have an incredible relationship with Brad Edelman out in Las Vegas, and he's bringing back the high roller this year. And Brad said, you know, I want to make a statement and let everyone know the high roller means business. So he put an extra $1,000 in this prize fund for us to mention and support the high roller. And we would have done it anyway, but it was just a tremendous gesture of Mr. Edelman to want to do so. So he has thrown $1,000 at this thing. And we totally believe everyone, if you have an opportunity to go back out, make a bold statement, enter the high roller, you should.
You know, Brad actually gave me $10,000 just to come on and do the the live stream. So, yeah, Brad, thank you very much. He's a great guy.
He is a good guy.
Do you think he's listening?
Well, he's probably still out partying.
Brad Edelman?
Are
we talking about the same guy?
He's probably at dinner.
Yeah, he's right now he's at home watching and listening into us, and he's saying, Randy, I've never liked you.
Probably. So, lanes, what are we on here, Matt? Help me out. We're on 31 and 32.
That's the only action going on. We got
Eddie Bird.
Yeah, Eddie
the
Bird. He's
man.
going for a string.
He's flying. He's flying high. He can shoot 245 still. Look how far right he still is. I'd love to see everybody that far right.
Got some tweets coming in. Don't forget, tweet us here at hashtag Inside Bowling. Keep it clean and it'll be seen. Hashtag Inside Bowling. Don't forget to take pictures of what you're watching. If you guys are watching at home on the big screen, post it to our Facebook page. We love to see that as well.
And I must say, Matt Turek, you do the best producing job in the business.
I try.
And speaking of which, he he told us off air just a minute ago, as I talked about those strings on the fans, that he did move a camera with a string in the fan. You see it actually hovering around Matt Reed's head.
Yeah, well, that's the only action going on film. So
no, that's fine. It's just a fun little
it's
string
been dangling. It's kind of
and that's not
hypnotic.
Matt Reed. They're both wearing purple shirts. I'm sorry, that's Kevin Perkey from Illinois. And Kevin Perkey is actually up in the 10th frame, and he has a potential 206 now if he spare strikes.
Kurt Pelon can still throw it. Let's see, what has he got there? He struck out 9th in 10th frame, 8th, 9th, and 10th for 226, bailed it out. Still throws it really good.
Binoculars would be a nice addition to the booth.
You're telling me I haven't had glasses in 6 months. I can't even see the scores out in front of us.
Then I have no chance.
We'll put that on the wish list. I see Kyle Troop down on 49 and 50. Kyle bowling pretty well after 4 games, sits at plus 96 and 19th. And I know they touched on it earlier, but really unfairly, in my opinion, Kyle Troop was called out about using some Aberlon pads after practice at Nationals. And or actually, before he used the ball and put it into competition. You're not allowed to change the surface after it's gone through the scale room. And he had not thrown the ball yet, but scuffed it up. And they caught it because he was on the live stream pair and caught a bunch of ridicule for it. So I'm asking you now to stop. Stop giving him trouble. It could have happened to you, too.
Brett Cunningham there wants to know about scrolling scores. We do have scrolling scores. They will be going up on the screen every so often. Try and get that to go for you here real quick, Brett.
Let's talk about some of the bowlers still yet to come tomorrow in 2 what are supposed to be sold-out fields. It's going to be close to sold out, both of them, 144 a whack. A little slower pace tomorrow. Bill O'Neill, he won last year.
Yep, your defending champion. Who else you have coming in tomorrow?
Tomorrow we've also got trying to hit you with another. To follow Bill O'Neill, you have to have somebody pretty stellar to follow up with. And I want to make sure that I name the correct person. Ronnie Russell was trying to get here. Lowshutter has a slight injury. He was coming. They were going to ride together. That's the name that I was tickling on the end of my tongue that I wanted to say.
Loesch is not coming?
He is not because of he tweaked something and he doesn't believe that he could last 16 games on Sunday.
Gotcha.
Plus a step ladder. But we do have some big names coming in. We've got I don't know why I'm drawing such a blank right now. I just had them all on the tip of my tongue. I just totally lost it for a minute. But because now I'm just thinking everybody that's here right now. Jody Wessner, that's a big name.
Jody Wessner.
Jody Wessner has drilled bowling balls and worked very hard. I think she's going to make a nice run in this event. Craig Nidifer.
Nidifer, really, really good, strong young guy. Great bowler. You've got E.J. Tackett. You've got Marshall Kent. Bill O'Neill.
Nathan.
Yes, thank you, Jackie. You got to get in a better range there. But, yeah, Nathan Bohr.
Nathan Bohr is here.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Dino
Jeez, come on,
Castillo.
Adam Bard is coming into town.
That's why I produced mine.
Anthony Pepe.
I think we've got Chief coming too, right, Chief?
Brian Hilmer was a last minute with withdraw, health
Oh,
issue. Yep.
I was looking forward to that.
Yep.
You say Chief, and I think one flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Nice. Nice.
Look at that.
One of my all-time favorite movies.
Do you want me to change seats, Randy? You want to get closer to him?
I think
And
that's a
then
good idea.
We have some of my favorites in the house. We've got Angie Ramirez and Maria Rodriguez.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be bowling tomorrow.
We actually call Rodriguez.
And Kyle King is here.
We call her
Angie's other half.
Olazabal.
What?
Jose Maria Olazabal. I get those two confused all the time.
Jody Wessner's still my favorite, though.
She's a machine. She's awesome.
She's just the coolest. John Zerbinski was the name that I was trying to get out of my mouth.
Is he coming?
Yeah, he'll be
Yeah,
here.
and his better half, Christina.
Yes, Fromm. They call me Christina. Christina Fromm, like James Bond. From the new men's champions, Lindenwood University, Kyle Sherman will be back this year to participate in the event. He's been a little snake bitten in this event. He was the bubble to get into the cut, I believe it was 2 years ago, and handled it with a lot of class, where he could have, being a young person, 18 years old, he could have really been upset, but he just knew he didn't make a good shot, and I predict he'll go pretty far this year. Oh, Mike Wolf. Mike Wolf's bowling. Multiple-time champion on the Professional Bowlers Tour at the highest level on the National Tour. Tom Hess, Masters champion. Vern Pedersen from Boogie Nights will most definitely be in the building.
Yeah, he spells his name wrong.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, he does. I like the E's and the D's, and the R's and the S's and the O's. Minus the O's out of that one for this guy next to me. But, you know, that's a strange name, Pedersen. You know, Flanagan, they mess up mine all the time, too. They throw double N's and I's and stuff in there. Pedersen and Flanagan can easily be switched around. Now, Louis Ouimet's going to want to mention this guy. If he was here, he's actually thinks he's going to win the tournament. Don Breeden. He thinks Don Breeden's going to play the twig and win the tournament.
Wait a minute. Is that the Don Breeden that bowled the last two senior events?
Yes, it is.
I'll tell you what. He is impressive. He doesn't look like much, and that guy, all he does is strike.
So that's a look in at Rob Gottschall.
Yes,
Team
Rob
USA,
Gottschall.
Rob Gottschall.
He was in the building, if he still is.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
No Mike Fagan this year.
Mike is running a scholarship tournament on the East Coast and didn't realize he picked this exact weekend. And Mike just wanted to get back to the kids this weekend, and we give him 100% kudos on doing that.
I wonder what little Cam Doyle's got up his sleeve.
Cam.
Do you notice he got his license? Dude, I remember covering the US Open way back once upon a time, and he was like, what was he, 14 when he cashed?
I think so.
Yeah. He's like got his license now. He's like doesn't look like Justin Bieber anymore.
So Cam Doyle is bowling this?
He is.
What about Greg Young Jr.?
He is not.
I didn't see him
Shame
on
on
the
him.
roster.
He's a New Storm staffer, by the way.
Yes,
Greg
he
Young
is.
Jr. AJ Chapman is bowling this event. His game's really been escalated to the next level. He's done a nice job recently retooling his game. Antonio Medina's here. The funky cold Medina.
He is awesome. I love him.
He's hilarious.
I mean, not as much as EJ Tackett, but I really like him. He is hilarious.
I said this in the squad room with the players today. I'm staying at the Hollywood Casino while I'm here, and there's a big marquee in there that says Tone Loc is going to be there in a few weeks, and they sing Funky Cold Medina. Then when my girlfriend Kim and I got in the car, in the rental car, the song that was on was Funky Cold Medina. And then we went into a restaurant, and the song that was playing was Funky Cold Medina. And I'll be damned, Randy, if this morning we get in the rental car to go run errands and then come here, and we turn on the radio station and Funky Cold Medina is playing. And I said that downstairs, and I said, he is the man to beat. This is his weekend. So if he makes match play and everybody throws 260 at him, it was completely my fault.
That's like a bad episode of The Twilight Zone.
Yes.
Is Lacaze bowling? Anthony Lacaze?
He is not on the list, but he's bowled this event 3 times.
Got a Blues update.
Uh-oh.
Winner, chicken dinner?
That's a negative.
Oh.
They lost in OT?
overtime.
Oh,
I believe.
Oh, yep, there it is.
3-2.
Hawks win. Hawks win. Is John Janowitz bowling?
Woody Dimma's in the chat. Those that follow me on Facebook know how big of a Blues fan I am. The Blues are the Chicago Cubs of the National Hockey League.
And now you're singing the blues.
I am.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, you know what? They're never going to win a cup. It's never going to happen, and the Cubs are never going to win the World Series. Oh, boy.
Were you just saying they were never going to win the Cup?
Yes.
It's not over yet.
The Blues, well,
they're going to bring it back, or did they already bring it back? That shows how much I pay attention.
Can I tell you my only hockey story?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so I've been to one live hockey game in my life. Growing up in Southern California, we didn't know what hockey was until Wayne Gretzky came to town, and then we still didn't know what hockey was. So we were bowling in St. Louis one year, and I went to see Brett Hull play for the St. Louis Blues. And I don't know anything about hockey, the blue line, the red line. All I know is there's a couple of nets. If you shoot the puck in one of those nets, you get a point for your team. But I can tell you one thing, watching him on the ice and watching the way he handled the puck, he was head and shoulders better than everybody else on the ice.
That's back in the Al McInnes days.
Well, we're going to touch on that in a minute. Let's let everybody know you're watching A Squad of the 2014 Storm InsideBowling.com Open. Mike Flanagan, Randy Pedersen, Matt Turek, and Jackie Bowling bringing you tonight's coverage. You're watching game number 6. We'll have a 5-game update here for you shortly. The bowlers have made the turn from the other side of the house, and you're watching them bowl over here. Through 4 games, Jason Schaefer is your leader at plus 266. Marshall Ken is second at plus 196. And currently right now we're talking a little hockey. And Randy, when I was younger, I was very close to my dad. And because of some personal reasons, my parents got divorced, and it was a smarter move for me to move in with my mom, and I was separated from my dad, basically. And we had season tickets for 2 years to the Blues games. And I used to go with my dad and my brothers all the time. And I have the most fondest memories of going to those games with season tickets. I was a bit spoiled at the time. But while I was there and while I had season tickets, I got to watch Hull and Oates play together, Brendan Shanahan, Scott Stevens, a lot of one of the best teams ever assembled. And that's how I got hooked on hockey, and that's why I continue to cheer on the Blues. It brings back memories with my father, and he was a big Joe Montana fan also. So we used to watch the 49ers, and we'd watch the Blues, and for whatever reason now, those childhood memories, it brings me back to the good times with my dad. My dad's doing well now. I'm just not as close to him anymore, and I miss that. But that's kind of my thing with the Blues. So when you mention Brett Hull, that strikes very close to home, as I watched him score 50 goals in 50 games, and I was at almost every one of those games in St. Louis. I didn't miss a game. And Mom and Dad let me go to school late on those double, triple overtime games, when we were there late. There was a triple overtime game in this series against the Hawks, and they flashed up a little thing up on the screen that said the Blues have gone to triple overtime with the Chicago Blackhawks back in, I believe it was 91, and I was at that game. So that's my Blues story, and that's why I cheer for those guys, win or lose.
It's good stuff.
Kurt Pelon's good stuff.
Do you know that I once got an autographed puck from Bobby Orr? And then I gave it to our director, Mike Roth, because he's a huge hockey fan.
There you go. Well, that's the right thing to do.
Right? Now, are you a St. Louis Rams fan?
They transferred here, and we won a Super Bowl, which I'd much rather would have seen the Blues win a cup than the Rams come here in a couple of years and get a Super Bowl. But I really like Dick Vermeil.
But it was the greatest show on turf.
It was.
Growing up in L.A., I'm a Rams fan, and I'm still a Rams fan, even though they moved to St. Louis. They have the number 2 pick in the draft. That's just like 10 days away. They've got a lot of studs on that team. The only question mark, Sam Bradford.
Yeah.
And I think the first pick, everybody's talking about their first pick, is going to be O-line.
Do you take Johnny Football?
I mean, with the number 2 pick, I get that you need an offensive lineman, but my question to you is, and my question to the fans that are watching, is Sam Bradford the guy? And if he is, then you got to draft offensive lineman.
With the current players around him, no. At the Baltimore Ravens, maybe. If he played for the Baltimore Ravens,
really,
he's like Flacco.
Come on. Flacco's never missed a game in like 6 years.
Well, okay, health reasons, yes, but their skill level, in my opinion.
Really?
That's my opinion.
All
Trent Dilfer's got a Super Bowl. Dan Marino doesn't.
Yeah.
That's a tragedy.
Travesty.
Whatever.
Yeah. Bradford signed an extension last season before the injury. Get a QB for the love of God. Bradford is done. I'm loving this stuff.
Now, I'm going to throw this to you a little bit differently. What about the Washington Redskins that traded the St. Louis Rams to be able to get RG3? How's that worked out for them?
It was a great move by Jeff Fisher. Look at all the draft picks we got.
Yep.
And some of these players haven't developed yet. These players that the Rams took in the draft haven't developed yet. Who's the kid from West Virginia? He's like an H-back. St. Louis, just lightning fast, was hurt.
I know who you're talking about.
But when he was playing, nobody could catch this kid. He was so fast.
We almost just saw the 3, 4, 6 picked, but he slid to 3 in front of the 4. And now we have a 5-game update. Jason Schaefer continues to lead, but hey, he's no longer plus 266. He's plus 236. 170 game, switching sides, going to the other side of the house. Something to keep an eye on. Second place, Marshall Kent sits at plus 217. So Marshall bowled 221 on the other side. Kurt Pelon is now third at plus 193. Christian Azcona, plus 182, sits fourth. Dallas Baldridge rounds out your top 5, Randy.
Think about how you're averaging 266, and then you shoot 170. So it's a left-hander, makes the flip, goes to the other side, and just had 0. Either that or maybe some pocket splits that he failed to convert, and next thing you know, you're stirring at 170.
In 6th position, Gary Faulkner, he's also a southpaw. Andrew Handler, Sean Swanson, A.J. Rice, and Dylan Polanski. Dino Castillo just on the outside looking in. And he is, he's really, sometimes when you get guys that bowl so many tournaments and know so much about bowling, he's really questioned a few things in this event already with how we had that pair breakdown and the way I've handled a couple of things. Bowlers that come bowl this event that are used to bowling PBA, it's a little bit of a head-scratcher for them because we do a lot of USBC rulings to where if you were to bowl in the wrong lane, you get to bowl it over. PBA, you take the score. So a little bit different. He's a little lost in translation, but I'm glad to see him in 11th position.
Mm-hmm. Now, PBA, if you bowl on the wrong lane and strike, you erase the frame and bowl in the correct lane.
Correct.
If you do not strike, you keep the frame.
And to me, that's really cutthroat, in my opinion. I mean, that's pretty much saying, hey, look, if you bowl in the wrong lane and you get a strike, we're not going to reward you because you're an idiot.
Well, but here's the thing, though. The premise behind it was they were thinking, because it was happening so frequently, it came up.
You better pay attention.
Tournament committee actually voted on it and said, hey, we honestly think some of these guys are doing it on purpose when they go to the next pair to get a read on that lane.
Okay. On purpose.
So if you strike, you got to reshoot it on the correct lane. If you go big 4, guess what? It's yours. Enjoy.
Yeah, it's just a shame that that people would do that. But hey, I guess that's why we got locks on our doors and our houses.
I just got to go back to Ron Inman when he said, tell the Rams to get Jamarcus Russell. You got a QB and a lineman all rolled into one. That's good stuff. He was trying to he's trying real hard to make a comeback. I don't know if it's stalled or not, but he was trying.
Hey, speaking of A.J. Rice, who does sit 9th coming into this game, number 6, he is now up on our screen on lane number 48, which just happens to be the championship pair where we will be crowning a $10,000 champion, and he has the front 8. Now he has the front 8. And if you're wondering why the scoreboards are in black and white, folks, it's because of the CRT screens that they have here. I believe that's what they call those. And it's so that you don't see as much flicker. So that's why we do that. And also finding his groove on our left pair on our screen on lanes 31 and 32. we have a string there as well. And it looks like it is this gentleman here in the orange shirt.
He's wearing a giant Eruption Pro shirt. I can see that from here.
And if JB is out there, if we could get a name on lane 31, it'd be helpful.
Gentlemen, what lane were you looking for? Lane 1?
31.
31. I'm on it. I was watching Tom Doherty. He might have found something late. He's got spare 7-bagger on this other side, and he looks very upset because I think he finally found a little bit of space here. It might be a little too late for him, but there's a little update on the other side. That's all that's going on over there. But I will find out. 31. What are we looking for? Names.
Orange shirt.
Orange?
Yeah.
I'm on it.
We've got 2 front 9s here. We've got orange shirt gentleman, and we've also got AJ Rice.
Well, his name is Eruption Pro. Duh.
Okay.
I'm kidding. I'll find out.
Houston White. It's Houston White. The chat beat you to it, Jabs. That's what we can do. We can give Jabs assignments, and we'll see if the chat can beat Jabs.
Nice.
So let's give her an easy one. What is the third product all the way to the left in the candy machine here at Tropicana Lanes on this side of the house? Take that, you chat.
Mike, I'm staring at you right now.
Yes.
Were you
You just rolled that 7 out. That was an awesome shot.
AJ Rice.
Don't pick on me, man.
He's cooking some rice.
I didn't realize he was up in the 10th.
When he bowls, yeah, I said 8th, then 9th. My eyes, I'm telling you, Binocs, we got to get him. But Jabs, if you could just grab him right when he comes off the lane and interview him right after he bowls his 300 game, that would be fantastic. Just jump right down there.
And then run down to the other end.
Eruption Pro?
No, 27-8, AJ Rice. Or 47-8, sorry. He's going to shoot 300, Jabs. So go on down there. He's got one more shot, front 11. And just get him right off the approach.
Well, we're going to have to split screen 300s here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Now, is there a bonus for shooting 300 in your tournament?
Yeah, you go plus 100.
Perfect.
There's no bag of chips or anything?
As it should be.
Yeah, we'll give you a storm water bottle.
Yeah, if you throw a 300 in the 9th game, you win an Escalade. Kidding.
All right, so it looks like just AJ for 300. There it is,
All
300.
Right.
He throws it with 2 hands with his thumb in the ball.
That's right.
All right, the boys in the booth. AJ, you just shot 300. How's that feel?
It feels pretty good. I've been grinding all day around 220, 230, so I knew I needed a big game to get myself back in there, and I finally got it, so I'm going to keep it going and hope I can make it.
Jackie, ask AJ if he would teach me his two-handed style. I need more reps.
Randy wants to know if you could teach him your two-handed style.
Sure, whenever he wants to learn.
All right, we got a thumbs up. All right.
And now we're going for back-to-back 300 games. Houston White up on lane number 32.
Another two-hander. Oh.
Oh.
All right, wrap 10, so possible 279 for him. Brian Valenta makes me sick.
Brian Valenta's got Blackhawk PJs on. That is so awesome, Brian. You're the only one that could pull that off. I could never pull that off. I'd get beat up. You can pull that off. Me, you're much bigger, much stronger. I'd never be able to get away with that.
AJ Rice improves to 244 over through 6 games.
Yeah, I did. Everything's fine.
Covers the spare, looking at 279 here. Nice game by Houston White. Houston struggling a little bit to get going here today. Sits at minus 73 coming into this game 6. It's going to get him plus just a little bit. So Friday night in the Lou, Mike, Randy, Matt, Chabs here with you. And tomorrow, just want to remind you, a lot of coverage tomorrow. 9 a.m. we get started with 8 more games on a much fuller field. We had 67 tonight, shoe up. Should have 144 times 2 tomorrow. Top 32 will move on Sunday morning to bowl the semifinal round, and then the top 12 will bowl round robin match play with 30 bonus pins being awarded. And then you don't want to miss Sunday night. And if you're in the area, come by, be here live to watch it. Big crowd, support these folks. And we'll be bringing you the telecast Sunday night. And big thanks to Dennis Hacker and Jeff Carter for sharing the time in the booth with us throughout qualifying, games 1 through 4. Both of those guys have a lot of chemistry together. They're great friends, and we're happy to have them helping out with the event. Got to give a shout-out to all the folks in the tournament office that have been helping us out. This tournament wouldn't be possible without all of them, and they're the young unsung heroes that don't get a lot of the TV time, so to speak, up here in the booth. But they make myself and the whole Inside Bowling brand look very, very good.
Okay, I got to read this one. Two-handed bowling makes a mockery of this sport and should be banned, said all angry old-time bowlers. What's your take?
That coming in from Archie Meat Pants.
Archie Meat Pants. That's true. That's what his handle says. I mean, what's your take on this two-handed style? Now, first of all, the young man that just bowled 300 puts his 2 fingers and his thumb in the ball.
Yes.
Throws it with 2 hands.
Yes.
Jason Belmonte throws it with 2 hands, doesn't use his thumb.
Correct.
Oscar Palermo, same kind of deal. Brian Valenta puts his thumb in. What's your take on the two-handed style, thumb versus no thumb? What's your take on it?
In the world of bowling, there's one thing that you have to do. You have to repeat shots. You have to repeat shots to the same consistent release, the same consistent ball speed, and then you have to put your head in the game and understand the oil pattern, and then you have to understand what bowling ball is going to work best for you. If you are Walter Ray Williams Jr. and you are lined up and you miss 2 boards inside of target, usually you might leave a 4-pin on a flat pattern. If you miss a board or 2 to the right with straighter angles, you're going to hit the pocket light. If Jason Belmonte misses it at the bottom of the swing, there's a possibility of missing the head pin right, and if he overhits it, he pays the ultimate penalty for Big 4 or a Greek church. To watch Jason Belmonte stick shots at the line and being able to repeat and control that much rev rate, I don't have a problem with two-handed bowling at all because it's damn hard to do. I've tried it. Many people have tried it. And if you can execute it and get that many revolutions on the ball, so be it.
I agree. I think it's very difficult to do. I think that, before you start beating them up, why don't you go out and try to do it yourself?
Yeah.
And I've tried it, and it's not easy. And the hardest thing for me to do is to throw it 21 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour doing that. So I do agree with you. I do agree that depending on the pattern, if they're not real sharp, their mistakes are going to be much more magnified. However, when they're firing on all cylinders, like, for example, Jason Belmonte, he's got the strongest striking ball on tour, and he's got the highest strike percentage on tour. So if he's firing on all cylinders, nobody's going to beat him. The only chance you have to beat him is in a one-game match on TV.
Right, and his computer tracking software, what is that, computer advanced tracking software, otherwise known as CATS?
Yeah.
If you look at his CATS numbers, they're sick. They're right on top of each other every time.
He is extremely talented and very good at what he does. And guess what? He wasn't when he first came out on tour.
No.
But he worked real hard on his game, and he worked on doing what? Repeating shots, which is what all the great players in the world over the last 40 years have done. They've worked on repetition and repeating shots, making shots.
If all it takes is having to throw the ball with 2 hands, I'm going to pick on him because he's wearing a Blackhawks freaking outfit and pajamas. Brian Valenta would be number 2 or number 3 player on the tour, and Oscar Palermo would as well.
Right.
But they're not.
But you can see there's a big difference between Jason Belmonte and Osku.
Yes.
I mean, Jason's got a lot more touch.
Yes.
He's got some more tricks. Osku's just pure raw power, and he likes to bring the heat, and Jason has got just so much better touch, and he can really control ball reaction a lot better than any of the other 2-handers I've seen.
And I'm going to say something that could be controversial, but I believe Osku Palermo gets bored with the game of bowling, and I feel like there are times that he is not 100% focused on the task at hand, and I feel like Osku has something more, but the fire isn't lit as much as Belmo's right now. And I'm not trying to take anything away from Osku, but I observe him at times practicing, throwing the ball back up, doing different sorts of things. He's an amazing trick shot artist, and I love the guy. I mean, he's one of the nicest guys out there. He's an entertainer, and he'd do anything for you. He's one of our Storm staff members. But I believe that a little more focus out of him, and I don't know, just maybe a little more dedication. I think that Osku could do better. Now he does good when he bowls the Weber Cup stuff. I see a little more passion and a little more will and want. And I know it's controversial to say, and I know he's also battled some injuries as well, so that could be part of it. His elbow, I believe.
He's a hard guy to read. Emotionally, you just don't know what's going on in there. And, you know, I can see where you're coming from, thinking that he's bored with it at times. For me, he's just a hard guy to read. I think he's, like you said, I agree with everything you say. He's got a great personality. He's a great guy, great member of the Storm staff. But when I watch him compete, I don't get a good read on him. I don't know what's going on.
And I think that's a good way to put it, because he'll go on fire for a while and then just switch. I've seen him switch to like a natural when I was working for Extra Frame, and he'd go 170, 170 to finish on a block. And he was in the top 16 going in, and then he switched to a natural. And I know the lanes hook a lot at South Point, but you know it was just a bad read. And he's just maybe he's just a ball off here or there. Maybe he doesn't make a good ball read, but I will tell you this about Osku. If I had to pick one person on the Storm staff and I had to have somebody basically fight someone else to keep me alive, Osku would be the first person I would have throwing the punches for me. Eddie Bird's got a good look out there as he goes 5-spare, 9-spare double. He's paired up with Gary Faulkner and Zeke Bate. These three can certainly play the game. Zeke Bate is your singles champion at the USBC Open Championships last year.
Throws it really good.
He can dance too. If you've seen any of them videos on Facebook,
I have not.
He puts them up there. It's pretty cool. I think he competes nationally at that as well.
Really?
Yeah, some sort of dancing competition. You have to talk to him about it.
He's got some sick game, I can tell you that.
Oh, that was an all right shot, but he was throwing them good first 3 or 4
so
there.
This guy here, Zeke, he can
number
he can
23.
Dance.
He can dance like a crazy person.
Yes, and Jabs, Zeke is wearing the number 23 on his jersey, and I know that's Michael Jordan's number. If you get a chance to catch up with Zeke, I'd kind of like to know a little bit more about that. And Gary Faulkner here, look, he's got the GF. He's got his own. He's got his own symbol. He's got his own trademark, the GF, Gary Faulkner, and he throws the ball phenomenally well up the left side of the lane.
Yeah, 3 really good players on this pair.
And Eddie Bird, he's just the bird man. He just keeps flying. He flies around everywhere, and he's one of the better bowlers coming out of the St. Louis area. He tried some time on the tour. He operates a pro shop just on the other side of the river in St. Charles. Best Bowling Pro Shops led by Daniel Puerto and his crew. And Eddie's a member of the Columbia staff, has been for a while now. And Eddie has bowled this event all 4 years thus far.
Yep, really good game, real solid. I love the way that the ball comes out away from his body in the backswing so he can tuck it up underneath his shoulder, and great hand at the bottom.
Hi. How are you?
Speaking of people that have really promoted and been part of this event and really took to this event from day one, Harvey Johnson is here. Zeke is one of the bowlers in his stable, and Harvey's been just amazing to our event and our staff, and we appreciate him bringing guys out to bowl every year.
Archie Meatpants said, imagine if Eddie used real balls like Storm and Roto.
Well, you know, sometimes when you commentate up here, you gotta throw stuff out there, even though we both work for Storm. But yeah, you know, our stuff's rolling pretty good right now.
Right now? How about the last 7 years? What about the last 7 years, my friend? Huh? Listen.
That's all I threw.
Don't throw Storm. Don't throw Storm or Roto. Enjoy finishing second. Enjoy finishing second.
Hey, Jabs, what do you got over there?
So we want the skinny on the meaning of his jersey.
Yeah, 23.
Isn't that like, you know, like the Miley Cyrus song? J's on my feet. J's on my feet.
Aren't those maple leafs
Right?
on the front of his jersey? Are those maple leafs?
I don't think those are, well, sure, those.
I say.
Oh, okay.
Those are Buckeye?
No, we'll
Those are
ask
Buckeyes?
them, but I don't want to interrupt them.
Oh, Zeke doesn't care.
Little Buckeye symbols?
Zeke won't mind.
They look like maple leaves.
Yeah, just hang out behind. Motion him over after this shot. He don't care.
Well, you know, I'm fearless. I'll go talk to him. Like I said, the worst he could do is bite my head off.
They are the Buckeyes, like on their helmet.
Hey there. I came down here for you. Yeah. I want to know everything about this jersey. Tell me about it.
It's a Team Harvey jersey. My backer, Harvey Johnson, he normally backs like 4 of us. It's like me, Vern Pedersen, Matt Jones, and Marvin Hale. We all 4 have jerseys from our home state. This is my Buckeye. So, rocking the colors.
And the 23 is?
My favorite number.
Beautiful. All right.
Why is 23 his favorite number?
Oh, Randy wants to know why your favorite number is 23. Is it like a, specific person?
Is it a Michael Jordan
influence?
thing?
Is it a Jordan thing, or what is it?
Yeah, I grew up watching the Bulls and Jordan. My favorite team is the Bulls.
There you go.
I guess it kind of stuck with me as a kid.
Oh, I have the same thing, so.
I want to know, Jackie,
It's a good thing.
Ask Zeke, I want to know about this dancing thing.
Oh, Randy wants to know about the dancing thing.
I'm not a very good dancer. I don't know where you heard that.
That's not what I heard, Zeke. That's not what I heard.
He's lying. I don't know. I don't know about anything like that.
Maybe we'll have to test that later.
I want to know the name of the website because I want to watch that.
I put up some videos on Facebook. That's it, though.
Only on Facebook?
On Facebook, yeah.
Well, let's Facebook stalk them, or we can just test it out later.
I'm already going to work on it right now,
We'll get the
guys.
J-Box going in the bar later.
I'm not on Facebook.
But I am, so I can help you out, brother.
All right, we've got a breakdown, and it couldn't have come at a worse time for Zeke and the rest of the guys on 41 and 2. But while we're waiting for that pair to get fixed, you got anything going on Facebook over there? I've got to see this, Matt. I've got to see some of this dancing stuff.
And those of you that are just joining us here, East Coast, West Coast, and everywhere in between, you're watching about halfway through game number 7 of this 8-game qualifying block tonight. Mike Flanagan, Randy Pedersen, Jackie Bowling, and Matt Turek here bringing you tonight's coverage. Jason Schaefer continues to lead through 5. We'll have a 6-game update here shortly for you at plus 236. Marshall Kent, Kurt Pelon, Christian Azcona, and Dallas Baldridge, your top 5 at this point. Remember, the top 32 will be coming back Sunday morning for 4 games of more qualifying with pins carrying over. 1 in 5 will cash in this event, with the last cash spot being $500 and first place being $10,000. Thanks to the sponsors that we have, which are Storm, the Bowlers Company, Budweiser, the King of Beers, the Kegel Training Facility down in Florida, and, of course, the High Roller Tournament coming back this July in Las Vegas. For more information about their tournaments, you can go check them out at high-roller.com. there's one of my favorite athletes of all time, Liz Johnson. Lane 32. Love LJ. Love it that she comes out and shoes up with the men with no women's tour. She's a weekend warrior. She bowls everything and anything she possibly can, and she backs down to no one.
Yeah, Liz is a beast. She's what a great bowler and a great person. I've known Liz for a long time, a lot of years.
Let's take a look at Liz as she competes in this tournament. Looks like she's using a Defiant Soul and just not being able to get the ball to corner to the 1-3. I know she's going to re-enter tomorrow. If she doesn't bowl a good enough score, she will be back. Now, Randy, I want to put you on the spot. If you were to bowl this event, knowing there are 67 players competing today and at least 130 or so in each of the two squads tomorrow, which one would you rather bowl, or do you feel there's any advantage in bowling a squad with less players, or disadvantage?
The advantage, bowling a squad with less players, faster pace, less transition. So that's the advantage.
Randy.
Yes.
Here, I would like to.
Let's see it.
Is there sound? There's
No.
not going to be sound, right? Okay.
Let's see it.
No.
Just it's slow, but it's. I think it's amazing. This is some sort of international art of dance competition where he goes out. There's some music in the background that you cannot hear. This is Zeke Bate. It's a shame we can't show this.
And if you want to see it,
it's on his Facebook page.
Just give him a Facebook friend request, Zeke Bate. Maybe we could just have him do that whole routine at the end of the block.
I'm telling you, wait till he gets going. You put a camera on him, it'll be crazy.
I'd like to see him do some Michael Jackson, Billie Jean. Little hocus pocus.
And this guy's not on So You Think You Could Dance. Why? I mean, this guy is sick, talented. Oh, my gosh.
He gets going. This is still a third of the way through the video. It's a shame you folks at home can't see this. This is on his Facebook page, Zeke Bate.
And
here he is up the bowl.
We'll see if we see any of this dancing in his form.
Wow.
He's a character. Maybe, just maybe, we could put him up to something if he were to win the event.
Yeah, wasn't there a bet at the Holiday Doubles with Matt McNeil, and you can make a bet, and make him dance on the approach.
Yes.
Guy's amazing.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Pretty good. Maybe he's the best two-sport athlete of all time.
If you consider this a sport.
There was Bo Jackson. And there was Zeke Bate. Walter Ray. I mean, now he's freaking out.
Do we know what song he's dancing to?
No, it's some sort of techno song.
Okay, got ya. It's like mesmerizing.
Watching Gary Faulkner here compete, just when you think you got a good ball reaction, Gary Faulkner goes up and 3, 6, 7 nines here towards the end of the block, game number 7. Do we have an update, Matt? Got to be close.
We do not. Nope.
Okay.
But on that note, I will scroll the scores after game number 5.
And you can see just how important rhythm is, because these players had to wait just for a couple of minutes for that breakdown on lane 42. And both players going light, leaving 2-8-10 on the left lane, and the 3, 6, 7, 9 on the right lane.
Dino Castillo is on lanes 39 and 40, just to the left of the booth, and he now has the first 5 strikes, which I am going to move that camera mat over to that range.
Dino Castillo all up in my grill right now. What's up, baby? What's up, baby? Hey, hold on. I need you to keep striking. You know, because you're getting on in years, and I mean, how many years until you're on the senior tour, boss?
8. Well, 7 and a quarter.
So you're almost 43.
July 2nd.
I remember what it was like when I was 43. Yeah, my body didn't hurt.
My body hurts now at 43.
Your body hurts now at 43. That's not good.
Poor old and fat.
Yeah. There's Kyle Troop. See him falling off of every shot. He's got a really bad sciatic nerve thing going on. Have you seen this guy Zeke dance? Oh, he throws it really good, but have you seen him dance?
I have not seen him dance.
Amazing.
It's on. All right, well, we got to get some music out there.
No, it's hey, yeah, it's really good.
All right.
I'm going to get him an agent. I'm going to get him on So You Think He Can Dance. Yes, sir.
Well, Dino's other, I call him the Three Stooges. There's actually 4 but Tommy's not here. He's Shemp. So, but yeah, between Tom, Dino, and DJ Archer. DJ, I'm on the other end of the house, and he has the front 8. So maybe him and Dino got some little side thing going on. But he's a little ahead of the game. So I'll keep you updated on DJ's status.
We've had one 300 game, right, Chabs? And that was AJ Rice, the only 300 we've had.
We've had a 710 picked.
Yes. I think the second highest score was, what, 290?
Yep.
All right.
So we probably need to start a list of accomplishments that have happened in this event.
710 split.
It's a pretty good-looking guy on that flyer.
Wow, where did you get that picture?
I don't know.
Yeah, we should start the list. 710 split made.
EJ Tackett picked
First 300.
AJ Rice.
Man, that just sounds like a
300.
Dino Castillo, front 6.
Oh.
We didn't jinx him.
No.
Not yet, anyway.
DJ Archer, front 9.
Is that Matt Gasson as well? And Ben Tubbin.
EJ Tackett made the 710 split.
Yep.
Nice.
Down on 29 and 30. And that's hard to do on AMF pin setters. It's not easy. Oh, looky here. After game number 6, we've got a new leader. Dun, dun, dun. Marshall Kent leads through 6 games, plus 284. AJ Rice is second at plus 244 with that 300 game. Jason Schaefer slides to 223 and continues to struggle on the other side of the house. Keep in mind, just 2 games ago, he was at plus 261, I believe it was, 266. He's sliding backwards quick. Ken McNeely is now in 4th position. First time we've heard that name at plus 210. Pelon falls to 5th at plus 200. Andrew Handler, Christian Azcona, Dallas Baldridge, Zeke Bate, and Gary Faulkner ride out your top 10. We're watching Dino Castillo continue to string strikes. He has 6 in a row, and Dino sits 20th at plus 122.
No 9-pin on lane 38. He had no 9-pin.
Gasson, Matt. Lane 38 didn't have a 9-pin. All right. Randy, you're all over that.
It's just that pair. I keep looking up and I keep seeing things. You know, it's like an old fisherman. You know, they could see things in the water that you can't see. I've been looking at pins for so many years. I just look up, and the rack either looks full or it doesn't.
And going back to this 41-2, we just watched Eddie Bird leave a 4-9 after leaving a 2-10. And that little delay, like you mentioned earlier, really has thrown this pair out of whack. Now here's Dino looking for the ham turkey dinner.
The ham turkey dinner?
Ham bone and the turkey combined together.
Nice.
7 in a row.
I mean, I get it, but
it's a good
I'm
one.
not sure. I can't believe you went there. Hey, Dino, come over here for a second. I got a question for you. That nice 7-bagger. Listen, what are the Dallas Cowboys' chances this upcoming season? 6 and 10.
6 and 10.
Why do you say that?
They're terrible. One, they didn't make any moves.
Right.
They didn't make any big moves.
Right.
And 2, their schedule is about as crucial. I mean, it's as rough as they get.
At least he's being realistic.
They're going to beat the Rams. Rams are awful.
The Rams.
And
Oh,
they'll
no, wait a minute. No chance of beating the
They'll
Rams.
probably be the Lions,
The
too,
Ram-
if they play the Lions.
First of all, the Rams play in a much tougher division. But the Rams, if Dallas and the Rams play, if they're on the schedule to play each other, the Rams are going to slaughter the Cowboys. No, you'll. Well, no, that's okay for you to say it, just not me.
I'll run naked through St. Louis.
You'll run naked through St. Louis if they win. Okay.
Hey, you know what's funny, Randy, is one thing that we do with our broadcasts that a lot of people don't, and it's kind of our kind of claim to fame, is we invite everyone into the booth. It's very loosey-goosey, even while you're competing at the highest level in a really big tournament, okay? Dino, who we're watching, has the first 7 in a row, and he has now made it a habit after each shot to come up to the booth and shoot the schmooze with us, so to speak. Pretty cool.
Good stuff.
Pretty cool.
We need a little handheld mic up here so when players come up to talk, they could, with the viewers that are tuned in, could actually hear them.
Under control. Under control.
Just got word that DJ Archer on the other side had the first 10 strikes.
Wow, did you see that massive messenger by Dino? Almost 43 years old, and he's still slinging wood. Gotta love it.
He's going to focus now and just stay down on
He's
the
not
pair.
coming up?
I don't think so.
All right.
Dino
Look
sits 20th, remember.
Look at all the trouble on this pair after that breakdown. Crazy.
No, he rung the 10 pin.
DJ Archer?
Yeah, and spared up shot 279. For shot in 10.
279 or 289? It was 279?
No. He only had the front 9, and then he rung the 10 first ball.
Still
no 9-pin again. I don't know if you can replay that, but it looked like the 9-pin was missing in the rack again. On 38, there was no 9-pin in that rack. Hey.
Yeah, I think somebody noticed it. Yeah, they got it. And you bet your bippy that the staff here is aware of it, and they'll be working on that overnight, so it's not an issue tomorrow.
What I find fascinating, and this has nothing to do with what you're talking about, is that there's no bowling going on the featured pairs. And it's been that way for several minutes.
Why is that?
I do not know. I guess they're waiting for the next pairs to get done for a move.
It just seems like everybody's gone to the bar for a drink or something. But here's Dino looking for 8 in a row.
Attaboy.
Man.
He's a superstar.
He needs a big game. He needs 2 big games. Currently
sits 20th.
In 20th at 122 over. If he takes this off the sheet, he gets to 220, another 240 or 50 game. Dino.
Yeah.
What's going on in your mind right now, buddy? You got the front 9. I mean, you know, I noticed you didn't come back and talk to me after.
I did talk to you after 7.
After 8, you didn't come back and say anything, and I didn't want to mess up, your mojo.
Well, I'm not into that stuff. It's just the only reason why I didn't come back after 8 was because I had to bowl right back.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
You know,
if you lean in here, they can see your handsome mug.
Okay.
Get all up in that. There you go.
You know what?
So now tell the folks at home what's going on here.
Well,
what goes through your mind? You step up in the 10th frame. You need 3 in the 10th to shoot 300. What does Dino Castillo think about?
Well, I only think about throwing a good shot. Whether it strikes or not, it's the pins that decide.
Mm-hmm.
Me, if I shoot 300, great. But ultimately, I just want to throw a good ball. You know, being amongst greatness, obviously you know what it feels like. Come on, Randy. You know
You're
you're
talking
Hall of
about
Fame.
him?
No.
You better be talking about me.
Hall of Fame.
Here's,
I
you know,
can't.
my thing is this is the phrase that I always kind of use, or the advice that I always give everyone. Don't think it'll only hurt the ball club. You know, when athletes are performing at their highest level, there's not a whole lot of thinking going on.
No, there's not.
And guys like yourself know this far too well, and Flans knows that, and you know, throughout the years, it's proven that, you know, some of the greatest, that their minds just shut off at the right time. They didn't think about nothing except where to put their feet and what target to look at.
First off, the real Doug Ireland, he said, "I'm getting gray. I've been gray a long time." People just don't understand, because I've been gray a long time.
What's this? You averaged 260 in a regional a couple weeks ago?
I did 17 games. I averaged 261, and in the finals, I averaged 283.
Is that the same place that they're
did you end
having
up winning?
the summer swing?
Yeah, I'm pencil me in dead last. All right, let me.
Hey, did you end up winning?
I did win.
Are you sure? You averaged 260 and 283 in the finals. You actually won.
I got lucky.
Wow, buddy.
Got lucky.
That's pretty strong.
All right, guys, watch my 10th
Hey,
frame.
let's watch the 10th frame. Knock him dead.
All right, so he kicks himself out of the booth so that he can bowl the 10th frame. So here we go. Dino Castillo, first time ever bowling this event, making quite a splash here. Has made it over to this side of the bowling center. He's in game 3 of this side, game 7 of the event in A-Squad qualifying. Mike Flanagan, Randy Pedersen, Matt Turek, Jackie Bowling. Here we go. Dino Castillo, all eyes are on you, sir. 9 in a row. Looking for 10. Oh, that was left. Well, 279 won't hurt.
Looked like he's stuck. He was hopping around like he's stuck, and then he started sliding his shoe again. And how many times does that happen when you leave the approach, you come up on the carpet, and you go back down?
But it didn't happen the 3 times before.
I know, right? What
Yeah.
the heck? Sorry, Dino. He's never going to talk to us again.
I'm kind of the believer that if a guy at 3:47 p.m. for 100 days straight walks into 7-Eleven and gets a banana Slurpee, I'm not going to bet the next day that he doesn't show up. I'm going to bet that he does. Same can be said for roulette. If it's red, the whole board is red, why would somebody walk up and bet black? It's been red 8 times in a row. Why would you think it's going to change?
Some people just get a feeling.
Yeah, well, hooked on a feeling. Who got chalk out, right? Is that how that goes? It's getting late. And that's Will Barnes from the Wichita area.
Well, nice messenger there from Dino for 279. Bet he wants that shot over, Mike.
Yeah, you know, I know that he likes to ham it up, and I'm sure he would have really enjoyed shooting 300 on this live broadcast.
Yep.
I have a feeling he's going to have more opportunity to do so, even as far as Sunday.
Yeah, I'm sure. Did Dino bowl here last year?
No, this is his first time. We've got a lot of newbies here. We've also got a lot of dedicated folks that have bowled all 4 years or skipped a year or came back. J.R. Raymond, for instance, bowled the first 2 years. Really enjoyed the event. Was in just a different place and wasn't bowling much last year. Now he's back this year. Walked up to me after the first game and said, it's amazing how almost identical they're playing in this facility compared to the old facility that I bowled the first two years. So that was good news. I like to hear those sorts of things. Because it was a wood facility there, here the HPL synthetic, which is still a very, very friction-heavy lane surface when it comes to synthetic lanes. And speak of the devil, J.R. Raymond, he's actually paired up with Jason Schaefer, the lefty, who was leading by so many pins and has been struggling over on this side of the bowling center. And I've actually got a camera on that pair now. And also, we'll just go a lane left. Christian Azcona finds himself pretty high up the leaderboard also. Christian opening up with an open, and now through the face for a 6-pin. He's not going to be happy with that. And here's Jason Schaefer, the lefty, who was leading the tournament. So we'll keep an eye on Jason throughout this game. Looks like his ball's going a little long now.
At least it did on that shot.
Now, Randy, this bowling center has had a lot of off and on PBA National Tour pro stops in the past. And you've come into this facility and bowled. How did you bowl here when the PBA came to town?
I think I made match play, probably finished in the teens. I bowled okay, but it was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Were there certain bowling centers that when you knew that stop was coming up, you knew you had a legitimate chance at the show no matter the oil pattern put out on the lane?
Yes, Vegas, the old Showboat was one of those places for me that I had a lot of success in. Tournament of Champions of Riviera, believe it or not. Made 3 or 4 shows there. But yeah, the old Showboat was one where I really did quite well in. Never won there, but I did well there. Made my first ever show there.
Randy, do you believe that at the professional bowlers level that the Hall of Fame credentials of having 10 titles is a shoe-in? Do you believe that number, with the lack of events, will go down and be taken into consideration moving forward?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I think that, it's the criteria has changed over the years. I mean, Mark Williams got in not having 10 titles, but he had 2 or 3 majors. So I believe it was 7 titles and 2 or 3 majors, and I know 2 of them were the Firestone Tournament champions. So I don't see that going down.
Randy, I'm going to put you on the spot here for a minute. I know how close you are to the Professional Bowlers Tour. I know that you get to really have your pulse on the tour. And we've got a lot of mutual friends and a lot of people that support the tour. Obviously, Storm Bowling Products, we support the tour as much as anyone. The manufacturers support it like crazy, as we see Liz Johnson pick the 6, 7, 10 off camera. But for the future of the Professional Bowlers Tour, the haters out there that are ripping on the tour, can you enlighten us into some of the bright spots that you see moving forward that you're excited about?
Well, first and foremost, the summer tour that we're going to have. We got a sponsor late for that event. Mike Edwards was very helpful in kind of spearheading that movement. Tom Clark's been working diligently to get corporate sponsors on board. I think that we're getting really close to possibly landing some corporate sponsors. And again, with the efforts of Tom Clark and his staff, I think something good's going to happen, and I think we're going to start turning this around and see a difference at the 2014 World Series of Bowling.
And I echo those thoughts, and I also have had some conversations with folks at the PBA, and I feel as good as I ever have about some of the potential things that are coming down the pipeline. And if you're a young person aspiring to be a professional bowler, I believe the skiing downhill is over. It has plateaued. It has come to a resting place. and now it is going to begin to gradually climb back up the hill. Support the PBA, folks. Go out and bowl regionals. Go out and watch bowling if you're a fan of bowling at the PBA level. Go support it. Show up for the TV shows. And if you're an aspiring bowler that wants to eventually compete on the national tour, bowl those regionals. PBA put on great events, and they've got some amazing people that work for them that work very hard. And we support them 100%. And if you do not subscribe to the online bowling channel Extra Frame and you love bowling, shame on you. Seriously, a cup of coffee a month?
Yep.
Or as some people like to say, 20 ramen noodles a month.
How many Hot Pockets would that be?
I just learned the awesomeness of the ham and cheese Hot Pocket. Yeah, I don't know.
Weren't those recalled? I thought those were recalled like a month ago.
I hope not, because
Yeah.
I've been eating them like crazy this
You're
week.
going to die soon. so you like the Hot Pockets, do
Well,
you,
the
Matt?
ham and cheese ones, yeah, 2 of them. I eat 2 of them a day.
That's awesome.
I hope they're not recalled.
Randy, let me tell you a story about this guy in the booth with this Matt. Okay, when he first started helping us out, he goes, "I don't want to say anything. I don't want to talk. I don't want to say anything." And then once he sat in, he really enjoyed it, and now he's really found his home, in which he sits here. He's the guy behind. He's the one that while we talk, he's clicking on the cameras and everything, doing all the hard work. But he's been picking some really good spots to just fire in.
Yeah,
the whole less is more theory.
I just sit here and turn my mic down, and when I have something to say, I'll say it.
Well, a true comedian knows it's all about timing, Mike. And he's got impeccable timing.
He does.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
He's going to tell that one at Christmas to the whole family. Now, let me tell you, it was IB Open. It was 2014. It was A squad, 7th game, 3rd frame. And this is what Randy Pedersen said.
I'm knocking it down. It was the 2nd shot of the 3rd frame.
Okay. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Hey,
Let's get it right.
I want you to answer this question. Mike, what do you think about Mark Baker's challenge for a 5-man team? I think this would be good for PBA and bowling in general.
Is this thing where they're trying to get any 5-man team to bowl one of those PBA league teams? Is that what this is?
Well, this was
that was on Twitter.
This was Mark Baker calling out the world after his team won the Elias Cup.
Oh.
There's a couple moving parts there that annoy me. One part of it is there's too much red tape for a simple bowling match. It has to be on this. It has to be this. It has to be this. And two sides aren't going to come to the table and agree on anything. It's very unlikely. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. PBA wants it to be on PBA patterns only. Has to be on extra frame. Has to be on PBA's turf. The amateurs are like, we have no chance in that environment. We're not as good as you, so will you please come to our turf and bowl us? And how about at least let's bowl a match to where you get to pick a pattern, we get to pick a pattern, and there may be random draw out of a hat. And no, that's not going to work. And then some of the amateurs are like, okay, well, we're willing to go into the snake pit on your terms, but not for $20,000 a person. Let's do $5,000 a person. Nope, only $20,000. We don't want to fly Don Barrett overseas over to the United States for only 5 Gs.
Right.
So I'm kind of annoyed with all the red tape.
Sure.
I want to see it happen. I'm tired of reading about it. I've probably spent over an hour reading all this garbage. I just want to see it happen.
You know what we used to say about that back in the day? Put up or shut up.
Yeah, it's just I want to see it happen. If someone here in this tournament came up to the booth and said, Mike, is it possible tonight after the live stream, we'll just take Kurt Pelon, for instance. Kurt Pelon says, I'm going to bowl EJ Tackett for $1,000 a game and $3,000 for total, and we're going to bowl a 3-game match. Would you stream that right now? I would stick around and do that.
Yep.
Okay. But if I were to do that, I don't want anyone to say, oh, well, that should have been, maybe on extra frame or, just different things like that. Like I want to see bowling just happen. I understand why things like that happen, but I think that there should be. I know that the Chris Barnes challenge a few years ago didn't really pan out too much. You know, hey, Chris Barnes is going to be here at this time on this date. Come bowl me for $5,000.
Yeah, he lost too, didn't he?
Well, the one time he bowled, I don't know the facts. I think he bowled Pepe, and Pepe lost to Barnes.
No, that's not the one I was talking about. He lost to this other kid. I can't remember, and maybe I'm wrong, but I thought he lost to this other kid. But here's the thing, right? You know, some of the biggest fans used to watch action. Back in the day, they would stand around, they would bet in the back, they would watch action, and I'll tell you right now, if you put Pelon and EJ Tackett on the lanes bowling 1,000 a game, 3,000 per series, and you live streamed it, people would watch.
Yeah, and it'd be amazing.
And I would watch.
Yeah, it'd be good. You'd sit in the booth, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's take a look at the standings. We have it after game number 7.
Here you go. He lost to Aguiar. Is that true? Alex Aguiar?
We'll have to check
Is that
out.
who beat Barnes?
Okay, so let's go over the standings. Top on top, we got a lead change, actually. A.J. Rice is now plus 291. He's your leader. Second is Marshall Kent at plus 289, tied with Ken McNeely, both at 289 through 7 games. In fourth position, Sean Swanson at plus 224. Kurt Pelon fifth at plus 210. Zeke Bate is sixth. Christian Azcona seventh. Dino Castillo jumps up to 8th place with that 279 game. You watched it right here. 9th place, Chris Seligman. And 10th place, he finished 3rd last year and was your 2nd seed. We hear his name for the first time tonight. Brad Miller is now in 10th position at plus 199.
I watched him play out front here, and he looked like he was struggling.
Talk about struggling. Wow. I am just
you're amazed.
I am amazed. So, let's see. It was Aguiar that beat Barnes.
According to the chat.
According to the chat. And most of the folks on the chat are pretty knowledgeable folks. I'm ashamed that I don't remember who the young man was that bowled Barnes. So listen, I've got a little something to throw out.
Yeah.
Matt, I want you to predict a winner of this event right now.
Right now.
If you guess the correct winner, I buy you a dozen Hot Pockets.
Not if they're recalled.
Well, yeah. Hey, if they're still on the shelf, they've got to be good, right?
Right, yeah. Well, it's not like GM or nothing.
By the way, they're frozen, so anything frozen's dead anyway.
All right.
So
yeah, it's dead anyway.
Who's your pick?
All right, my pick right now to win the entire event.
Yep.
And take home $10,000.
Yep.
Are they bowling right now or are they bowling tomorrow?
I have no idea.
Do you want to wait and make your prediction tomorrow, Matt?
No, I'll give me a second to look up who's in B and C.
All right.
I'll give you my pick. Randy, do you have a pick, Randy?
I don't right now.
I do. John Zerbinski.
Really?
Yeah. Because Jake Peters has dominated this event. Straighter player. And I know John's got more hand than Jake.
Yeah.
But Marshall Kent's bowling well. It would either be Kent or it would be Zerbinski. I'm going with Zerbinski.
All right, I'll take Marshall Kent.
Okay. And none of us picked Bill O'Neill as of yet.
No.
And he won last year.
Don't care.
Oil pattern similar.
I'm going with Storm Guy.
Okay.
I'm staying loyal to my peeps. Is it wrong that on Easter Sunday, my son was shouting at these little yellow candy bird-looking things?
The peeps.
And I said, "What are you doing?" And he goes, "What? I'm shouting at my peeps."
Yeah.
Is that?
That's great.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah. Hey, I'm here with my peeps. Good stuff.
I want these Hot Pockets.
Well, you better come up with the right guess then, kid.
So we are in game number 8, winding down. 7th frame. What's the time here? I guess I could look at my phone. 11:10.
The time is I'm hungry. Fat guy's got to eat. Let's go.
Hot pocket.
Hot pocket.
Dino Castillo, front and center. This is the championship pair, by the way, 47 and 48. And last year we saw a title match between Bill O'Neill and Craig Nidifer that was pretty ugly. And there's an ugly 7-10 to come up behind that statement on that pair. That right lane has got a funny rack. In the semifinal match, Brad Miller, 5'7" or 5'10", if my memory recalls correctly. He blew up the pocket, 5'10", according to Jeff Carter. He blew up the pocket the whole game and lost to Nidifer. And Brad took it like a champ. He just went on about his business.
Big Tom Doherty joining us. Oh, it's on. That's why I handed it to you. What's going on? What's on your mind? If you come a little closer to me, they can the folks can see you. There you go.
Here you go. Come a little closer.
Come a little closer.
Yeah, don't be afraid.
Come a little closer.
So what's on your mind?
I just got done keggling 8 games here at the InsideBowling.com tournament.
How'd that feel?
About 170 over. I finished 170 over. Not good enough.
Well, that was pretty good considering you didn't have the greatest start.
Yeah, I didn't bowl very good the first 4 games.
And then you just mauled them after that.
Yeah, doing the same thing I was doing the first 4 games.
So what are you going to do different tomorrow?
I'm going to drill a ball. I'm going to drill a 0 gravity.
Really?
And hopefully that gets me through the first 3 or 4 games. And then the disturbed was really good the last 3. I actually shot 190 game 5. I think I had a bad pair when I made this flip.
Right.
Then I shot 260, 220, 260 or something like that. So
you're going to go with a little 0 gravity. You know, that's that is
shiny though. I think a shiny asymmetrical ball. I bowled with I don't know his name. I bowled with someone today that made it look pretty good the first 4 games. So
that's my favorite ball.
Yeah,
I love that thing.
I'm not a big asymmetrical guy because of my rev rate, but I think it's going to be fine.
But you need it here?
Well, yeah, I tried to throw a Defiant Soul, and it wasn't good. It was kind of bailing on me a little bit, but it has a little surface, so I think a shiny asymmetrical at the fresh, and then go to my disturbed that has a little surface. If I throw anything shiny symmetrical, it goes 60 feet with my ball speed. So we'll figure them out tomorrow. I'll bowl the C squad tomorrow. Give Flanagan a little bit more money and some of my hard-earned money, but that's okay.
Why wouldn't you?
All right. Hey, guys, update
we'll
on
see what happens.
McNeely shot 279.
2-8-10 there, mate. Was that on
Just so you know.
That was close.
Thank you, Jackie. Jackie coming in with an update. Tom now with an earpiece in right now. So
Jackie was killing you right now because she was telling us that who was it that shot 279? Ken McNeely, and she didn't know that you were on the mic and you can't hear her.
No, I did know he was on the mic. Just cutting him off.
Oh.
Hi, Jackie.
Hi, Tom.
Did she say hi?
She said hi back. Yeah.
Yes.
She must like you.
That's my favorite time when I can't hear her.
Oh, nice. Well, we're getting close to the end here of the first round. We've got the front 11 over here on lanes 37 and 38. It is Kurt Pelon.
Did you enter these names?
And before he throws his 12th shot, he's giving the guys in the back the business.
there's Kurt.
That's priceless. That's Kurt Pelon.
Did the Tebow.
Kurt, you're giving the boys a little smack talk before you threw that 12th shot. That's a lot of confidence.
Well, Mr. Nidifer informed me that if I don't change balls to a ball I haven't thrown yet today, I got no cojones, so I had to go with the Michigan connection and just change balls and make a move. So that's all it was.
What ball did he change to?
What ball did you change to?
I switched from a 0 gravity, throwing it 9 miles an hour, to an absolute, or a, what is it?
Asylum.
4 miles an hour. So it was just a 100% guess. That's from Mr. Nidifer, but we'll take it.
We will take it. All right, boys, back to you.
Kurt improves to plus 310. He is in the clubhouse at plus 310 after 8 games.
How old is that guy? How old is Pelon these days?
I don't know.
That's pretty impressive. Tell you what, he still has a lot of game.
I'm going to guess that he's like 44.
Ask
46.
him. I want to know. Tell him I want to know how old he is.
Pelon, how old are you? How old are you? 41. Ooh.
Oh, he still has a long way to go.
Don't tell him what I said.
I'll be dead by the time he comes out on the senior tour.
Randy, I have my pick.
Uh-oh.
Who's your pick, Matt?
Late breaking
I'm going to
news.
go smooth as silk, left-hander Anthony Pepe.
Dang, that's a good pick, bro. Really good pick.
I am. I'm going to do it for Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
Ham and cheese. I want a box of them from Sam's.
So there was a question in the chat, Flanagan, what do you think of the scoring pace? And I knew the scores were going to be higher. I posted it on Facebook after we developed the pattern. Couple of reasons why I was okay with it is I've got the folks from Kegel here who have made sure that everything is firing on all cylinders. And I don't care how great your mechanic is or how great your facility is. If you bring someone in that designs lane machines and knows everything about them inside and out, and they come out here, they're going to get them to strip the lanes perfectly and make them as consistent from pair to pair on each side of the house. So, which is as much as you can do with what we have here. So I knew scores were going to be higher because they were going to be less tricky going pair to pair. And I still see everyone playing right, even at game number 8. And I still people having problems getting to the head pin and getting their ball to hit after 8 games of this. So I am satisfied with that. I am satisfied with people playing the outside part of the lane. I'm okay with a little more striking because what it does tomorrow is it allows for the pace of play to go a little bit faster with 6 on a pair instead of just absolutely barely being able to average 200 on this. So it does help a little bit with facilitating and running the tournament. E.J. Tackett earlier today was struggling hardcore on this. He's one of the best bowlers in the country, and it's still tricky. So I'm good with that. Kurt Pelon finishes a plus 310. Yeah, I'm not in love with that, but you know what? It's fair for everybody. And we've seen folks fall off the wagon, so to speak, for a game here or there, and they're tricky. So scoring is relative, and maybe a few more people will feel a little bit better about themselves being able to come out here. I'm looking at through Game 7, 28 people are 100 over or more, and that will probably help with entries, with re-entries. People feeling like, oh, wow, well, I struck for 3 games. And if I could put that together for all 8 games, I could win 10 grand. So I'm pretty good with it, and I like seeing left-handers and right-handers at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think it's a nice mix. You don't have the entire field 300 over. I mean, I think it's a nice mix. You got some big scores in there, then you got a couple low 200s. You got some something right in the middle there. Like you said, you've got some folks that probably had a couple of really good games and then a couple bad ones that knocked them down to 100 over. And they're thinking, you know what, maybe this ball or that ball. We heard Doherty say, I'm going to drill a ball for tomorrow. So I think it's a nice mix.
Yeah, I think we're okay. I'd like to knock the scoring down a little bit, but I'm more concerned about pattern and quality on both sides and not turning into a loft contest, and I think we've accomplished that.
Agreed. I can't tell you how tired I am of that 5th, 6th arrow stuff. I hate it.
Yeah.
You know, what's wrong with playing 1, 2, 3 for a while?
Don Breeden might win the tournament, but he wouldn't be able to win at South Point. I mean, he could, but unlikely.
Not lofting 6th arrow against guys with rev rates over 500 and 600, and Don's rev rate is about like mine. It's not, it's probably in the mid to high 380s, mid to high 300s rather, somewhere in that 375 range. And you're not going to beat any of those guys at the World Series when all the rev rates are above 500.
Funky Cole Medina, Antonio Medina. Antonio, grab the mic for just a moment.
Come on in here, muchacho.
Yeah, get on in here.
Come talk to us.
Antonio, what happened through your block? What'd you finish at today?
Not a lot. Like plus 60 or so. I was good on the hard side, but on the hooking side, couldn't get matched up very good. I had an over-under up front and the opposite down lane. So I get it through the one part and it wouldn't respond properly down lane or vice versa. So I was just fighting transition all 4 games over here. And
higher scoring for you on this side or the other side?
The other side.
And why is that?
I thought they were tighter over there.
So you could go straighter, you could keep your angles a little bit tighter, was that why?
Yeah.
And over here, did you feel like you had to give the pocket away a little bit?
Well, I'm going to hope I don't sound confusing, but when I say this, but I feel like I had to give the pocket away in the front part of the lane because the seat felt like so many people were using too much surface.
Right.
But then down lane was tight.
Right.
So I was like, well, I mean, get it out early, but then keep it tight down lane.
Yep.
And I just didn't have the right shell. I didn't have the right tilts, and it was just pretty hard to get it consistent. I was threading the needle over here, I felt.
So what changes do you make tomorrow?
Adjust some surfaces. When I come over here, I know that there are more friction. I have a few more shells out in the trunk, like uproars and rumbles and stuff like that. I'll probably bring in tomorrow.
Okay.
And then put some of my other stuff, stronger stuff, in the trunk, and just try a different game plan tomorrow. I mean, I liked what I started with over there, but over here it was too dry in the front, and I just didn't have the right launch angles, and I was in a phone booth. When I could see everybody else, it didn't really affect them as much.
Right.
You did bowl 278.
I did.
Game 2?
Yep. C,
senor.
So what's this I hear about a little funky cold Medina over and over and over again? Did he tell you the story?
He did.
I mean, it was like...
Who else did I tell it to?
The whole squad in the meeting.
Yeah, it was like it was like an episode of The Twilight Zone when I was hearing this. And that's really weird. So like you hear it when you get in the rental car, then the next morning when you get in the rental car you hear it. You're at, where were you? You were somewhere else. And you heard it. Yeah, so what do you think? I mean, I'm thinking that maybe there's something a little more going on between the two of you than either one is leading on to.
You know, I would like to know what radio station that is.
Yeah, right? Because I haven't heard that song in like 12 years.
Well, I submit awards to people now, and I award the Texter of the Month. And this month, I am going to award Antonio Medina the Texter of the Month to my phone with the most random, crazy stuff ever. It started out this month with now he's taken up hockey video games and with his girlfriend. And that was the most recent.
So you're playing hockey on the TV.
Yep.
Video games. Liz Johnson, Dino Castillo walking by. Dino giving Antonio the business. Anyway, so you started playing like on Xbox or something?
PlayStation 3. That's what he has.
PlayStation 3.
And he knows I have it.
Yeah.
Nice.
So once I get into my new house and get internet set up, my gamer tag is going to be Sneaky Pants 300.
Sneaky Pants 300. Well, that's better than Archie Meat Pants we've had all night on the.
We have.
I don't even know what to say about that handle there. I only wish I knew who that was.
Yeah. So on that note, we're gonna let you get out of here, Antonio, and we'll catch you tomorrow. Make sure you check in with us.
Hey, best of luck tomorrow. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Go get him, buddy.
New game plan. Feel free to come line me up.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Hey, that's what we'll do.
My thumb looks fantastic this year.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh,
all
it does.
up.
Yeah.
Last year was a train wreck.
Last year it looked like you got it stuck in a pencil sharpener.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big pencil sharpener.
Big one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Good seeing you again.
Okay, so Randy, we're done for tonight. 8 games, we've seen it a little bit higher scoring than in years past, but pattern equality is kind of the theme. We want to thank everybody for watching tonight. Any takeaways going into tomorrow?
You know, just a lot more of the same. Some new players we're going to see tomorrow. Some of the players you mentioned, your defending champion Bill O'Neill, and others. You know, a lot of good talent coming in. Barta. You know, we're going to see some different players.
Gotchel,
Zerbinski. But I think it's going to be a lot of the same of what we saw today. I think the pattern is going to play very similar. I think once the players and your better players are going to do it, they're going to figure out the adjustments to make on both sides. You know, they're going to know, well, the low side plays a certain way and the high side plays a little bit different, and this is the adjustments that I have to make. Antonio will figure it out. He'll bowl much better tomorrow. And so I think you're going to see a lot of the same kind of stuff. You're going to see some players that are really going to bomb them. You'll see a couple 300 games. It's just going to be a little bit more of the same.
I agree. So tomorrow morning, Jeff Carter, Dennis Hacker, Matt Turek, and Jackie Bowling will bring you games 1 through 4 of B Squad. B Squad starts at 9 a.m., so we'll be on the air about 8:45. Definitely want to tune in tomorrow, and then we'll have C Squad. We'll follow that. We'll probably get off the air about 11:30 tomorrow night, and then Sunday we'll be back with the top 32 at 9 a.m. And we'll bring you the finals Sunday night at 7 o'clock. Make sure you tell all your friends if you have a chance to come by and sit in the stands. We'd love to have you do that. Cheer on these bowlers. They deserve it. And we want to thank all of our sponsors one more time. Storm, the Bowlers Company, Budweiser, the King of Beers, the Kegel Training Facility down in Florida, and the High Roller is coming back this July. So for Matt Turek and Jackie Bowling, and for Dennis Hacker, and for Jeff Carter, who helped us out, and our entire tournament staff here, Tino DeFranco, Ray Bluth, everybody here at Tropicana Lanes, we're going to send off and say goodnight.
Thanks. Looking forward to tomorrow, guys. Matt, thank you very much for your warm insightfulness. Looking forward to more of that tomorrow.
Hey,
and
I'll have some new ones.
And just remember this before you go to bed tonight, when you put your head on your pillow.
Yeah.
Hot Pocket.
Oh, I will be.
Hot Pockets.
Don't you worry. I might bring the box tomorrow for you.
Maybe if
Put it up
Anthony
in the
Pepe
booth.
wins, he wins Hot Pockets from Randy. All right, good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. On behalf of everybody, one more time, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.